que l'on ouvre les portes. It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, private members' business, resuming consideration of motion 86 on Citizens' Assembly on Electoral Reform, standing in the name of Ms. Barron.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridge, Richmond Hill for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honour to rise for the first time this session to represent the people of Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill, and to speak on a matter that many of my constituents are passionate about, and that is Bill M86, Citizens' Assembly for Electoral Reform, sponsored by the Member of Parliament from Nanaimo Ladysmith, and jointly seconded by me and 20 other members of Parliament. The bill calls for the creation of a Citizens' Assembly on Electoral Reform, which in turn would determine whether electoral reform is recommended in the Canadian context and make suggestions as to how it can be improved. We must address voter apathy and lack of trust in our electoral system. When young people say they do not vote because their vote's not going to make a difference in what the government looks like after the election, we need change. When people in certain regions of the country feel that they're not represented because most of their elected representatives are from a party that has drastically different views than theirs, we need change. When certain groups of Canadians do not feel welcomed or able to participate in our parliamentary system, which is oppositional and largely the legacy of male white settlers and colonialists, we need change. When qualified individuals who want to help make our country a better place opt out due to the polarization and abuse fostered by our current system, we need change. And where the only way to influence policy is to demonize and overthrow the existing government, rather than to collaborate and work together to come up with the best solutions to help Canadians, we need change. We know we need change, and over 75% of Canadians agree and support electoral reform. So how do we get it? And why a Citizens' Assembly? You know, we know that a Citizens' Assembly is made up of a representative of non-elected Canadians, a wide range of Canadians from across the country. That can be chosen by subgroup to represent every group across our country. It's selected like a jury. It can be, and it's taken to ensure representation of the population. It can look at a broad range of reforms, of options for reform. And the findings can either be referred to government or we can go to a referendum. There are different options depending on how we proceed. You know, we've already seen that trying to find consensus on election reform through the usual order of business in government procedures has failed. In 2015, it was the will of this government to implement electoral reform. But the process found consensus only on retaining the status quo. While the intention was to create a more representative and responsive democratic process, achieving consensus on a specific alternative proved elusive. But Canadians still want electoral reform. Now, it may not be the most urgent issue facing us today, but it's an extremely important one to the future of our democracy in our country. There's always going to be more urgent issues. We know with this government that after trying to find a way to change our electoral system, we were confronted with many challenges, including a change in the government to the south of the border that posed many challenges to our government. We also then went into the COVID pandemic, and that took up a lot of urgent attention. And then there have been wars, Ukraine, now the Middle East, and the affordability crisis, the post-COVID economy. There are always more urgent issues for the government of the day to deal with. And so trying to address this important issue through the normal course of business is very difficult, and we have to find another way to do it. It's one of the reasons why a Citizens' Assembly is the way to proceed. It allows for the issue to be re-examined in a way that goes beyond electoral cycles and parties. It can lead to better outcomes based on evidence. The participants develop an in-depth understanding of the issue by listening to experts who share their knowledge with the Assembly. They would aim to reach consensus and make recommendations, either to Parliament where negotiations and compromise could continue to reach a multi-party agreement, or through a referendum. It provides greater legitimacy in making hard decisions and builds trust in government and democratic institutions. A citizens' assembly allows for ordinary Canadians to participate directly in government by discussion, which is one of the hallmarks of a parliamentary system, one which has been on the decline over the past decades, and the decline of which has coincided with the rise in conspiracy theories. To quote Rob Goodman in his recent book, Not Here, the rise of the conspiracy theory to the dominant style on the Canadian right, from the leader of the opposition, they have been following you to the pharmacy, to your family visits, even to your beer runs, to another member, the World Economic Forum is actually talking about putting microchips in our bodies and in our heads, to Maxime Bernier, a future world government will destroy Canada. It's not a novel point to observe that these sorts of messages are delivered without fear of contradiction to siloed and bunkered audiences, that they grow in the dark like mold, that they couldn't bear even a minute of scrutiny. Yet they are a baroque and unreal projection of the very real fact that meaningful politics is conducted far out of ordinary earshot. A citizens' assembly allows discussions to be conducted in the earshot of Canadians. So what better way to combat this trend than to use a citizens' assembly where ordinary citizens are engaged in discussion to tackle some of the divisive and politically difficult issues of the day, such as electoral reform. Now, citizens' assemblies have been used here in Canada, Ontario, and British Columbia, and around the world, in many, many countries, in Ireland, France, United Kingdom, and Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain, just to mention a few, on a number of different topics. And even though the citizen assemblies that were here in Canada and Ontario or BC did not result in changes, they were a very robust and well-received assembly that brought forward some good suggestions. And we can change the way these work so that we can actually act on the suggestions that come forward. You know, with the increasing polarization and extremism in Canada, we need less confrontation and more cooperation. We need to find a way to ensure better representation of all Canadians. As Canada evolves, our electoral system must accommodate the changes to ensure a robust democracy. Our parliamentary system, while having evolved somewhat over the years, was developed in a very different time. Since then, women and Indigenous people, to name two groups, have been given the vote. But Canada's institutions of government have not changed dramatically to accommodate these groups or facilitate their full participation. We adopted our own flag under Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson. We repatriated our Constitution and adopted a written Charter of Rights and Freedoms under Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, recognizing the changing nature of our country. Our electoral system should also change so that our government better reflects the changes in our society. While our parliamentary monarchy has served as well, we should consider whether a parliamentary republic system might be better suited to the Canada of today, a natural evolution from the repatriation of the Constitution and the development of our own written charter. Would proportional representation, such as Iceland has, or a mixed proportional system, such as Germany or New Zealand have, better serve the interests of all Canadians? These are all questions that need to be addressed. In conclusion, Bill M86 is not merely a proposal. It's a declaration of our commitment to a democracy that is inclusive, representative, and resilient. By supporting the establishment of a citizens' assembly, we're taking a bold step towards a more just and equitable Canada, one where the votes of the many guide the decisions that shape our collective destiny. In our diverse and vibrant democracy, it's imperative that the voices of all citizens are not only heard, but actively incorporated into decision-making. The Citizens Assembly, envisioned by Bill M86, would serve as a powerful mechanism for fostering inclusivity, ensuring that every Canadian, regardless of background or affiliation, has a genuine opportunity to contribute to shaping the future of our nation. To quote Ernest Naval, a Swiss philosopher and theologian, "The right of decision belongs to the majority, but the right of representation belongs to us all." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député, the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Motion 86, a motion that calls on the government to establish a citizens' assembly on electoral reform. While I appreciate the spirit in which this motion has been put forward by the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, I'm unable to support it for reasons that I will set out. I would acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that a citizens' assembly can play a constructive role in making recommendations around alternative electoral systems. After all, a citizens' assembly is comprised of private citizens who are selected randomly as part of a lottery process who are nonpartisan. Accordingly, a citizens' assembly is well positioned to consult, to deliberate, and to design alternative electoral systems. Indeed, citizens' assemblies have played precisely this role twice in Canada, in British Columbia and in Ontario in 2004 and 2006, respectively. However, that is not precisely what this motion calls for. Rather, this motion calls for the establishment of a citizens' assembly with a mandate to, quote, determine if electoral reform is recommended for Canada, and if so, to recommend specific measures that would foster a healthier democracy. And so, based on the wording of the motion, if the Citizens' Assembly determined that electoral reform were desirable, presumably it would go about making recommendations on alternative systems, but the wording on its face is somewhat ambiguous. It isn't clear. But what is clear is what is missing from the motion, and that is any mention that there be a referendum of Canadians to decide whether to adopt any new electoral system. Mr. Speaker, a citizens' assembly on its own is completely insufficient to determine any new electoral system. Likewise, I would submit it would be inappropriate for politicians to make such a determination, for example, by way of a bill introduced in Parliament, having regard for the fact that all of us have partisan political interests that would influence decisions around the design of any new electoral system. Nothing short of a referendum will suffice. A referendum is needed in order that any new electoral system have the moral weight and legitimacy that would be needed. Indeed, anything less would likely cast doubts amongst segments of Canadians that certain partisan actors had taken advantage or manipulated the electoral system for partisan or ideological gain, which would undermine democracy and undermine confidence in any new electoral system. And so, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support the motion on that basis. I cannot support a motion that could be construed as recommending a process whereby a citizens' assembly on its own would determine a new electoral system as opposed to merely recommending alternative electoral systems. Now, with that, I would like to make a few observations more broadly on the matter of electoral reform. Proponents of this motion make the case that this is something that Canadians want. Indeed, within the motion itself, there is a poll that is cited that indicates a sizable percentage of Canadians would like to see a citizens' assembly. I would respectfully question whether this is something that Canadians want, and I question it not on the basis of a poll. I base it on results of votes of Canadians in 7 referendums held over the past 20 years in 3 provinces. In 5 out of 7 referendums, Canadians, when given the choice, have voted against electoral reform and in favor of the status quo first-past-the-post system. Indeed, the only referendum in which a clear majority of voters elected to adopt a new electoral system was in the 2005 referendum in British Columbia, which 57% of voters gave the green light for electoral reform, but it didn't meet the threshold for implementation. There were two subsequent referendums in British Columbia in which more than 60% of voters opted for the status quo. And although it may be unfashionable to say, perhaps the reason voters have opted for the status quo is because the first-past-the-post electoral system has served Canadian democracy well. There are many merits to the first-past-the-post electoral system, including the fact that it is straightforward. It can best be summed up as the candidate with the most votes wins. What could be more straightforward than that? It is also inherently democratic. It is based on the premise that each voter is equal. One person, one vote, with each vote weighted equally. That is in contrast to alternative systems where some votes count more than once, based on second and third ballot choices, for example. As former Prime Minister, current Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the United Kingdom, David Cameron, observed in a column that he wrote in The Telegraph in 2011, the first-past-the-post system produces winners, whereas alternative voting systems in some instances produce winners out of losers, in the sense that candidates who in some instances place second or third out of first ballot rankings end up winning. Further, Mr. Speaker, first-past-the-post is efficient and transparent. It tends to produce decisive results. Canadians learn, more or less on election night, what kind of government they're going to get. That is in contrast to many European countries where governments are formed weeks, sometimes months, after an election night. That is not efficient, that isn't transparent, and I would submit it isn't democratic. And first-past-the-post ensures accountability. It is heavy on accountability. When Canadians decide that it is time for a change, time to change a government, first-past-the-post tends to produce such an outcome. And it provides accountability by connecting members of Parliament with their electors, their constituents. That is in contrast to other electoral systems where, for example, members are elected based on being on a party list. And so, Mr. Speaker, those are just some of the many reasons why first-past-the-post system is a system that has worked. I would submit that it isn't by accident that Canada is one of the most stable and strongest democracies in the world. I don't think it is an accident that we have seen for more than 150 years the peaceful transfer of power. Very simply, Mr. Speaker, if the system isn't broken, then there's no need to fix it.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you. I'm very happy to speak to this motion M86 today. We've been talking about electoral reform for a long time. Many governments and political parties have committed to electoral reform, to reforming our electoral system in a number of ways. Or some have said before being elected to government said, we will discuss, we will work towards reform, but for reasons that are beyond us, that never occurred. So many parties, historically, when they were elected to form government, they dropped this promise of electoral reform. And they dropped other promises, by the way. Now, this motion is a unique and original way. It proposes another route rather than the other route that didn't work. Clearly, it didn't work because here we are in the same situation. So this motion would create a citizens' assembly, and they would study the matter and then propose electoral reform. So this would be a very democratic process in which citizens would come together and then suggest solutions for electoral reform. Now, there are some interesting aspects of the motion that I would like to address. First, the motion mentions that election results do not reflect voters' true wishes. We have elections in Canada and in the provinces and in Quebec. And in our elections, parties can be elected with a majority even though they were not voted for by a majority of citizens. So some people in a given riding or district will say, well, we didn't vote for that person. We didn't vote for them with an overwhelming majority, and yet they have a majority and they have now power and authority. Now, the motion also mentions that voter turnout is at an all-time low. We talked about Chinese interference in our elections, and the Liberal Party and other parties concluded that citizen participation is very important, but China's interference, in fact, decreased voter trust in the voting system. And the Bloc feels that we need to get rid of Chinese interference. We need to get rid of this sword of Damocles hanging above our heads so that Canadians can truly have trust and confidence in their electoral system. We need to increase voters' trust in the system, and that's how we can increase voter turnout. Now, there's another aspect of this motion. The motion says that citizens' assemblies are independent, that they're nonpartisan, and that they are representative. So the motion touts the benefits of citizens' assemblies. It mentions that citizens' assemblies will be, in a sense, inclusive. Then the motion mentions the method of voting. So a citizens' assembly would study electoral reform and then propose solutions. That's an important aspect. These members of the citizens' assembly will make suggestions, proposals. Here's how we feel. We feel that the motion is interesting and positive. So I would like to inform you that the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of this motion. Now, I would like to say that I heard my Conservative colleagues speak, and we do need to express ourselves, no matter what our opinions are, because we are elected democratically, we represent our citizens, and not everyone supports electoral reform. I heard my Conservative colleague speak, and he said that this would require a referendum, that electoral reform would require a referendum, so that everyone could participate and express themselves in favor or against. But the colleague also said, the Conservative colleague, he said that the process would be very simple. Yes, it would be simple, but simple doesn't mean it's the best solution. So, as I said, the Bloc Québécois agrees with the motion. The Bloc feels that this process, the advantage of this process is that it takes the process out of the hands of politicians because, as I said at the beginning of my speech, it's never worked when politicians are in charge of this. So this places the reflection and the study in the hands of citizens, those who we represent and those who we want to be well represented by our electoral system. So a citizens' assembly would study possible changes to the electoral process. Now, the motion mentions diversity, which is positive, of course, but there's something missing. There's something missing in the motion. Now, there are all sorts of factors mentioned in the motions that need to be considered, but nowhere in the motion is it mentioned that Quebec needs to be represented in a way that matches its demographic weight. So we call on our colleagues to make sure that Quebec is properly represented in a way that matches its demographic weight. Now, elections are the cornerstone of democracy. So this matter is incredibly important. Now, there is no perfect electoral system. It doesn't exist. In France, for instance, their system is completely different from ours, but satisfaction is not necessarily higher among citizens. The system in France is criticized left, right, and center. So what's the solution then if there is no perfect election system? What's important is that political parties, when they take office, they totally do a 180. Now, I'd like to read to you what was said in the speech from the throne. When the government was elected in 2015, they said the government will lead consultations on electoral reform to ensure that 2015 will have been the last election under first past the post. That was said in the speech from the throne. And this just goes to show that you can't trust any political party, other than the Bloc Québécois, maybe, but we will never form government in this parliament. So it's hard to trust political parties, and we can't leave electoral reform up to political parties. So after this speech from the throne, a committee was struck. They met 57 times. They had about 200 witnesses, several participants, and what that led to was nothing at all. So that led to an impasse. What of electoral reform? Well, the solution in this motion might be a great avenue. The Bloc Québécois, though, would like to mention that this citizens' assembly can't be done willy-nilly. There does need to be a referendum. We agree with the Conservative colleague on that. We also insist that the nation of Quebec must be recognized in the motion and in the process. This House voted with a majority in favor of recognizing Quebec as a nation, so Quebec needs to be recognized as a nation, and its demographic weight must also be acknowledged. So those are our comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Bloc Québécois feels with regard to citizens' assemblies. Resuming debate.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and nice to see you this second week of the sitting. I am so happy to stand today and speak in support of motion M86. You know, the incredible work that has been done by my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith and before her, the member from Elmwood Transcona, to ensure that electoral reform is a discussion we are having in this House is, I think, vitally important. You know, we all know why we're in this place right now talking about this, and it is because of the failure of the current government to live up to the promises that they had made to Canadians before they were elected. You know, the current Prime Minister had mentioned over 1,600 times, I think I read somewhere, during the election campaign that he was going to fix our electoral system. And of course, didn't do that. As soon as he had that taste of power, he chose a different route. And I think that's the reason why electoral reform is so important. It is to prevent these constant back and forths where we see liberal, conservative, without having to have a majority of votes. And you know, I'm hearing a few heckles from the Conservatives, and I actually want to just touch on that because, of course, I've been listening to my colleagues from the Conservatives talk about electoral reform and how it works and whatnot. And I know some of the members speaking are being a little disingenuous because, for example, if you were to look at how Conservatives elect their own leaders, you would find that they don't believe first past the post is the best way to do that and use a form of electoral reform to elect their own leaders within their own party. That's their own party politics. But also, you'll often hear them, Mr. Speaker, talking in this place about how there is a coalition between the New Democrats and the Liberals. Now, of course, they know very well that there is no coalition, that's not what's happening. But more importantly, I think it's important to recognize that part of our electoral system, part of our parliamentary system, is that coalitions are meant to be part of that system. Now, I know that's not the culture in Canada to date, but that is the system with which we are working within. So if anyone ever tells you that coalitions are illegal or they don't reflect the will of people or any of that, that's actually incorrect. So while we don't have a coalition, and I would say that, in fact, we've seen many times that the Liberals and the Conservatives work very well together. I would say that coalitions are something that is part of our electoral system. But my main thinking on this in terms of why we need electoral reform is that I feel right now like our politics are becoming so much more divisive, so much more pushed to the sides. And the problem is Canadians, for the vast majority, don't live on the outside edges. Most Canadians are centrists. Most Canadians want to see common sense. They want to see their politicians work together. They want to see us working on the things that matter to them. But because of our political system, things are moved to the side. Things are moved to the edges. And it's very, very dangerous. And we're seeing this across the country. And I would be remiss if I did not raise the issue of what's happening in my province of Alberta. This weekend, I was at a rally to protect trans kids because Premier Smith, perhaps we should call her Mariliana Smith, has decided to take an attack on trans kids. Now, I have to tell you, the reason that she is doing that, fully political, but the reason she's doing that is because in Alberta, the center, the vast majority of Albertans aren't controlling what our political parties do. Right now in Alberta, the far right is what's controlling what our premier does. And we saw this with Jason Kenney. Jason Kenney wasn't brought down by Albertans. Jason Kenney was brought down by the far right. The far right extreme views of some Albertans that don't represent the majority of people who cast a ballot in Alberta. So Danielle Smith doesn't have to protect herself from the centrists, the vast majority of Albertans. She needs to protect her job by actually going as far right as she can. And who cares about the most vulnerable minority groups in our province that require real leadership from their premier? Who cares about kids that could lose their lives? Because as long as you keep your job, as long as you're able to do that, then you're in good shape. So when I hear the Conservatives in here sort of trying to heckle me and trying to say that, first past the post is the most effective, I think we can see in our country that that's not what's happening. We even see it within this Conservative Party. Erin O'Toole was not brought down by the centrists within the party. He was brought down by the far right. The member of the opposition, the leader of the opposition, has to keep those people on the far right happy or he's going to lose his job. And this is a problem. This is a problem with our electoral system. I spent a lot of time talking in schools. I used to be a teacher before I was elected, and I love meeting with students. I love talking about our electoral processes. And I always talk to them about this idea that we need representation. Our parliament needs to look like our country. We need to have the same makeup, that diversity that makes Canada so wonderful and so strong, represented in our parliament. And the problem is that with the current system, it makes it much harder to ensure that what happens in this House reflects what happens in our beautiful country of Canada. We don't see enough women represented in politics. We don't see enough minority groups. We don't see that diversity of age, of ethnicity, of language. All of those pieces are missing when we have a system that first past the post. So for me, when I speak to young people, I always think you should all be thinking about politics as a potential career, every one of you, because we need more people that want to get engaged. We need more women. We need more diversity within our House of Commons. And in the back of my mind, I always have, but it's really hard. It's really hard for women to engage. It's really divisive. It's really hateful. We make it difficult for minority groups to participate. We make it difficult for them to raise their concerns and raise their voices. And I always use childcare as a perfect example of that. If we filled this place, no offense to my colleagues who are older and white and men, but if we filled this place with old white men, do you think they care as much about childcare as, say, a young woman with small children? don't you think that there is some recognition that a 16-year-old who's going to be living on this planet a lot longer than me or you, Mr. Speaker, would care more about climate justice and climate change than, say, somebody who's sort of wrapping up their career? I'm not naming names. So I do think that it is very, very important. I want to just end by quoting something that we heard from the Edmonton chapter of Fair Vote Canada. They are very worried about how toxic and divisive our political discourse is becoming. Many people we talk to don't even want to get involved because of it. There is more that holds us together than divides us, but our winner-take-all voting system is holding us back from solving problems together. A non-partisan citizens' assembly is a way to bring Canadians into the conversation about making our democracy stronger. A citizens' assembly can engage Canadians across the country in a conversation about improving our democracy. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want this, and as representatives of Canadians, we should be making sure that we're moving forward on this. I thank the member for Ladysmith, Nanaimo Ladysmith, for all of her important work on this, and thank you very much.
Bravo.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Lac.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this room, there's an elephant and a mouse, but we're talking about the same thing. The elephant is this desire of some to see an overhaul of Canada's electoral system towards what's known as proportional representation. And we see that the elephant is trying to hide by disguising itself as a mouse to go unnoticed. In fact, this motion is an attempt to leave the door open on an issue that failed about 5 years ago because of a difference of opinion between the parties in this House about what alternative system should replace the current single-member plurality system, and also because of a lack of interest among Canadians in such a reform. Let me explain. In 2006, the Prime Minister asked me to chair the Special Committee on Electoral Reform, the mandate of which was to study the issue in depth. And that's one of the reasons why I feel involved in today's debate. The committee held a series of hearings in Ottawa and then hit the road to meet Canadians where they live. The committee traveled across the country, landing in every province and in every territory. In total, we passed through 18 cities in 3 weeks. We traveled every morning to a new city and held hearings in the afternoon and in the evening, and then we hit the road again the next morning. Unfortunately, the rooms were not always full to bursting. At times, we heard enthusiastic, even impassioned testimony in favor of reform. At other times, speakers read prepared and virtually identical texts, proof of a well-coordinated campaign behind the curtain. In Victoria, the room was packed, but elsewhere, as in Quebec City, attendance was rather low. I was able to renew acquaintances with some former NDP colleagues who had come to present briefs in favor of proportional representation, obviously in support of their party's official position. The committee did a remarkable job, and I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate all members, including the members for Saanich Gulf Islands, Frontenac-Chaudière, and Ski-Bulkley Valley, now a minister in British Columbia, who worked hard and rigorously. We produced an exceptional report. It's something of a Bible on electoral systems that a democracy can choose from according to its political culture. The report is now even used as a textbook in some political science courses. 2 weeks ago, I was at Concordia University, greeted by Professor Donald Gill, who is passionate about electoral reform, and he told me that he uses the committee's report in his courses.
The committee could not agree on a replacement for the current pass-the-post system. Conservatives preferred the status quo. The NDP and Greens wanted PR. Liberals have always favored the preferential ballot. One practical issue that arose is that any major reform of the voting system would necessarily require a national referendum. I say in jest, Mr. Speaker, that if you really love this country, you don't wish a national referendum on it. If you have lived through 2 Quebec referenda, you have developed a healthy aversion to plebiscites on existential matters. In a country as vast as Canada, with a great diversity of deeply held regional perspectives, a referendum on a national scale on such a fundamental question can only lead to divisive results that further challenge national unity. No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, a national referendum requires a singular focus by the government when so many urgent issues of importance to Canadians abound and demand attention. One must remember, Mr. Speaker, that at the time the committee released its report, a major development was suddenly monopolizing the government's energies. The election of Donald Trump, who was bent on tearing up NAFTA. Priorities, Mr. Speaker, priorities. The problem with our politics, in my view, Mr. Speaker, humbly, is not the electoral system, and engineering it will not lead to the democratic renaissance we hope for. Further, proportional representation is not a panacea for all that ails our politics. The real problem is the sad state of political discourse. We are losing the capacity to dialogue and reason with one another because we can't agree that a fact is a fact, and because we judge the merits of a person's views on whether they resemble us ideologically. It should not matter whether I like you or not for me to recognize the value of your experience or the merits of your argument. That it does is the tragedy of our present-day politics. And I'm not sure the splintering of voices in Parliament that could accompany PR is the solution we are looking for. Big tent politics that has flourished under our current system, a system that requires compromise, has its advantages. Lastly, I don't believe PR is the solution to low voter turnout, especially among young people. Millennials can still be excited by a candidate and get out and vote in large numbers, regardless of the electoral system. We saw that in 2015. Rather, I suspect that low voter turnout is the product of a more and more individualistic and atomized culture. These days, personal agency seems a stronger value than collective action. Added to this is the fact that many problems seem too complex and intractable, and that big corporations and technologies, especially digital ones, seem more powerful and faster moving than governments. When it comes to motivating young people to vote, I find that the traditional appeal to duty is no longer as effective as with older generations, especially those who have seen and lived through the sacrifice of war. When I speak to young people about voting, I speak of a different kind of duty, a duty to self. The ethos of personal authenticity that prevails today in some ways has become the highest value. Whether we are talking about musical artists expressing themselves through their own compositions or people broadcasting their views on every little thing on social media. What I say, especially to younger people, Mr. Speaker, is that if you really live by the credo of personal authenticity and view it as the highest form of personal integrity, then to be true to yourself, you must express your views at the ballot box, whether it changes the electoral result or not. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand and respect the views of the member who has sponsored this motion in good faith and out of real concern for our democracy. However, I do not believe we need to revisit electoral reform at this time. Mr. Speaker, I believe I have a couple of minutes left, and I would just like to take the opportunity to thank and congratulate the principal analysts from the Library of Parliament who were assigned to the committee and who produced such an incredible report, which, as I said before in my speech, is still being used today as a textbook in political science classes. And I'm speaking of Dara Lithwick and Aaron Vergent, who were really exceptional. And I would also like to
talk about the unparalleled professionalism of the clerk. Very efficient. Ms. Lafrance was at the wheel and everything happened very smoothly. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, proportional representation is fundamentally about ensuring Parliament reflects how people voted. It's about upholding each citizen's right to equal treatment under election laws and equal representation in our democracy. Unfortunately, our current electoral system, first past the post, is outdated and unfair. It doesn't accurately represent how people voted. It creates false majorities. It results in barriers to participation for women, racially marginalized, and other equity-deserving groups. and it results in worse outcomes for everyday people, including on things like the environment, the economy, health, and tackling inequality. At a time when people are struggling to make ends meet, when we are witnessing the devastating impacts of the climate crisis, increasingly divisive politics, we need to ask the question, is our current system serving Canadians? And I would say no. Before getting into politics, I taught political sociology at the University of Victoria. I also lectured in political science classes on the topic of electoral reform, and I co-hosted a television program called Voting for Change. It brought experts, elected officials, and community leaders on to discuss proportional representation. It's clear to me that proportional representation is a more fair, more effective, and more engaging democratic system, and Canadians would benefit from this change. But regardless of which electoral system you prefer, the process of engaging Canadians in a citizens' assembly is one that everyone should be able to get behind. Of course, the Liberal Party doesn't want this because it reminds people that the Prime Minister failed to deliver on his promise to reform our electoral system. He made a firm and unequivocal commitment, which his team and he repeated over 1,800 times. 1,800 times he told Canadians that 2015 would be the last election under first past the post. Canadians believed this promise. It would have been the right thing to do, but it was one of the first of many promises he would break to Canadians. And over the past 8 years, the Liberals have shown that they are more interested in maintaining power and the status quo than ensuring that every vote counts. Very true. Canadians deserve leaders that follow through on their promises, leaders that have a sense of integrity, leaders willing to listen to the voices of Canadians. Instead, we have a Prime Minister who Canadians no longer trust, a party that has broken their trust so many times that people now joke that the worst thing for a policy is to be an explicit Liberal commitment. Policies have a much better chance if they are unspoken, vested interests of wealthy Liberal insiders. Trust has been broken. And this is why a citizens' assembly is such an important tool. Citizens' assembly have legitimacy and public trust because they are independent, nonpartisan, and they are a representative body of citizens. 78% of Canadians support the idea of striking a nonpartisan, independent citizens' assembly on electoral reform, which isn't surprising when Canadians are feeling disheartened by the polarization of politics, concerned about the health of Canada's democracy, witnessing low voter turnout and voter disengagement. Citizens' assemblies have been used successfully in Canada and in other countries around the world to tackle difficult issues through nuanced public deliberation. And while 90% of Canadians want a parliament that reflects how people voted, a citizens' assembly on electoral reform would give citizens a leadership role in building consensus on the specific model for electoral reform for Canada. To me, and to the majority of Canadians, it's clear that proportional representation is a fairer and more democratic system. It ensures that every vote counts and that all voices are heard. It would lead to a more representative government that truly reflects the diversity of our country. And the research backs it up. Proportional systems have better representation of women, racialized groups, 2S LGBTQ plus folks, and other equity-seeking groups. Canada has an embarrassingly low percentage of women in Parliament. The House has never reflected the diversity of our country, and there is an abundance of research showing how proportional representation increases representation of marginalized groups, creating new avenues of political power for groups traditionally denied fair access to power and representation. And representation matters. A true democracy isn't just a system that represents the majority, but one that also represents and upholds and protects the rights of minority folks. And right now, when trans kids are facing such intense discrimination and hate from right-wing elected leaders, it's important that we ensure that their voices are represented in Parliament. Hear, hear. And to trans kids, I want to say, we see you, we hear you, and we will stand with you. Yes. Proportional representation also encourages parties to work together. And since no party is likely to win a majority of seats in the legislature, it leads to more cooperation and compromise. Parties being forced to work together leads to more inclusive policy making. And as they're forced to consider the views of other parties and their constituents and enact more representative policies that reflect the needs and interests of a broader range of systems, we get better policy. It also helps governments avoid policy whiplash. Under first past the post, you typically oscillate between two parties that frequently win false majorities. Policy whiplash happens when, in a polarized system, Party A comes in and undoes the majority of policies of Party B. They start their own agenda, and then when they're defeated, Party B comes in and undoes all the work of Party A. This happens back and forth to the detriment of citizens. It wastes bureaucratic resources and stalls progress that would support Canadians. Proportional representation forces parties to work together, which helps to reduce political polarization and gridlock. It can lead to more stable and effective governance as parties are less inclined to undo the work that's gone on before when they were included in creating it. You get greater continuity because it requires greater consensus. Overall, proportional representation can help create more inclusive, representative, and effective democracies. We've seen a glimpse of what that is when we've had minority parliaments in Canada. We wouldn't have health care in Canada if it weren't for a minority parliament forcing Lester B. Pearson to work across party lines with Tommy Douglas. We wouldn't be rolling out dental care for the first time in Canada if New Democrats hadn't used our power in a minority government to force the Liberals to provide dental care.
Hear, hear.
We get better policies when we work together. But I think one of the most compelling arguments for proportional representation is that people want to vote for what inspires them. They want to vote for the candidate who best aligns with the vision they have for the future. And unfortunately, our current system requires them often to vote for what they don't want. People want to see their vote count. It's part of the reason proportional representation increases voter turnout. Many people are strategically voting, but it's demotivating. Under our current first-past-the-post system, many Canadians feel like their vote doesn't matter. Proportional representation would ensure that every vote counts. It would allow a more diverse range of voices to be heard in Parliament. It would encourage greater voter turnout as people feel their vote actually matters. The Liberal government has claimed that proportional representation would lead to unstable governments. It's simply not true. Many countries around the world use proportional representation. They have stable governments. In fact, the vast majority of OECD countries use proportional systems. And proportional representation can lead to more stable government as parties are forced to work together. And I think we've all seen very clearly how our current first-past-the-post system has an incredible amount of divisive politics in it. And you can just look down to the United States, to put it mildly, to see the examples of majority systems with divisive politics. When designing a made-for-Canada proportional system, we also have the opportunity to make it more difficult for extremist parties to gain power, as you can set thresholds that would require parties to win a significant portion of the vote in order to gain seats in Parliament. It's time for the Liberal government to stop making excuses and start listening to the voices of Canadians. We need a government that's committed to democratic reform, that's willing to take action to ensure that every vote counts. It's why I'm joining the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith to call for a Citizens' Assembly on proportional representation. It's time for people to get on board and understand that Canadians deserve a voice. The government needs to listen. Proportional representation is the future of democracy in Canada. Let's put in place a fairer system where Parliament truly reflects how people voted. Join me in calling for a Citizens' Assembly on proportional representation, and together we can create a more just and fair Canada. Thank you.
Le temps est arrivé pour avoir
Our time is now turned to the right of reply.
from Nanaimo Ladysmith on her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. It has been such an honor to bring forward M86 in the House of Commons and to have this vitally important debate around electoral reform. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, we need all members of Parliament working together to strengthen Canada's democracy, to ensure those elected are representative of our communities, and to encourage members of Parliament to work together to implement real solutions at the pace required to meet the emergent needs faced by Canadians. People are struggling like I have never seen before in my lifetime across this country. An affordable, safe, and adequate place to call home is out of reach for so many in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith and across the country. Too many are unable to provide for their families, seniors are unable to retire with dignity, and people living with disabilities don't have anywhere near the supports they need to make ends meet. To make matters worse, the impacts of the climate crisis are here, with extreme weather continuing to devastate communities across the country. I could continue listing the problems faced by Canadians for my entire speech, but because of limited time, Mr. Speaker, I will say for all these reasons, we cannot keep doing things the way they have always been done. We cannot allow the ever-increasing rise in divisive and adversarial politics we are seeing here in this very House to become the norm. This is not representative of who we are as Canadians.
That is not what Canadians want. Today, more than ever, Canadians across the country are telling me that they want to see the people who represent them in Ottawa cooperate with members from all parties, take part in respectful debate, even in times of disagreement, and find solutions in the best interests of Canadians. That is what a real democracy looks like.
But to get there, we need to see representation that matches our communities. As I have discussed in this House before, Mr. Speaker, we have only 30% women elected in this House, when women account for over 50% of the general population. And this is at the highest it has ever been. The same applies to Black Canadians, who make up only 2.6% of those elected, but 4.3% of the general population. Indigenous people whose lands we are on today hold 3.3% of seats, but make up 5% of the Canadian population. This needs to change, and soon. To make positive changes, we need to ensure the votes cast by Canadians are truly represented by those elected in the House of Commons. Instead, we have seen a government with 100% of the power, with just over 30% of the vote in the last election. We all watched as the Liberals campaigned on a commitment to move forward with electoral reform time and again, which has collected cobwebs ever since, with little movement and no action taken to date. This inaction has been met with the silence on the issue by the Conservatives. But it is not too late for all parties to come together and do what is right, Madam Speaker. It is time we give Canadians the tools required to move forward in a positive direction, to take partisanship out of the equation, and to see solutions put forward that are not based on the next election, but the long-term best interest of everyday Canadians. Canadians across the country are reaching out to their members of Parliament, asking for the implementation of a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. Canadians are asking for the work to be done by an independent, nonpartisan, and representative body of citizens to bring forward real, made-in-Canada solutions to ensure Canada's democracy is strong and those elected representative of the vibrant diversity that makes our country the incredible place that it is. Canadians are sharing with me that the debate we are having today and the vote to follow on electoral reform has given them hope. Hope that as Canadians we can come together and agree that strengthening our democracy is the responsibility of each of us. Hope that we can envision and create a better future. Madam Speaker, Canadians have spoken and have spoken loudly. This is a priority. Bringing this motion forward and seeing the response from Canadians across the country has been incredible, as I watched floods of volunteers knocking on doors, making phone calls, getting signatures on petitions, and bringing them forward to members of Parliament seeking their support on this motion. Much of this work was made possible through Fair Vote Canada and their tireless volunteers, and so many volunteers across the country. I want to thank all those who have participated and continue to contribute on this important work. As quoted by Helen Keller, Madam Speaker, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Thank you.
Alors, la question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
And seconded by Mr. Blakey, move that A, the House recognize that 1, representative democracy is a fundamental part of Canadian society. 2, in Canada's current electoral system, the majority of voters cast ballots for a candidate who does not get elected, and many voters feel that election results do not accurately reflect their views. 3, a Léger poll conducted in September 2020 showed that 80% of Canadians support the idea of striking a nonpartisan, independent citizens' assembly on electoral reform. 4, beaucoup de Canadiens.
4, many Canadians are worried about the health of Canada's democracy, including voter trust, voter distrust and disengagement, low voter turnout, and the polarization of politics. 5, all politicians and all parties are widely perceived by the public to have a vested interest in the design of the electoral system. 6, citizens' assemblies have considerable legitimacy and public trust because they are independent, nonpartisan, representative bodies of citizens.
Number 7, citizens' assemblies have been used successfully in Canada, Australia, Belgium, France, Ireland, Scotland, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom to tackle difficult issues through nuanced public deliberation. 8, a citizens' assembly on electoral reform would give citizens a leadership role in building consensus on a specific model for electoral reform for Canada. And B, in the opinion of the House, the government should create a Canadian Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform, which would 1, consist of citizens selected by sortition and impartial selection process to ensure the Assembly's independence and non-partisanship.
2, reflect the diversity of the Canadian population, including representation and meaningful participation of age groups, genders, ethnicities, languages, socioeconomic backgrounds, and geographic regions, including from First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. 3, determine if electoral reform is recommended for Canada, and if so, recommend specific measures that would foster a healthier democracy.
Participating in person, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 7, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, comments, consideration at second reading of Bill C-61, First Nations Clean Water Act.
Ms. Hajdu, seconded by Ms. Kira, moves that Bill C-61, an act respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nation lands, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues in the House for allowing me to rise today. It's with great privilege that I do to speak on Bill C-61, the First Nations Clean Water Act, at second reading. Upon its introduction to this House on December 11th, 2023, Chief Logan of Lheidli First Nation said its introduction was huge for her nation to see a light at the end of the tunnel. That day, I was joined by First Nations partners and federal colleagues to present a bill that reflects the collective vision for a future of safe drinking water in First Nations communities, work that began with our government's commitment in 2015. And today, we take an important step forward to ensure that all First Nations will have clean drinking water in their communities for generations to come. This bill honors not only our commitment to First Nations, but to all Canadians. It will bring us even closer to reaching parity of access to clean drinking water in First Nations and non-First Nations communities, and it will ensure that First Nations are in control of their water and their future. But first, let's remember where we came from. Last year, the government officially repealed the 2013 Safe Drinking Water First Nations Act. First Nations across the country had been asking for this since before the bill was even introduced. Why? Because the Harper government never considered including the voices or perspectives of First Nations when they drafted that legislation. To them, this was a problem to be solved, an issue to be managed. The Conservative bill set rigorous water quality standards for First Nations communities, but then allowed the Harper government to systemically ignore and underfund water systems for a decade. It enabled the Harper Conservative government, including the current leader, to put the blame on First Nations for failing to deliver on a promise that they never agreed to in the first place. This kind of anti-Indigenous racism has been baked into our institutions since they were established. First Nations saw the Harper-era legislation for what it was: cynical, political, and useless. This kind of approach changed when we ran in 2015 because we made a promise to First Nations and to all Canadians that we would do things differently. We committed to repealing and replacing the Conservative Water Bill, legislation so hated by First Nations that partners called for its repeal before it was passed. And we committed to creating new law to protect water for First Nations in true nation-to-nation partnership. Since 2015, we've met extensively with First Nations leaders and communities. We've listened to concerns and priorities, and we've shared in this work with partners, with class action litigants, with rights holders, and with First Nations communities from coast to coast to coast. The AFN says the bill is the first of its kind to be introduced since the passage of the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Article 19 of the Declaration requires states to consult and cooperate with Indigenous peoples before adopting legislative measures that affects them. And it requires us to do things differently, Madam Speaker, to deeply consider what consultation and cooperation actually means. Hundreds of consultations were held with First Nations communities and partners to shape this proposed law and address key priorities identified by First Nations. The work of consultations began in 2018, and it consisted of multiple engagements in a variety of approaches. And these formal conversations led to the extensive work on the bill you see today. This is reflected in feedback like we've recently heard from the Blackfoot Confederacy chiefs and Treaty 7, who have said recently the government clearly listened to the concerns of the Blackfoot Nations regarding the final consultation draft of the legislation and made significant changes to the bill. It is for this reason that our nations support Bill C-61. Comme le rappel,
as the elders regularly remind me, and as many other knowledge keepers and people from throughout the country remind me, water is life. It is the foundation of community health and well-being. As we all know, we must do more to protect First Nations sources of water.
Partners shared with me, Madam Speaker, how powerful it was to see their words, their feedback reflected in our way forward. On the day the bill was tabled, Chief Erica Baudouin of Cowessess First Nation said, and I quote, "I believe today is historic, not only because the bill has been introduced, but because it is the start of that day where our children will be born with the regulations that are needed. This is truly a historic moment for law development in Canada." Throughout this consultation and in my visits to First Nations, I've heard the many ways First Nations people have suffered through imposed law that undermines their safety, their culture, their connection to the land and water, and the deep sorrow and damage to their ancestors and children as a result. But Canada has committed to do better, to be a better partner in protecting this land, this water and country together. It will be by working together like this where we advance legislation that restores power, self-determination, and tools of equity for healing to occur and for the true potential of all people of this land to prosper. And with the newly passed United Nations Declaration Act, there will be many more opportunities to use and improve on collaboration in lawmaking in the future. The Assembly of First Nations led the call for the repeal of the Harper Bill, and through their extensive work, they identified 5 key issues that would need to be included in any new legislation. They are as follows. 1, affirm First Nations' inherent rights to manage their water systems. 2, create the tools First Nations need to protect their source waters. 3, hold governments accountable to invest the funding needed for water infrastructure. 4, co-develop minimum standards for clean drinking water. And 5, support the creation of a First Nations-led water institution. Each of these 5 areas are significantly addressed in this bill, and the AFN now says it is confident that the proposed legislation addresses one of their most critical priorities as First Nations, ensuring safe and clean drinking water and adequate wastewater. Bill C-61 recognizes and affirms the inherent right of First Nations to self-government, including jurisdiction in relation to water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on, in, and under First Nations lands. The proposed legislation would also establish rights-based regulatory pathways to protect water and source water adjacent to First Nations lands. This would be done in consultation and cooperation with First Nations, other federal ministers, provinces, and territories to protect drinking water sources that flow onto First Nations lands. It commits the federal government to work with First Nations to ensure they have the tools they need to protect the lakes and the rivers that feed water systems. Le projet de loi
Bill C-61 would support the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, including by applying the principle of free, prior, and informed consent.
The bill would strengthen funding commitments to provide adequate and sustainable funding for water services on First Nations lands comparable to services received in non-First Nations communities. The bill would establish minimum national standards for drinking water and wastewater services on First Nations land based on the choices of First Nations themselves. It would help ensure that First Nations have reliable access to drinking water and wastewater services on First Nations lands in a manner that's comparable to services available to those living in non-First Nations communities. It would also ensure First Nations are involved in making the decisions related to their drinking water and wastewater services. The government will have to consult and cooperate with First Nations when making funding allocation decisions and when developing federal regulations. Des règlements fédéraux.
Federal regulations on drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nations territory will guarantee that there is effective regulation of drinking water for all First Nations.
At the same time, the bill would support First Nations in exercising their inherent right to self-government by making First Nations law paramount over federal regulations under the bill should First Nations choose. The bill would also facilitate water agreements, including transboundary source water protection agreements and bilateral financial agreements between First Nations and Canada to support the exercise of First Nations jurisdiction on First Nations land. The bill would also require Canada to be an active partner in the creation of a First Nations Water Commission that would support First Nations in exercising greater control over drinking water and wastewater services on First Nations land. In short, the bill puts First Nations in the front when it comes to making decisions on clean drinking water. First Nations peoples have always known the importance of protecting the lakes and rivers that give life to us all. They should be the ones making these important regulations to protect water for their communities. They should have the power to develop clean drinking water standards, and they should have the funding they need to do this work along with the tools that enable it to be done. It is not one thing that will protect water for generations. It is many. And this bill addresses the key elements First Nations have identified that they need to do this work. And it's also why the Atlantic First Nations Water Authority is supportive of its introduction. As Chief Wilbert Marshall said, it's a unique opportunity for First Nations to control their service, critical to the socioeconomic and environmental well-being of their communities. Aligned with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, this legislation was developed through engagements that put First Nations voices at the center. In fact, we shared 2 draft versions of the bill with every community across the country to get their feedback. We also posted it online. And with the extensive feedback through many sources, it has been First Nations voices leading the process, pushing the federal government to examine itself and its ways to evolve towards true partnership in law creation. C'est une première à ce vide.
That's a first for Indigenous Services Canada. I'd like to thank all those who reviewed the bill, who provided comment, and who helped us to develop and strengthen the bill.
Now, even though many First Nations partners have expressed their support of C-61, the process of review and debate is important to ensure the law is as strong as it can be to achieve its goal of clean water access for generations to come. This stage of the legislation process is equally important, and we will debate this bill. We will hear from First Nations voices in committee, and we will be ready to make amendments, guided first and foremost by the voices and experiences of First Nations partners. It is with this spirit that I hope all members will debate this bill, through the lens of self-determination and honor of the commitments Canada has made to First Nations people and communities, and yet has often failed to meet. Because right now, First Nations don't have the power or resources to protect or monitor the water flowing into their communities. And the result has been generations of loss, damage, illness, grief, and even death. Last year, I visited with Tatasqueaq Cree Nation in northern Manitoba. I met with elders, educators, and members of Tatasqueaq to hear about their love for Split Lake, a body of water that almost entirely surrounds their community. I heard about their history of playing, drinking, and enjoying the lake in the past, and their deep grief and anger about the poisoning of the water through decades of industrial pollution. The water is so damaged that it now cannot be used to bathe with, swim in, let alone drink. The community routinely sees dead animals in the lake, adding to the grief and distress they feel living so close to once a vibrant and alive body of water. We've worked hard with the community to find an alternative water source at a neighboring lake, which has meant building a 44-kilometer water pipeline to the nearest clean source of water. But even with this new source, members are distrustful of the safety of their water supply, and they worry about the spread of contamination to the wildlife in the region, important food sources and part of the circle of life. No people should have to live with such fear of their water and such grief of the loss of this most essential element of life. Bien que la province...
The provinces and territories have laws and regulations to support the drinking water supply, but there are no similar regulations for First Nations on their own territories.
When our federal Liberal government took office in 2015, there were 105 long-term boil water advisories in effect, and sadly, given the decade of neglect under the Harper Conservatives, this wasn't surprising. Indeed, funding for operations was significantly below provincial levels, making it hard for communities to train and retain water operators. Since then, the federal Liberal government has increased funding for water infrastructure by 150%, and the number of long-term water advisories has gone down by 73%. We've also worked together to prevent hundreds of short-term advisories from becoming long-term. Today, 96% of First Nations communities do not have a long-term water advisory. But even still, as Chief Muniz just recently has told me from Niskandaga, trust of water is hard to find when you've lived your whole life without confidence in its safety. We must continue our efforts to improve long-term access to clean drinking water for First Nations. We can see a light at the end of the tunnel, Madam Speaker, with the majority of long-term advisories on a clear path to a lift. But we can never go back to an arbitrary and opaque system of First Nations water protection. First Nations have the inherent right to clean water, like we all do, and this bill will enshrine the tools needed to ensure Canada honors its commitments as a true partner in protecting drinking water for future generations to come. It's the first law in our country to be developed in such a collaborative way with First Nations. I truly believe the inclusion of Indigenous peoples in the development of law will mean better outcomes for all Canadians. I look forward to each member's reflections on how to continue this inclusion as we debate this bill together, and I call on all parties to join me in moving forward with the First Nations Clean Water Act, because as Chief Baudouin said it, Indigenous people, Indigenous children deserve to be conceived, born, and die drinking clean water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci. Miigwech.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Avignon-Lamétis.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the Bloc Québécois, of course, welcomes the tabling of this bill, but it's shocking absurd, in fact, that in 2024 we should have to legislate to ensure that First Nations in Canada have access to clean drinking water. Canada is not a developing nation. Canada is a G7 country. In Canada, we have 20% of the world's fresh water. So it's incredibly surprising that in 2024 we haven't done more. The 2013 Act was criticized as soon as it was passed, as the minister said, but I'm wondering why it took the government so long to act. They have formed government since 2015. In 2017, water testing was done in some communities in Canada. For example, in Listigouche, in my riding, there was lead found in the water. And Indigenous Services Canada let that continue. So how will this bill ensure that First Nations have access to clean water? The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her passion for clean water. And I would share her dismay, really, that this country in many ways has led to discriminatory policy and funding for First Nations. In fact, that's why we are here today. Discretionary funding for water safety has been part of this government's shameful legacy, and we are changing that with this legislation. In fact, not only will this legislation install tools of protection for First Nations that are enforceable, it will also create capacity and partnerships with provinces and territories who play a huge role in protecting the water that feeds First Nations. And finally, Madam Speaker, this law will enshrine the right for First Nations people to have equitable funding to non-Indigenous communities for the protection of their water sources, something that has been sorely lacking. First Nations partners will have the ability to develop those funding models together with the Government of Canada to ensure that we never find ourselves in this situation again.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this government has been in power for 8 years. It is shameful that there are still Indigenous communities without access to clean drinking water. Also, February 6th is the one-year anniversary of the tailings ponds leak that has impacted northern Indigenous communities, First Nations and Métis communities. It's been 1 year, and we know that Imperial Oil knew for years that there was leakage. There have been no charges, no accountability. Indigenous leaders have come to testify at Environment Committee, and they have been calling for accountability for Imperial Oil and big corporations that pollute our waters. When will this government stop letting big polluters like Imperial Oil off the hook, start listening to Indigenous communities, and protect their inherent right to clean water?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say that this legislation establishes the right, the inherent right to clean water, but it does more than that, Madam Speaker. What it also does is provide First Nations with the tools to be able to monitor the source water that feeds their First Nations drinking water systems. And that is work that we must do together with provinces and territories. As you know, Madam Speaker, this is collaborative work with multiple levels of jurisdiction, but it sets First Nations on a pathway to have the tools to better detect when their water sources are polluted. I, too, have met with the First Nations deeply affected by the Imperial Oil spill, and I can tell you that part of this dismay is the worry and the concern and the fear that the water systems were contaminated for far longer than they knew about. And this bill will make sure that situations like that are a thing of the past.
And comments? The Honourable for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, listening to the minister here this morning talk about water advisories, you know, the previous Conservative government left 8.5 years ago. We still have over 100 water advisories on First Nations. In my province of Saskatchewan, I've seen reserves burn down water treatment plants because this government has done little or nothing. So, you know, the minister can talk about the previous Harper government, but this government has done very little in the last 8.5 years. I would like her to comment on the situation. And the other thing, Madam Speaker, is these water treatment plants need education, and they need people on reserve to operate the water treatment plants. And that's part of the problem that we've seen with this government the last 8.5 years.
Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, trust a Conservative member to blame First Nations people for burning down their own water treatment plants and not being smart enough to be able to understand how to operate those plants. That's the kind of paternalism, Madam Speaker, that led to 105 long-term boil water advisors. They just weren't worth investing in, I guess. First Nations people have the dignity, the ability, and the intelligence to be able to operate complex water systems. I've met water systems operators from across this country. Madam Speaker, one of the things we had to change was the discriminatory funding for water operation in First Nations left by the previous Conservative government. Of course, that meant that as soon as people got training, they often left for better opportunities to support their families. But we changed that, Madam Speaker, as a Liberal government. We actually created equity in the way that water operators are funded in First Nations compared to off of First Nation. But there's more to do, Madam Speaker, to combat attitudes like that across this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, and I do thank the Honourable Minister for Bill C-61. Ever since it was tabled in December, I've been looking forward to this debate to learn more about the bill. Certainly as I read it in black and white, it recognizes sovereignty over the infrastructure, over the rights to clean drinking water, but I do, and it's not in any way, shape, or form to suggest that this is not properly thought through, but I'm keen to know how we avoid, and with training and infrastructure and all the benefits of settler culture privilege. We know what happened in Walkerton, where the provincial government had shut down the testing facilities, so we had E. coli, and they didn't raise the alarm, and people died. We know that delivering safe, clean drinking water is the right of Indigenous nations. How will this government ensure this process is adequately funded?
Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, first of all, let me say that universally I've traveled across this country and visited with First Nations people in every province and territory, and what I will say is universally the conversation has always started with a deep recognition that water is indeed life, and in fact that water in itself has life, and that it is an important element of being custodians, protectors of this planet that we all call home. But I do want to acknowledge the member's long-standing work on protecting the environment, and I'm glad that she's looking at the bill so closely in her usual fashion. I will say that the second important element of the 5 elements in the bill actually does commit the Government of Canada to ensure First Nations have the resources and funding they need to maintain and operate their water systems, which would be inclusive of recruiting and training new water operators on an ongoing basis. And I will say that this work on determining how to do that funding will be done and developed with First Nations so that it is truly a collaborative process rather than one that's dictated by the federal government to First Nations.
Comments, Honourable for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I want to first of all congratulate the Minister on her work and the speech that she shared with us today. I think some of the important work that's taken place over the last 8 years actually is the separation of Indigenous, formerly known as Indigenous and Northern Affairs, to Crown Indigenous, and as well as Indigenous services. I also appreciated the Minister's comments in regards to actually recognizing the value and importance of a nation-to-nation relationship and having First Peoples, Indigenous peoples, part of the decision-making, because the way we move forward really has to come from a better recognition of what we've done in the past, and I think we have to recognize that we've not always done it well. So I would like just to hear the Minister's comments on just some of the publicly available data when it comes to water advisories, also just the importance of seeing this legislation thoroughly debated and moving forward faster and as quickly as possible.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would say that Canadians are seized by the need for all First Nations to have access to clean water, and that's why we have a transparent tracker on the Government of Canada website that can delineate all the remaining 28 long-term boil water advisors and what stage they are at in the work to deliver clean water. Most projects are either in the construction stage or waiting for the comfort of Chief Council and community to lift that advisory. There are a few that are still determining the best approach. But I would say, Madam Speaker, it is important to understand the difference in the attitude about sovereignty and Indigenous inherent rights between our government and the Conservatives. You heard the member opposite in his shameful comments just a few moments ago, and that reflects the overall comment that many people have for the opposition party right now.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Haliburton, Kawartha Lake, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak to Bill C-61, an act respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nations lands, which I will hereafter refer to as the First Nations Clean Water Act. I just want to first of all comment on what the minister just spoke about. She likes to hurl around insults, but she herself is part of a government that has refused to meet with 133 Ontario chiefs, many of which are in her own riding, talking about relief on the carbon tax. And one of the reasons they had to move to court action is because the government would not meet with them. So talk about the height of Ottawa knows best. We have 133 chiefs, like I said, many of which in that minister's own riding. She refused to meet with those chiefs. Now court action has started because of the lack of, that is peak colonialism, and that minister should be ashamed of herself. So before I get into my speech about Bill C-61, I'd like to just take a few moments, if I could, Speaker, to acknowledge my colleague and my friend, the member from Disnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River, who recently stepped down in his role as Shadow Minister for Indigenous Services Canada. You know, I think we all know this member. He has a great vision for this file. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he truly believes in reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada. And I think we all know him for his, you know, his soft-spoken demeanor, his sense of humor, his well thought out and articulated positions on Indigenous issues, and you know, he's someone you really want to listen to when speaking about this file. I know I've learned a lot from him. I know he has really taken this file to heart. He has told me he'll continue to meet with stakeholders, and he has already valued the information and the knowledge he has gained from the wisdom of those stakeholders, and it's something he will take for the rest of his life, the experiences he's had on this file. I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank his staff, or give them a mention at least. Of course, Dion, who works in the constituency office but heavily involved in this file in Ottawa quite often. Emily and Lene, those individuals put a lot of effort into this file, their hearts in it, and I couldn't be more thankful for the opportunity I've been given to work with that member and his staff. Getting on to the bill, Speaker, Canada as a whole is blessed with clean, fresh, and safe drinking water, being home to 20% of the world's fresh water and 7% of its renewable water supply. Yet safe, clean drinking water has been unavailable for many Indigenous communities. The history of Canada's efforts, or perhaps challenges, in a better word, with respect to addressing the long and short-term boil water advisories has been one plagued with the inability, actually, to get it done. I'm not necessarily speaking to the efforts of one government or another, or I think it's quite clear that all governments to date share part of the responsibility in this failure. That is not to say that there weren't, or in the case of the current government, are earnest efforts to address this issue, but we know that the efforts in general continue to rely on the archaic and paternalistic Ottawa knows best way of doing things. And I think that's what's at the heart of the matter. This failure, Speaker, is our collective fault, and the worst thing we can do is to continue to rely exclusively on public servants, in some cases thousands of kilometers from the problem, to make decisions needed to solve them. It is my hope, and surely something I will be focusing on committee, that Bill C-61 addresses this approach, and we look to Indigenous-led solutions in partnership with surrounding communities and all levels of government to ensure once and for all that safe, clean drinking water is available to Indigenous communities. Speaker, the history of Indigenous water crisis is a long one that truly did not start garnering attention until after the tragedy in Walkerton or the contamination in North Battleford, Saskatchewan. In 2000, One, the then Department of Indigenous and Northern Affairs began to survey water and wastewater systems in Indigenous communities across Canada to establish a baseline of information regarding existing drinking water infrastructure. The assessment covered 740 drinking water systems serving 691 First Nations communities, finding that nearly 30% were water systems with potential health and safety concerns. 46% were systems requiring some repairs, and only a quarter were considered low risk, experiencing minimal problems without any problems. The figures at the time estimated the problems could be fixed for approximately $1.6 billion. Based on the survey results in 2003, the Government of Canada announced the First Nations Water Management Strategy, the first comprehensive plan to tackle drinking water and wastewater systems within First Nations communities. The plan allocated $1.6 billion between 2003 and 2008 to address 7 key areas: infrastructure upgrades, improved monitoring and reporting, enhanced operating and maintenance, increased training, new water quality management protocols, enhanced public awareness, and new standards, policies, and protocols. And while a 2009 Health Canada report noted that the strategy led to an improved understanding of the challenges plaguing Indigenous communities and allowed for faster and more coordinated responses to emerging water issues, it did not, according to a 2005 report by the Commissioner for the Environment and Sustainable Development, provide the same safeguards on drinking water that existed off reserve. The conclusion was that a lack of a regulatory regime for Indigenous communities, failure to carry out testing, and the lack of technical support for the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of water systems had to be addressed if the water crisis were to be fixed. In 2006, the Government of Canada launched the Plan of Action for First Nations Drinking Water. The Plan of Action was built on the First Nations Water Management Strategy and committed an additional $60 million between 2006 and 2008 to address the findings of the 2005 Commissioner's reports. The plan for action included the creation of an expert panel which found a number of issues that had yet to be addressed by Canada. These included that adequate resources for training, operations, maintenance are more critical to ensuring safe drinking water than regulations alone, and that gap existed between the federal government's cost estimates and the actual amount of funding needed to bring First Nations drinking water systems up to standard. The next step forward, Speaker, came in 2008 with the introduction of the First Nations Wastewater Action Plan. An additional $330 million was allocated to support the action plan, which reinforced the 2006 plan while adding new objectives, including a commitment to consult with Indigenous communities on new legislation, as well as the commissioning of a national engineering assessment of the status of First Nations water systems right across the country. The resulting reports, released in 2011, demonstrated that while Canada had a much better understanding of the water issues in Indigenous communities, only marginal progress has been made since 1995. In 2013, the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act was created by the government to support the development of federal regulations to improve First Nations access to clean, reliable drinking water and effective treatment of wastewater. According to the Office of the Auditor General, between 1995 and 2003, the federal government spent about $1.9 billion to help First Nations communities provide safe drinking water and wastewater services. A further $600 million was committed in Budget 2003 to support the plan. Between 2006 and 2014, the federal government invested approximately $3 billion towards water and wastewater infrastructure and related public health activities to support First Nations communities in managing their water and wastewater systems. From 2015 to the present, the federal government has spent over $5.7 billion to build and repair at least 123 new water and wastewater plants, repair or upgrade 658 others, and support the effective management and maintenance of water systems. As I mentioned before, Speaker, this is an issue that has been the responsibility of many governments from both sides of the aisle, and clearly the issue isn't spending money, with over $11 billion being spent by successive governments to address the problem. As I alluded to earlier in my speech, Speaker, we have to look at the way we've been doing things that address the issue, and it's time for a new approach. Now I turn to C61 and we ask ourselves, is this new approach what we need? I can assure you that will be the fundamental question that will need to be answered and in the affirmative by Indigenous leaders at committee if this bill is to succeed. Now, Bill C-61 looks to do a number of things, including affirming and recognizing that the inherent right to self-government, recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, includes the jurisdiction of First Nations in relation to water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on, in, and under First Nation lands. Setting out principles and provisions to address issues related to First Nations clean and safe drinking water and wastewater treatment and disposal on First Nations. The creation of a new First Nations-led Water Commission is promised that would monitor water in communities, help them obtain legal advice, and make recommendations to federal, provincial, and territorial governments where required. Subject to the wishes of a First Nation governing body, drinking water quality and wastewater effluent would at least need to meet the federal guidelines and regulations or the standards of the province or territory where the First Nations lands are located, and seeking to provide pathways to facilitate water protection by creating water protection zones where First Nations, provinces, and territories are to come together to protect, manage, and preserve water and source water. In 2019, legal action was initiated against Canada in a proposed class action suits on behalf of all members of First Nations and members residents on reserves that had a drinking water advisory for at least 1 year since 1995. On December 22, 2021, the federal courts and the courts of the Queen's Bench of Manitoba issued a joint decision approving an agreement to settle the class action lawsuit. The terms of the settlement agreement were announced on July 30, 2021, and included the following: $1.5 billion in compensation for individuals deprived of clean drinking water, the creation of $400 million First Nation Economic and Cultural Restoration Fund, a renewed commitment to Canada's action plan for the lifting of all long-term drinking water advisories, the creation of a First Nations Advisory Committee on Safe Drinking Water, supports for First Nations to develop their own safe drinking water bylaws and initiatives, a commitment of at least $6 billion to support reliable access to safe drinking water on reserves. The planned modernization of Canada's First Nations drinking water legislation is included in that as well. C-61 specifically requires the Government of Canada to provide funding that, at a minimum, meets the expenditures set out in the 2021 settlement agreement. This commitment is $6 billion to be spent between June 20th, 2021 and March 31st, 2030 to address short and long-term water advisories. As of May 2023, there were officially a total of 31 long-term drinking water advisories in Canada, impacting 27 Indigenous communities. This number, of course, has fluctuated over the years, and in some cases, communities have gone off only to be put back on a short time later. One of the most glaring deficiencies in Canada's approach to safe water for Indigenous communities has always been the proper identification and capture of the full picture with respect to unsafe water sources in Indigenous communities. Part of the problem is the exclusion of public water systems that the federal government has not given funding to, nor does it account for long-term advisories in the territories. A full accounting, taking in the emissions from the official numbers, brings the current total across Canada as high as 55. The lack of consistent and transparent data collection regarding water advisories makes it almost impossible to get a clear picture of the extent of the problem across the country. For those who may be listening, may not understand what a water advisory is and why it is so fundamentally important to the health of communities. Advisories can be issued by a local government, First Nation, or public health authority when drinking water quality has been or may have been compromised to the point where its consumption poses a risk to public health. Water quality can be adversely impacted as a result of a number of factors, including such conditions as contaminated groundwater or aquifers supplying wells, the presence of bacteria like E. coli, unacceptable concentrations of harmful chemicals or pesticides, problems with inadequate filtration or manufacturing equipment, or, of course, failing to meet the clean drinking water guidelines in Canada. Numbers can be misleading, as I mentioned just a few moments ago. Many communities continue to hop on and off these water advisories. For instance, 5 of the 90 First Nations communities in which long-term drinking water advisories have been listed since 2015 have had new long-term drinking water advisories issued since 2019. 2 of those communities have had their previous long-term drinking water advisories in place for over 15 years. An additional 12 long-term drinking water advisories are in effect in Saskatchewan, Ontario, and New Brunswick for First Nations water systems that are not subsidized by the federal government, along with 10 long-term drinking water advisories in British Columbia. Also, we cannot forget the North, where the Northwest Territories and Nunavut each have 1 long-term drinking water in effect. If Bill C-61 is to be successful, Speaker, there will have to be a complete review and overhaul of how we account for water quality advisories. One of the other concerns about Bill C-61 that must be addressed at committee is the government's approach to consultation on the bill. Many First Nation leaders, including the AFN, were involved in the process to develop the legislation, will support it, and I believe it has been a long time coming. Yet, not all First Nations leaders agree, and there seems to be a growing chorus of voices from First Nations communities that are opposed to the legislation, mainly stating that it was not co-developed or does not have their support. It will be important to hear from those leaders to hear and address the concerns that they may have with C-61. Furthermore, there are a number of other questions that must be explored at committee, including that some communities face extensive barriers to long-term access to safe drinking water, barriers that are not solved, unfortunately, by money alone. What are those barriers, and how can we partner with Indigenous communities to actually overcome them? Keeping in mind the close spiritual and historical connection with land, its relocation, and an option for communities in extreme conditions of no matter what money will provide them that solution. If that is an option, Speaker, what does that look like for an Indigenous community? How do we solve the issue of transparency, ensuring that data is current, relevant, and provides a real picture of the water situation? That long-term operation and maintenance continues to be an ongoing impediment to safe water access. Limited number of trained staff, and in some cases no trained staff for remote locations, begs the question, how do we solve critical staffing issues? Perhaps there is potential to explore regional solutions, shared water management systems that provide a sharing of personnel and resources. We must also look at the aggravating or mitigating factors limiting access to clean drinking water. Remoteness, overcrowded communities, areas with poor or no access to water. We need to understand that one solution does not always fit all in these situations. And lastly, what role can technology play? Are remotely operated plants an option? Do we have that kind of technology available, the infrastructure available in Canada? We need to hear from witnesses who can speak to those potential solutions. Conservatives agree, Speaker, that clean drinking water is a basic necessity of life. We must work with provinces, territories, municipalities, and Indigenous communities to develop a real solution with an agreed-upon timeline to deliver access to safe drinking water to all communities. Thank you very much for the time. I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting today we're debating substantial legislation dealing with water, and one of the things that I wanted to highlight is the fact that often as a legislature we have substantive pieces of legislation. You know, this morning the focus is on C-61. Later on this afternoon we're going to be debating in third reading the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, both of which are substantial pieces. And there's a finite amount of time, and there's a desire to see good legislation pass in a timely fashion. So we're hoping to see that the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement will pass this afternoon. We're also hoping to see that the Conservatives will put a high priority on this legislation. I'm wondering if the member can give a clear indication in terms of what sort of a time frame he would like to see before this bill goes to committee.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for that question. Yes, of course, as I mentioned earlier in this speech, this piece of legislation, Bill C-61, is an important step forward and something that has support from organizations like the AFN. Others do have some questions they would like asked. We'll get to that in the committee process. As for the actual time schedule, it's the government who controls the agenda in the House. We are at their mercy, and it's really up to them on their priority. I notice in other pieces of legislation, Indigenous-led legislation, we just finished it up in committee today, Bill C-53, the self-governing legislation concerning Métis in Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. That was promised for months and brought in at the dying days of the session before the break in June. In fact, this piece of legislation, C-61, was promised again for months. And I don't know what the delay was on the government side. I'm not sure what it was. I believe the delay is over 6 months on when we could have been discussing this or even brought it to committee and perhaps even passed it at third reading. But again, it's the government putting up these roadblocks. We'd like to see what timetable they have in mind.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James Nunavut EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. It's important bill here because even in my riding, the reserve doesn't have drinking water. I went to Kuujjuaq. They also don't have drinking water available. The facilities are out of date. So there's not adequate infrastructure. What could the government do, and what does my colleague think about this?
Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. Yeah, this is still and a shameful part that this kind of situation still goes on in this country. And I know the member shared a story of long-term boil water advisory in her riding. I can tell you, in the riding of Kenora, the longest boil water advisory in history is still taking place. They're well over 10,000 days now, well over 10,000. It's something that's been in effect since 1995, if you can believe it. 1995, still on a boil water advisory. So that went to the kind of the heart of my speech, what I was talking about. The Ottawa Knows Best approach is clearly not working. If we still have boil water advisories with all the technology available, all the brain power available, that we are able to actually solve it, and we haven't, is beyond me. So that tells me that the structure, the status quo itself is not working. That seems to be the symptom. And if we can address that, I think then with more Indigenous-led solutions, we can actually get this problem fixed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his important intervention. I always appreciate what he has to share. And I also appreciate that he did list some of the court case settlements. But I did want to ask about source water protection and who has authority. I know that there's been discussions about whether First Nations should have the authority to discuss source water, be it municipal, provincial, or federal. I wonder if he could share his thoughts on what this would mean and why it should be discussed in committee.
The Honourable for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend from Nunavut. I take it that committee is over, that she is in this place, so I will take it as that our committee, INAN committee, wrapped up, and she's now working hard for her constituents, or continuing to work hard. Yeah, I think that's one of the things I wanted to highlight, and I should have actually focused more time on that, is those discussions need to take place. And of course, as we address it, and C-61 touches on it a little bit, well, it does touch on it, is including those voices and those conversations, especially when it talks about source water. So I think I spoke about it a little bit. I'll make a note to speak on it a little more, but one of the things we're going to address in committee is issues like that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his in-depth speech laying out some of this. And he highlighted the fact that the timeline on this bill, and this is a bill that I remember being promised and being floated by the government for a long period of time. And it's troubling that this is almost part of the track record of this government of talking about something and then putting it on everyone else when they've failed to schedule the time. And so I think I would like to hear from the member, because he's highlighted some organizations and some communities, and I've seen some First Nations that are quite concerned about this bill and that they weren't consulted with and what that means for them. And so I'm just wondering if you could highlight what you're hoping to achieve through committee.
Needs to address all questions and comments through the chair, not directly to the member. The Honourable Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank my friend from Cold Lake for her intervention. Actually, I just want to commend her for her work with First Nations and Métis communities within her riding. She's a tremendous champion for those voices, and I know those communities in her riding do appreciate all her knowledge and her willingness to continue to learn on this file, because it is not a file that should be taken lightly, and I know she takes it very seriously, and she really digs in, so I appreciate that. In terms of her comments, she couldn't be more bang on, because this government, like many other pieces of legislation, waited till the last second to bring this in. This legislation, as she mentioned, was promised, I think it's 6 months and counting. C-53, the Métis self-government legislation, was brought in the dying seconds of the sitting before we adjourned in June. We could even go back to the Whitecap Dakota treaty. That was brought in the dying days. It is a growing concern with this government that on one hand they say it's the most Indigenous, the Indigenous file is the most important relationship, but on the other hand, they drop these pieces of legislation at the last second or in the dying days of Parliament. I think First Nations communities deserve more than that. I think we should actually be promoting them front and center, but unfortunately this government says one thing and does the other.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, and the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. I appreciated his speech. I couldn't quite decipher between the lines whether he imagines that he would like to vote for this legislation at second reading to get it to committee, and would that be the position of his caucus if he happens to know that?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my understanding we're voting in favour at second reading.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm concerned with many of the comments the member made reference in terms of lack of consultation, when in fact there has been considerable confrontations, even representations from AFN at today's introduction of the legislation itself. And I'm wondering if he can just provide his comments in regards to what leads him to believe that the government should not be working with AFN and the many different chiefs and others in order to ensure that we got it right. And we're confident in this legislation today because of all the inputs been in terms of consultations.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Speaker. Unfortunately, I think I didn't catch the whole segment of that member's question. It was about the AFN. I think I did say that there should be consultation within all groups. The AFN, I did point out in my speech, it was in favour, but at the same time, if you want to listen to the AFN, you should also be listening to the AFN when they talk about the carbon tax and the 133 chiefs in Ontario that want relief from the carbon tax, the Northwest Territory premiers that are now calling for a break from the carbon tax. Let's start listening to those Indigenous voices and axe the tax.
Reprise le débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Témiscamingue. Miigwech, Madam Speaker. It is with great humility and a great sense of responsibility that I rise today to bear the torch of relations with First Nations, Inuit and Métis, and with the northern parts of our regions for the Bloc Québécois. I would like to recognize my honourable colleague for Manicouagan and pay tribute to her incredible engagement and hard work for Indigenous nations throughout Quebec and Canada over the years. I am determined to work closely with Indigenous communities in the years to come to support their rights and autonomy while creating equitable nation-to-nation relations, thus following up on the excellent work of my colleague from Manicouagan. Before speaking about the bill we have before us today, I'd also like to speak about the participants in the second edition of the First Nations expedition. They are currently about to leave Témiscamingue, and they will be using snowmobiles to cover 3,250 kilometers from Wendake through Rouyn-Noranda, Maniwaki, Saint-Michel-des-Saints, and a number of other places. When I visited the participants in Témiscamingue, the entire political class of Témiscamingue was there to congratulate these participants who were selected because of their awareness of Indigenous causes and because they are deeply curious and wish to learn more about Indigenous nations. Two people came up with this idea, Christian Flamand, who is Atikamekw, and who yesterday made a remarkable speech about the depth of his convictions, as well as Derek Jeremy Anish, who is Naskapi. They are motivated by principles such as reconciliation, fraternity, respect, solidarity, and courage. The goal of this activity is to pay tribute to the memory of children who were victims of the residential schools, missing and murdered Indigenous women, Joyce Echaquan, and children who were torn from their families at birth. Madam Speaker, I would also like to mention a member of the Naskapi Nation that I met with yesterday, who told me that he has spent his life promoting water among First Nations and defending it. So I would like to thank him, as well as all members of the First Nations expedition. Madam Speaker, for Indigenous nations, water is not a mere question of hydration. It is also not just a mere resource or form of trade good. It is considered sacred. It is the source of life, knowledge, and rights. It is considered a living entity with its own spirit. It is the responsibility of human beings to protect it and to take care of our Mother Earth's vital sap. It is a symbol of Indigenous sovereignty. That is why I rise in this House today to speak to Bill C-61, an act respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nation lands. After first reading of this bill, I believe that it is too early to take a decision on this bill, since First Nations don't agree. There are still a number of concerns from First Nations about several provisions in this bill, and so taken together, it may not have the effect that was initially desired. There's a notion of co-development, and yet the principal partner here is not saying the same thing. That says a lot about the process, Madam Speaker. And we've seen that just recently with Bill C-53. So perhaps this government should revise its mechanism for consulting First Nations in order to have a better dialogue. Let me come back to this bill. C-61. It might seem a long-awaited response to the persistent problem of inequality in water access experienced by Indigenous peoples in Quebec and Canada, but the devil is in the details. Now let's look at the right to access a safe and clean source of drinking water, which is key. But many First Nations communities throughout the country are facing major difficulties in this regard. Since 1977, the government has committed to providing to reservations comparable water and water treatment services to those received elsewhere. But often those promises were nothing more than empty words. Often First Nations have to bear the disproportionate impact of bad water management, water insecurity, and a deficit in access to quality drinking water, which would be considered unacceptable for anyone living outside of reservations. In fact, it would be unimaginable for most of us who live in G7 countries. I don't have to detail at great length the effects of water insecurity. But in this year, 2024, where once again we rise in this House to debate legislation on water, I would like to just mention that there is a link between water insecurity and high rates of suicide in many Indigenous communities. In recent years, a great deal of research has shown that water insecurity and the loss of traditional practices linked to water can ultimately lead to feelings of anxiety, depression, and a lack of cultural identity. And this can then have more repercussions and lead to a higher risk of suicide. Access to safe, clean drinking water is critical not only to the physical health of Indigenous nations, but also mental health and cultural vitality. In fact, one of the clearest examples of persistent inequality has to do with the continuing existence of drinking water advisories on First Nations reservations. Despite Canada's commitments to provide drinking water and its repeated promises and its international obligations that recognize that this is a human right, Those advisories have been enforced for decades. It is shocking that in Canada, a country where there is an abundant amount of easy-to-access water, it is shocking that Canada is still unable to offer adequate infrastructure to access drinking water and wastewater treatment. Unlike developing countries, Canada is not facing a water shortage. In fact, nearly 20% of world reserves of freshwater are in Canada. It is not facing a precarious situation in terms of resources, and it is not an unstable, dictatorial, illegitimate government. So the only reason we have the current situation can only be attributed to successive Canadian governments and their negligence towards Indigenous nations. The federal government has shown a manifest lack of interest in taking care of First Nations. This is clear when we look at the discriminatory situation that these communities are being forced to bear. There are ongoing concerns. Now, given these realities, C-61 does represent a step in the right direction. The legislation does state that there is an inherent right to governmental autonomy recognized and confirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, including First Nations jurisdiction in the matter of water, and it also lays out principles like real equality to guide First Nations drinking water supply, as well as effective wastewater treatment on First Nations land. It also lays out minimum standards for water quality, and it also makes it easier to protect water sources. But as I said earlier, it is 2024 and we're still debating such legislation to enable communities to just have decent access to water and infrastructure. And even though it's a step in the right direction, it is unsatisfactory, given that the principal partner of the government, that is First Nations, has contested the Minister of Indigenous Services statement that this legislation is the one that was the closest to coming to full collaboration with First Nations in its development. The lack of consultation conflicts with the vision of a bill based on free, prior, and informed consent, as defined in Section 19 of UNDRIP. It might lead us to think that this was treated as more of a simple suggestion, rather than a strict requirement for all aspects of the bill. How can First Nations trust that the government will consult them about the bill? How will they trust that the government will consult them about implementing the bill when it hasn't even consulted them during its initial development? The bill confirms that water sources on First Nation lands are part of their lands, which creates a barrier against provincial property claims. In fact, Section 6.1 of the bill states that First Nations possess an inherent right of self-government recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, including jurisdiction in relation to water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure. The use of that terminology, referring to Section 35 of the Constitution Act, clearly states that there is an inherent right to self-government on water on reserve lands, and that this is a constitutional right and not simply authority conferred by law. The addition of the terms water and source water means that First Nations can exercise complete control over all aspects having to do with water on their lands. Protecting source water is crucially important to enable First Nations to have a proper water supply, both in quantity and quality, satisfying requirements, encouraging economic development, and preserving Indigenous rights and cultural practices. Protecting source water is mentioned throughout the text of the bill, but there are no clear requirements for protecting it. In fact, on the contrary, the control and protection of source water remains vulnerable under provincial and federal agreements as laid out in 6.1b of this bill. This would not give sufficient authority to First Nations to protect source water. They would only have limited jurisdiction, given that the jurisdiction also depends on the agreement of the federal government and the respective province or territory to coordinate the application. That is an issue, especially because protecting water varies considerably from one province to the next. And this bill might become a way for the federal government to wash its hands of its responsibilities to Indigenous partners. It gives a large scope to First Nations, but the fear of a disengaged federal government remains. And Bill C-61 does not even recognize the fundamental right that humans have to safe drinking water. Now, in Section 52A, it does recognize that the distinct needs of First Nations for reliable access to water services must be addressed in a way that respects First Nations rights, and their access must be comparable to that in non-Indigenous communities. The principle of substantive equality is recognized, but that doesn't in itself equal a right to quality drinking water. And this goes against Canada's international obligations. And I would like to talk to you about a community in my riding that for many years did not have access to running water or electricity. Recently, thanks to Quebec's efforts, the community will finally be connected to the electrical network within 3 years. But the problem is that the Kizikaki community will not have access to water because of an overly high groundwater layer. It will be impossible to dig on the site, and so it won't be possible to carry out infrastructure work, and so they won't have access to that. Only sanitary facilities and the Band Council's office have access to that blue gold, as it's called. And the community is hoping to build a new village, Wanaki, which means land of peace. But in order to do that, they need modern infrastructure and predictable funding. But that has not historically been the case. From 2015 to 2018, the amount used to fund this type of infrastructure was $146 million a year. But according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, in December 2017, what was actually needed was $361 million, more than double. So the government only provided 40% of necessary monies. Once again, Madam Speaker, let me speak more about the impacts in my region. The costs of maintenance and construction are much higher in the regions, and that can force communities to make heartbreaking choices. In February 2021, the Picogan Reservation near Amos stated that it was very difficult to find enough money for the water and sewage system. It was hard for the community to choose between supporting its water system and the other things that they needed, for example, roads and social and economic development. And in these remote regions, repairs are more expensive, especially because of the labor shortage and competition with mines in the construction sector. So looking at the bill, we see that this bill wants to do something about the funding problem. But once again, we see that superficial language is being used. It only requests that, or requires that funding at a minimum respect the commitment for funding laid out in the 2021 Regulation Agreement on Drinking Water for First Nations. These funding provisions in the bill do not go far enough to guarantee appropriate funding for First Nations. According to Section 26 of the legislation, the minister must make best efforts to ensure that access to clean and safe drinking water is provided to all residents. And to provide appropriate support for health, for sanitation and water services. But this ultimately leaves the door open to inaction, because this expression, best efforts, is a loophole that enables the government to wash its hands of its responsibility. If the minister can simply claim to have done their best for the community, but nonetheless the community does not have access to drinking water, it would be entirely legal under the terms of this proposed legislation, which is unacceptable. It's a real failure of responsibility towards our Indigenous fellow citizens, and we cannot tolerate it. I would also like to talk about a study carried out by the Investigative Journalism Institute at Concordia University. It revealed that Indigenous Services Canada was only funding 33% of the needs of the Kipawek community in my riding, even though the federal contribution was supposed to be 80%. Regardless of infrastructure, if Ottawa is not doing its fair share, it is impossible for First Nations to meet expectations. And the drinking water problem also affects other communities, including non-Indigenous ones. For example, let's look at the municipality of Laval-Charlier. They also don't have access to drinking water because the cost is too high for a community of around 300 people. And that is in a context where 30% of the population of Abitibi-Témiscamingue uses private wells for its water supply. A study carried out by the local public health authority showed that some of these private wells have arsenic in them. And those contaminated wells have something to do, they're associated with a certain type of stone which is near gold reserves. Some of these private wells are within these gold reserves, and thus there's arsenic in them. So both for Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities, it's very important to have the appropriate geological knowledge of the region in order to reduce these risks. Also, according to the Abitibi-Témiscamingue Public Health Authority, 4 out of 5 people had not cleaned or disinfected their well over the last 5 years. We need to consider this reality in the bill as well. How do we fund prevention? If, in cases where Indigenous communities decide to build wells, this needs to be considered as well. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, this is a critical moment. We need to seriously think about the future of access to the water supply for Indigenous communities in Quebec and Canada. This bill, C-61, represents an effort, although imperfect, to do something about the ongoing inequality in access to drinking water that is being borne by Indigenous peoples. Despite the good intentions here, there are major concerns. First Nations are still not being consulted in an appropriate fashion, which casts doubt on the legitimacy of legislation. And, in addition, there are real gaps in the area of funding. There will simply not be enough resources to adequately meet the needs of Indigenous communities. And we cannot ignore the fact that it is already 2024 and we are still debating the need for assuring decent access to drinking water and appropriate infrastructure. That's unacceptable and shows that this government has continued to fail to respect its commitments to Indigenous nations. As elected officials, our responsibility is to ensure that each and every citizen has equal and equitable access to this key element of life, drinking water. Bill C-61 gives us an opportunity to improve the situation, but it must be strengthened and amended to really meet the needs, claims, and rights of First Nations. We must show a sense of urgency and determination in order to put an end to this unacceptable situation. Access to safe, clean drinking water is a basic human right. We can no longer tolerate further delays. This Chamber's commitment to reconciliation demands that we act with great vigor to guarantee a future where every community, whether Indigenous or not, can thrive with dignity and equality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. For me, personally, there's two real strong aspects to the legislation when I think of C-61. First and foremost, absolutely no doubt, and I appreciate all the work, whether it's from the Minister or from Indigenous leaders virtually throughout the country and their contributions in bringing this, ultimately, the legislation forward through that consultation and hard work. I appreciate it, I value it, I understand the importance of water. That's one. And the second thing is just recognizing, as we talked about the UN Declaration in terms of how we bring forward legislation. And again, what we're seeing within this legislation is that it's not just being driven by the Minister, it's being driven also with Indigenous leadership. And I'm wondering if my colleague can provide his thoughts in regards to why it's so important that we continue to work hand in hand with the Indigenous people in order to protect the Mother Earth that is often referred to, and particularly dealing with water.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his commitment to Indigenous peoples, and I thank him for his question. We asked the Minister, the Indigenous Services Minister, that is, to publish a list of First Nations and organizations which were consulted for this act. We did not receive such a list, but the Minister did confirm that there were consultations. We need to make sure that consultations did indeed take place. and that they were truly consultations and not information sessions, because there's an association, the Association of First Nations of Quebec and Labrador. They want to be a stakeholder, and they are a stakeholder in Quebec. We consult them, and that's true nation-to-nation dialogue and consultation. So the principles of the bill are positive, but the walk will have to follow the talk. Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. A lot of the thoughts he shared are quite similar to what I've analyzed as well. I'd like to hear from the member what his thoughts are on this Liberal government's attitude towards Indigenous peoples and what it means that they introduced this bill that does not meet international human rights laws.
The Honourable Member for
Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Nunavut for her question. She is one of the members that I respect the most in this House, and it's been an honor to work more closely with her in committee. She is truly deeply committed toward Indigenous peoples and helping them. Now, of course, the government needs to take action toward reconciliation, and there needs to be dialogue, nation-to-nation dialogue, and it needs to be as inclusive as possible. Now, sending an email, if I were to email you, Madam Speaker, we couldn't say that we'd had a dialogue, you and I. We need true dialogue. First Nations should not be taken for granted, but they have been taken for granted for so long in Canada, and that has led to countless harms. Now, we need to show openness. We need to be open to working together. We know that there can be differences of opinion, but when it comes to something as important as access to clean water, we cannot botch this. It's too important. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on his recent appointment as our party's spokesperson for this very, very important file. Now, as I was telling the minister earlier, in my riding in Listigouche, water testing was conducted in 2017. Lead was discovered in the water. There was a quantity of lead which was above the acceptable limit as set out by Health Canada. Listigouche informed Service Canada of that, and they replied, well, just let the water run a bit before you use it and drink it. That was their response, rather than, for example, investing to help the community change pipes and plumbing. And in fact, that water testing was conducted at a daycare, Madam Speaker. Children are drinking that water, and we know that drinking water with a certain level of lead content has harmful health effects. It can impact brain development in children, in fact. So I hope that this bill will make it such that Service Canada will help, and that there will be necessary funding and help when Indigenous communities seek help. Does the colleague agree, or are there any concerns with regard to funding? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you to my colleague. I thank my colleague for the leadership role she plays in her community and with the people of Listigouche. Now, of course, it's unacceptable for a daycare to have water that is not safe to drink. And in that case, the municipality or the daycare, they have to make choices. Should we invest in education, or should we invest in redoing our pipes and our plumbing, or should we invest in preserving our languages? But of course, we should choose to prioritize health, and we should invest in proper infrastructure. The federal government, though, needs to be the one making those investments. But throughout the years, the investments have been inadequate, not enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for his speech. I would also like to thank him for his reply to the question asked by the member for Nunavut, because her question is very striking. It's so clear to me that this bill, it has issues. This bill is a failure if the member for Nunavut does not think that it fully respects and upholds human rights. Now, maybe the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue could speak more to that. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Island for her question, and I thank her for her words and for her true commitment to Indigenous peoples. I will give her an example, and this relates to water quality. She went to the First Nation of Kipawek from my riding so that they could speak in this room about a very important issue, that is water quality of the Ottawa River, right next door to us here, because they are going to build, in fact, River, a nuclear waste management site. But my colleague, the member for Saanich Gulf Island, condemned it. Many others did, and I joined my voice to theirs. I'm against it. If there were a leak, and of course, we do have climate disasters, so we are not safe from a potential leak. And that facility, the Chalk River facility, is near a stream that could flow into the Ottawa River. It's 6 kilometers from the Ottawa River, and that would have an impact south of the site. The water will flow through Gatineau and Ottawa, but it will also go all the way to Montreal and Quebec. So there could be disastrous consequences for Indigenous Canadians and non-Indigenous Canadians. We need to be incredibly careful and vigilant when it comes to water protection and water quality, and I'm working in that direction. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, a quick question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is absolutely shocking. I've been tuning into debate today. How is it possible? You know, Indigenous peoples are 5% of the population of Canada. So we are debating a bill to give 5% of the Canadian population access to safe, clean drinking water. That is absolutely shocking. Now, I'd like my colleague to speak about another issue. In his riding, housing is a big issue. In Lac-Simon alone, they're missing 300 housing units that they need. And the stats in housing are just horrifying. You know, and Indigenous peoples are even more affected by housing issues. They have overcrowded housing. They have unclean housing. So does the member feel that there should be a housing bill for First Nations to have access to good housing? Well, the member just took over a minute to ask his quick question. I did ask for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue in 30 seconds. Well, that was a great quick question, and that brings me back to the importance of Indigenous self-governance, First Nations self-governance. There needs to be ongoing, recurring funding, predictable funding. And also in Quebec, we have an act, and First Nations in Quebec have told us that if the federal government wanted to take real and tangible action, then they would allow First Nations to respect provincial jurisdiction, which is already very ahead of its time. So the federal government should stop overstepping when it comes to provincial jurisdiction. Thank you. That was 31 seconds. Not bad. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I am privileged to represent Nunavut in this House. I am sorry that I missed the Minister of Indigenous Services in her speech as I was in committee. Our committee was concluding the study of the Métis Self-Government Bill. So I am glad that I'll be able to at least find what her statements were and respond to them later. I appreciate that before July 1, 1867, Inuit, First Nations, and later the Métis governed these lands. Before Canada, Inuit, First Nations, and later the Métis had laws regarding wildlife, marine and terrestrial environments, ecosystems, and relationships with each other. Bill C-61, an act respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nations land, is a particularly important one to remind us of the existence of Indigenous peoples before colonialism. Before colonialism, Indigenous peoples protected water, the land, and used the environment for sustenance, acknowledging the limits. Therefore, protecting and preventing future damage was at the core of being sustained by the environment, especially water. I take this opportunity to remind Canadians that Canada's colonial efforts to remove the Indian in the child remains active. There are more Indigenous children in foster care than there were in residential schools. There are more Indigenous peoples that are homeless, in overcrowded housing situations, or living in substandard housing. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit have the largest infrastructure gap. Indeed, the NDP found that the First Nations infrastructure gap is at $350 billion. This Liberal government made cuts to MMIWG funding. So when this bill was introduced, I put on my oppressed lens and saw where it could be familiar to me. Where I found familiarity is to ask these questions. Why in this legislation does human rights and treaty rights not be on par with other Canadians and what they have as rights? Why does this bill not align with international human rights laws regarding water? Why does this bill only provide a guide regarding the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? Before I go deeper into this analysis, I share that what is included in Bill C-61, according to the Government of Canada's website. The key elements of the bill including recognition and affirmation of the inherent right of First Nations to self-government, including jurisdiction over water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on, in, and under First Nations lands. Rights-based regulatory pathways to protect water and source water adjacent to First Nations lands in consultation and cooperation with First Nations, other federal ministers, and provinces and territories to help protect drinking water sources following into First Nations lands. Minimum national standards for the delivery of drinking water and wastewater services on First Nations lands based on First Nations choice. A federal commitment to make best efforts to provide adequate and sustainable funding for water services on First Nations lands comparable to services received in non-First Nations communities. A requirement to provide funding that as a minimum meets the commitment expenditures set out in Section 9.02(2) of the Settlement Agreement. A requirement for all decisions made under the proposed act to be guided by the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, and a commitment for Canada to support the creation of a First Nations Water Commission that would support First Nations in exercising greater control over drinking water and wastewater services in First Nations lands. Back to my analysis of the continued lack of commitments towards First Nations and the impacts they continue to have on Indigenous peoples. Unfortunately, Bill C-61 falls short on respecting human and Indigenous rights. According to an analysis by JFK Law, I quote, "Overall, Bill C-61 provides First Nations with a strong foundation to assert control over their water resources and jurisdiction over water occurring on First Nations laws. However, the legislation fails to expressly recognize a human right to drinking water or a guarantee for substantive equality for the access to water services on and off First Nations lands. Critically, the legislation fails to include provisions for effective source water protection, which is necessary to ensure First Nations have enough clean water flowing into their lands and territories to meet their needs." End quote. The Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations stated that, quote, "The first public draft released by Canada in February was developed in secret by Indigenous Services Canada without any direct input from First Nations, a fact that has been raised by the Assembly of First Nations and several regional First Nations organizations over the course of 2023, end quote. Other First Nations, such as Treaties 6, 7, and 8, and Neskantaga said early on that they had been kept in the dark about the legislation and did not see it before it was tabled. I note that in addition to another bill tabled by the Liberal government, Bill C-38, an act to amend the Indian Act on new registration requirements, Bill C-61 is also introduced on the basis of a court case. In November 2019, legal action was initiated against Canada on behalf of all members of the First Nations and members resident on reserves that had a drinking water advisory for at least 1 year since 1995. Terms of the settlement agreement were previously announced on July 30, 2021. While they were mentioned by others in this House, I repeat them, which include the following: $1.5 billion in compensation for individuals deprived of clean drinking water, the creation of a $400 million First Nations Economic and Cultural Restoration Fund, a renewed commitment to Canada's action plan for the lifting of all long-term drinking water advisories, the creation of First Nations Advisory Committee on Safe Drinking Water, support for First Nations to develop their own safe drinking water and water bylaws and initiatives, a commitment of at least $6 billion to support reliable access to safe drinking water on reserves, and the planned modernization of Canada's First Nations drinking water legislation. We will have heard that Bill C-61 was co-developed with First Nations. While I appreciate the effort by the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, I know that more could have been done. The Assembly of First Nations is an important First Nations national organization. However, it does not represent all First Nations. There are Indigenous nations in Canada that are not represented by AFN. During committee, we will need to ensure that as many First Nations who wish to be heard are heard. We must incorporate as parliamentarians Indigenous ways of working together. We must ensure that First Nations who felt ignored are afforded the opportunity to speak to this bill. In this way, we can make sure that Bill C-61 is improved and truly co-developed. In 2018, the Assembly of First Nations held an engagement regarding safe drinking water. The concerns shared at the time included lack of adequate, predictable, and sustainable funding, lack of recognition of Indigenous rights, potential infringement of Indigenous and treaty rights, lack of protection of source water, and insufficient engagement on water issues that directly affect First Nations. When Bill C-61 goes to committee, it must seek to answer all of these answers. Bill C-61 will require scrutiny to make sure that inherent treaty rights and human rights obligations are met. Canada must show as a G7 country that it treats the original inhabitants with the utmost respect. We have generations of First Nations that have grown up without access to tap water. They have grown up probably thinking it is normal to drink bottled water. We have First Nations who probably think it is normal to boil water before it is safe to drink. It is 2024. We must ensure that First Nations do not continue to think it is okay to do this, to drink water. Bill C-61 will require a lot of work, and I hope that we as parliamentarians do so with the lens that First Nations have inherent treaty rights, First Nations have human rights, and we all must do what we can to ensure that their rights are respected.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to get the member's comment on a quote from the Ontario Regional Chief, Glenn Hare, the Chiefs of Ontario, and he stated, "The process of this bill is more than consultation. It reflects cooperation and true co-development, a two-way collaborative process." Once again, Madam Speaker, I'd like to get the member's comment on that quote. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
As I've shared earlier, I know that the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada has worked really hard with people like the Assembly of First Nations. However, they don't represent all First Nations. There are way too many First Nations that were not included during this consultation process. So to those that were consulted, I do appreciate the sentiment, but that does not extend to all First Nations.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her commitment and her speech, my colleague from Nunavut. And in that context, I would like to speak to the local MP. What is the situation in her riding with regard to drinking water? From what I understand, the territories and the governments of the territories provide drinking water, including in the First Nations and for Inuit communities. So I think it's more the responsibility of the territories. Are they consulted? What are the needs in the communities, in the First Nations communities? And therefore, to what extent it is a part of her commitment to make the move to politics and to work on behalf of First Nations and drinking water. Thank you, Miigwech. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his question. It is an important one. As an Inuk, as I said earlier, I had to really scrutinize this bill based on my experience as an Indigenous person, having experienced oppressive and genocidal policies most of my life, which is why there was so much familiarity in this bill about those kinds of oppressive policies. The reason that I needed to I felt compelled to run for in Parliament is because I see that Parliament is the place where we can help make those changes. We can, as parliamentarians, make sure that we are always fighting to uphold Indigenous people's inherent rights, that as parliamentarians that we're fighting to uphold human rights for all Canadians, including First Nations, Métis, and Inuit.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to really thank my colleague from Nunavut and the outstanding work she does on this file every day and every week. You know, fresh water is arguably our most precious resource, and in Canada we are lucky to have one of the largest reserves of fresh water anywhere in the world. And for me, you know, and for many Canadians, we take it for granted that when we turn on the tap, fresh, clean drinking water comes out. But for so many First Peoples, this reality does not exist. And that is a shame in a country that is as wealthy as Canada. Madam Speaker, the gist of my question comes from the fact that, you know, I've sat in this House of Commons now for just over 8 years. This has been supposedly a very important priority for the Liberal government, but my colleague was talking about the infrastructure gap that exists, the fact that there are still boil water advisories, and it's only now that we're seeing this legislative framework come into play in debate in the form of C-61. I'm just wondering through you, Madam Speaker, if my colleague could talk about what would the situation be like if the Liberal government had been a little bit more proactive on the legislative front, and if we had seen legislation like C-61 introduced maybe not in the previous Parliament but the one before that, where we might be now and what difference that might have been for peoples. Thank you.
For Nunavut.
And I very much enjoy working and being colleagues with the member. The reality for First Nations, Métis, Inuit, as I was asked earlier as well, has been just unfair. We've had inequities. There's been lack of investments, and this has resulted in so many issues, social issues that are above what we see for Canadian standards. And I think that the indication of this Liberal government not to show its true commitment to true reconciliation is seen in this bill. I think that if this bill had really looked to have true reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, it would have shown that it is willing to uphold Indigenous human rights, international human rights, and access to water. It would have included provisions to make sure that Indigenous First Nations treaty rights are being upheld. It would have, for example, made sure that First Nations have authority for source water protection, and it would have absolute guarantee that funding is sustainable and consistent to make sure that First Nations can have access to safe drinking water.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to highlight, I know the member has expressed some concerns in regards to people that were not, that she feels that were not consulted, that she felt should have had more direct input. And I know the department has put in a great deal of effort in terms of reaching out. We also have the committee stage, and I would encourage the member to, to look in terms of the potential for changes to the legislation and work with others to bring them to the committee stage and just to get her thoughts on the importance of the committee itself.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
As I said during my speech, it is very important to get this to committee. The Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee consists of very committed MPs that are trying to make sure that we are doing better for all Indigenous peoples. We just had completed a study on another bill that required us to think about how we all can be united in ensuring that we are respecting all Indigenous peoples, be it First Nations, Métis, or Inuit. And so getting this to committee will be important so that we can hear from all First Nations and others to make sure that we are doing better for First Nations, especially in the area of safe drinking water.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Timiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank once again my colleague from Nunavut for her speech. We can hear that these are important monies that will be invested through this bill. Perhaps it's only the third or the fourth since 2015 or 2014, so there is a cost. I'd like to hear from my colleague what is the cost of not investing sufficient sums of money and investing in the First Nations and other communities who are affected by the lack of drinking water. What are the real consequences that these individuals can suffer from when they don't have access to drinking water?
And I thank the member for his very important question. What will be the cost of not getting this done right? I think that some of the bigger costs could include Canada being seen as not upholding international human rights laws regarding water. Canada would be not seen as upholding the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But at the community and ground level, First Nations will continue to have to boil their water before they brush their teeth. They will have to continue to make sure that they're given funds to buy bottled water. We'll continue to see First Nations struggling to provide source water, as we've seen in Neskantaga, who's experiencing a 30-year boil advisory, that they may not get the resources that they need to get them out of the boil water advisory. This Liberal government had promised to make sure that that boil water advisories are eliminated. We still have far too many, and these are having everyday consequences for Indigenous peoples. We suffer the highest suicide rates. We suffer the highest mental health issues. There are too many that are addicted to substance abuse, and we need to do better. And ensuring that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit can have access to water is at the core of doing better for First Nations.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak on such an important piece of legislation. You know, earlier today, in the form of a question, I talked about important legislation that this legislature deals with, and you know, I cited two pieces. The one that's up for debate right now in the C-61, and the issue of water. You know, later this afternoon, we're going to be debating in third reading the issue of the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that as we go through the coming days and weeks ahead, that we are going to be debating substantial pieces of legislation that will have a profound impact in all the different regions of our country. And we would hope that the Conservatives in particular will look at the legislation for what it is and ultimately either vote in favor of it or vote against it, whatever it is that they want to do, but at least allow for that debate to occur. When I had posed a specific question about C-61 to the Conservative critic, he says, well, you know, it's the government that sets the agenda as he tries to pass the buck. The member is correct that we do bring forward the legislation, but we're very dependent on opposition to work with the government in trying to get it out of second reading in order to get things to a debate. And that Canada-Ukraine trade agreement is a good example of that, Madam Speaker. And that's why I say I look forward to that debate. But I also, and the reason why I asked the question in regards to C-61, I would also like to see the Conservative Party take a proactive approach in wanting to see this substantive piece of legislation ultimately pass, Madam Speaker. It is really important for us to recognize that there's a limited amount of time, a very limited amount of time in which we can actually debate on the floor of the House of Commons, and we would like to see that this legislation actually gets to committee, Madam Speaker. It's important to recognize that it is co-developed, that this is something in which there was a great deal of consultation that was done in working with in First Nation communities in order to be able to have what I believe and the minister refers to as co-developed legislation that's going to have a very real and tangible impact in terms of water, Madam Speaker, and the supplies. And I have, well, if not a first-hand, indirectly first-hand experience in terms of dealing with the issue of water. And that is with respect to Shoal Lake. You know, Shoal Lake, if you take a look at the history of Shoal Lake and how Winnipeg ultimately came to receive the water we receive today, which was virtually untreated, Madam Speaker, that water comes from Shoal Lake. And in Shoal Lake, what you'll see, Madam Speaker, is that it was the Ojibwe. Ojibwe was the ones that were protecting that water and had access and resourced that water for hundreds and thousands of years, Madam Speaker. And the city of Winnipeg is actually responsible for ensuring now that we are able to get water, and we turn to Shoal Lake. And we take a look in terms of it's the First Nation number 40, Madam Speaker, that provides us some of the best water in the world out of Shoal Lake, and at the same time, Indigenous people, in particular the Ojibwe and others, were actually at times under a water advisory. So think of that. Shoal Lake provides healthy, clean water to the city of Winnipeg, but people that are living around Shoal Lake at times were under water advisories. For years, for decades, they had attempted to get infrastructure built. I was so pleased when we as a government a few years ago committed to Freedom Road, Madam Speaker, making a connection that ultimately assisted with First Nation community, Madam Speaker. And when you think in terms of this legislation, it should not be lost about the issue of reconciliation. As a Prime Minister, Never before, at least in the last many, many years, have we seen a prime minister that is so committed to reconciliation that it's not just words, it's tangible dollars and substantial legislation. We can talk about the hundreds of millions of dollars in building up of infrastructure and supporting infrastructure development, Madam Speaker, whether it's a social infrastructure of healthcare or schools or education, or it is streets and bridges and roads. As a national government under this Prime Minister, we have had genuine, sincere, tangible investments going into the hundreds of millions of dollars to support Indigenous leaders and their communities, because the leadership is there. And it's very real, and it's making a difference. It's making Canada a healthier nation, but we're working with First Nations in order to be able to achieve that. And what I like about Bill C-61, as I pointed out in the form of a question, for me personally, it does a couple of things. One is it deals with one of those life ingredients, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, that being water, in a very tangible way, where it can be regulated, where it can be protected going into the future, and it's First Nations that are going to be leading Canada on that particular file, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker. And we need to support that. And that's why, for the first time, we actually have legislation to deal with that. And unlike previous governments, this is a government that literally worked in a way that it is being said that it is cooperative or co-sponsored, if I can use that word, legislation, Madam Speaker. The impact that AFN and others, whether directly or indirectly, that has had on this legislation is considerable. It wouldn't be what it is today if that consultation, if that working togetherness didn't occur, Madam Speaker. So, as I posed in the question to the member that just spoke, there's always going to be concerns. We recognize that, Madam Speaker. And that's one of the reasons why at the beginning of the comments I indicated what we want to be able to see is this legislation ultimately be allowed to go to committee. The sooner it can go to committee, the better it is, Madam Speaker. And in good part, it is going to be the Conservative Party that's got to work with the government, work with the opposition, and try to allow this legislation to go to committee so that we can hear from all the different stakeholders, in particular, Madam Speaker, and I wouldn't classify them as a stakeholder, I would classify them as a partner, Indigenous, in particular First Nations, Madam Speaker, and providing their ongoing thoughts, and in many ways, providing where they can the support for many of the things that are incorporated in the legislation that are there because, in fact, they requested it to be put into the legislation. Many aspects of the legislation, Madam Speaker. So that's the reason why I think is really important when we take a look at the legislation as a whole, that we recognize that this is something that is, in fact, been worked on for many years. For 5+ years, Madam Speaker. And what we need to do is to take it to the next step. So we've heard from all opposition critics. We've heard from the minister in the explanation. There's the opportunity, hopefully sooner as opposed to later, where we'll actually see the debate conclude, Madam Speaker, and allow the legislation to ultimately pass into committee stage.
So the honourable member will have 11 minutes the next time this matter is before the House, because now it's time for statements by members. The honourable member for Whitby.
Madam Speaker, while we've been fighting to give Canadians more choices in the grocery aisles and fair prices at the checkout counter, Conservatives have tried to block all of our attempts to help Canadians. Between Jenny Byrne's current affiliations with Loblaws and the deputy leader of the Conservative Party's past lobbying for Walmart, it's no wonder the Conservatives are ragging the puck on our competition legislation, while they went so soft on Galen Weston at committee, or why they refused to fight for Canadian families. Their leader has been getting his marching orders from corporate CEOs. The leader of the opposition will cut your child care, cut your dental care, but not your grocery bill. Conservatives aren't in it for you. They're in it for themselves and their corporate buddies.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to Marina Larouche, who died at the age of 88 in January. She was a mother of 9. She was able to find a balance between work and family at a time when we never even thought about such concepts. She later became a municipal councillor for 28 years. The Access Blueberries campaign led to the creation of a 4-way road in the Laurentide Natural Park. This led to the existence of a safer and easier road that is helping everyone. In 2002, she received the Elizabeth II Prize. In 2015, the Chicoutimi Arena was named after her. Madame Larouche was a model as a woman, mayor, and politician. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are asking for concrete action to make their grocery bills affordable. We are proposing clear solutions, but Conservative members are going skiing and ragging the puck, which is not surprising because Jenny Byrne is associated with Loblaws, and the deputy leader of the Conservative Party used to lobby for Walmart. So it's very clear that the Conservative leader is getting his marching orders from the CEOs of big business. We know that the Conservatives are not sincere about adopting the Grocery Code of Conduct, and that's why they don't want to strengthen competition legislation. The leader of the Conservative Party will cut the services Canadians need, but not cut their grocery bills. The Conservatives are not there for you. They are there for themselves and for their buddies. When Conservative members rise on the other side of the House to yell about affordability, it reminds me of a chihuahua. The barking is loud, but there's no bite. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Dany Laferrière is one of the greats. And in fact, he was honored with the top prize of the French Francophones Ambassadors Group on the 1st of February in Paris, after publishing a book titled A Brief Treatise on Racism, a subject which is very delicate, but Laferrière addressed it with great nuance and simplicity, with a shared question without an imposed answer. Whether with novels or nonfiction, he brought into our lives the charm and playfulness of a difference that should not have to pay a price in suffering. When I saw him in Paris in October, he was staying in an artist residence and was charming everyone around him. For all these reasons, I'm honored to mention the recognition that he's received, which pays tribute to Quebec and Haiti.
Un des plus grands.
One of the greatest.
Member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you. This past weekend, I had the pleasure of attending the Aurora Black Community Gala to celebrate Black History Month. This wonderful sold-out evening featured the talents and achievements of the local Black community. Our Prime Minister sent a personal message to Fiona Durant, the indomitable president of ABC, which I had the pleasure of presenting to her. The Honourable Jean Augustine, the force behind Black History Month, was present as a guest of honour, and our Minister of Diversity and Inclusion joined us to underscore the importance of this month. As allies, we join together in these meaningful celebrations, but we must also continue the important work alongside organizations such as ABC to support Black communities, combat systemic racism, and ensure that every Canadian has equal opportunity to benefit from all Canada has to offer. Our government has made significant investments to support Black communities and will continue to do so. ABC's theme this year is Forward Together, Forward for All, and that is exactly what we must do. Move Canada forward, together, for all.
Here. The honourable member from Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, and Yukon know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. From his NDP Liberal government's own 2023 Northern Housing Report, after 8 years, housing starts in Yukon are down 19.3%. Housing starts are down 21.2% in Northwest Territories. Less than 20% of families can afford to purchase a home in Nunavut. And if you're lucky enough to have a house in Nunavut, your mortgage payment went from $2,000 a month to $3,200 a month in just 1 year. But Northerners have a choice next election. The costly coalition NDP Liberal government and their quadrupling of the carbon tax, their Northern housing crisis, their wasteful spending, their 30-year high murder rates, or our common sense plan to axe the tax, build homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And it's time, Mr. Speaker, to bring it home.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as Canadians and Liberals are very much concerned about the price of groceries, a very serious issue. That's one of the reasons why we brought in the Competition Act.
That's right.
Let me talk to you about a lady by the name of Jenny Byrne. Jenny Byrne was the leadership campaign manager for the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. Did you know that she still is the senior advisor to the leader of the Conservative Party? Mr. Speaker, she is also an active advisor to Loblaws. She's the one that's telling Loblaws, who's making billions of dollars in terms of what it is that they should be doing. Mr. Speaker, not to be outdone, the deputy leader of the Conservative Party, you can't make this up. She's the former advocate for Walmart, Mr. Speaker. Talk about conflict. How dare the Conservatives try to say that they're on the side of Canadians when it comes to grocery prices, Mr. Speaker? That's just not true.
Here. L'honorable député de Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 251, proudly celebrated on January 27th. Congratulations, you make us proud, and we are honored to count on the strength and service the Legion offers to our constituents. Depuis 60 ans,
For 60 years, members of Legion 251 in the riding of Vimy have embodied the values of loyalty, sacrifice, and community spirit. Every year in Laval, we are very proud to attend the annual Remembrance Day Parade. Thanks to local initiatives, support for veterans, inspiration to our Cadet Corps, and their role as guardians of our common heritage. They constantly weave the fabric of our community. Thank you for encouraging us to remember our fallen heroes and to share the principles that bring us together as Canadians.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
After 8 years, Canadians know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Rural Canadians in particular no longer have a government who works for them. No government has failed to represent rural Canadians more than this Liberal NDP coalition. This Prime Minister has neglected, divided, and punished rural Canadians for simply living their rural way of life. The good news is that Canadians will have a clear choice in the next election. A choice between a costly Liberal NDP coalition that will raise your taxes, double your housing costs, and allow crime and chaos in your community, or a choice to elect Conservatives who will restore hope for all Canadians. The common sense Conservative plan is straightforward. Axe the carbon tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Only Conservatives will help rural Canada and all Canadians.
The honourable member from St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour an unsung hero of Canadian basketball. Ben Newman, a St. Catharines businessman, staged the first ever NBA game and brought Toronto its first professional basketball team. At only 26, he went to New York to represent Canada, what was then called the Basketball Association of America. In 1946, Newman was essential in organizing the NBA's inaugural game, where the New York Knickerbockers narrowly beat the Toronto Huskies 68-66. At the time, the Globe and Mail said Newman was considered one of the Dominion's great authorities on the sport. While the Huskies only played for one season, 2 of their players are now honored in the Canadian Basketball Hall of Fame. And in this house, we know Toronto continues to excel in the NBA. Ben Newman left a legacy of generosity and joy for his family and for St. Catharines and for all Canadian basketball fans. He's remembered by his wife Sheila, his daughter Francine, and his grandson Jordan, who continue to share his story. Newman will also be on this year's ballot as a builder of the game at the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame in Massachusetts. I hope his impact will be remembered here and throughout Canada.
The honourable member from York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal NDP government has created a made-in-Canada housing crisis. Our country is now the least affordable housing market in the entire world, and the Prime Minister's costly policies have only made matters worse. Retirees are now living in laundry rooms. Millennials are living in their parents' basements. Students are living under bridges, and Canadians of all ages are having to choose between paying their rent or mortgage, putting food on the table, and heating their homes. Investing in a home of your own is about shelter, but it's also about independence, stability, and opportunities. These dreams used to be available and achievable for any Canadian, but not anymore. The Liberals have no real solutions to fix their made-in-Canada housing crisis. After 8 years, the chickens have come home to roost, or at least they would if they had a home. Conservatives will build the homes, fix the budget, axe the tax, and stop the crime. Now let's go!
The honourable member from Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Liberal government has allowed catch-and-release criminals to cause chaos in our streets, resulting in car theft numbers unlike anything we've ever seen in the past. According to the Liberal government's own news release, auto thefts in Toronto are up 300% since 2015. And what happened in 2015? This Liberal government happened in 2015. This auto theft crisis has happened under their watch, and ports are full of stolen cars waiting to be shipped overseas, while Canadians are left paying the price through increased insurance premiums. This Liberal NDP coalition and Prime Minister are not worth the cost. Change is needed, and only Conservatives will increase the mandatory minimum penalty for a third offence of motor vehicle theft, and we will repeal the catch-and-release rules in this government's Bill C-75 to ensure that repeat offenders get jail, not bail. A Conservative government will hit the brakes on car theft, protect the property of Canadians, and bring home safe streets. It's just common sense.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, while Loblaw's profits are at an all-time high, so are Canadian grocery bills. And who's working to keep it that way? The Leader of the Opposition's campaign manager and top political advisor. Last week we learned that Jenny Byrne, a senior Conservative advisor, is currently listed as an active lobbyist for Loblaws, all while she participates in Conservative caucus meetings and has daily calls with the Leader of the Opposition to set strategy. While Jenny Byrne has been profiting off the anti-competitive practices of Loblaws, the Leader of the Opposition has been profiting off her counsel on exploiting Canadians' anxieties over grocery prices. Now it all makes sense why Conservative MPs have been putting up roadblocks on legislation to combat predatory pricing and anti-competition practices. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will keep working to combat high grocery prices despite the interests of Conservative insiders.
The honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the work of volunteer firefighters and search and rescue teams across Northwest BC. These folks give a tremendous amount of their personal time, both training and responding to calls, and they do it for one reason: to protect their neighbors. I think it's one of the truest expressions of community that there is. I want to give a special tribute today to the volunteers of Terra Search and Rescue who responded to the tragic helicopter crash in our region on January 22nd, which claimed 4 lives. Their skilled response in difficult winter conditions was invaluable. Now, there's a small way we can recognize volunteer contributions like this, and that is by increasing the income tax deduction for fire and search and rescue volunteers from $3,000 to $10,000. And I'm proud to stand with my colleague, the member for Courtenay Alberni, and our entire caucus in supporting this one important change.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, this week the Canadian U18 Curling Championships will begin, and the riding of Jonquière is represented in Ottawa thanks to the Kenogami Fortin La France team. They received Curling Quebec's title of Team of the Year for the 2021-22 season. And this year will be especially special for the member for Lac-Saint-Jean and for me, because both teams representing Quebec and Ottawa in this competition come from our beautiful part of the country, which is also full of talent. I am very proud to see these young athletes representing Quebec here in Ottawa and show off the athletic talent in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region. I'd like to conclude by wishing them all success. Julianne, Megan, Amy, Megan, and their coach Brandon, congratulations.
The Honourable Member from King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-234 is asking for a carbon tax carve-out for farmers. The PBO has stated that this bill will save Canadian farmers $1 billion by 2030.
That's right.
By fighting to keep the carbon tax on farmers, Liberals are voting to keep grocery prices high. Everyone knows that when you tax the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who ships the food, the buyer who buys the food. The Liberal government is sending 2 million people per month to food banks. The number of people eating at food banks in Toronto today would fill the Rogers Centre 7 times. Seniors are the fastest growing users of food bank. The Liberal Environment Minister admitted in committee that he called 6 senators and pressured them to cut the bill. Liberals want to continue with their plan to quadruple the carbon tax on farmers from 14 to 61 cents a litre. Our Conservative amendment will reject the Senate changes and restore this bill to its original plan. Conservatives will axe the tax, build the home, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The Honourable Member from Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, last week we learned the Conservatives' top advisor, Jenny Byrne, is also a lobbyist for Loblaws. Maybe this explains why Conservative MPs have been blocking legislation to deal with predatory pricing. 6 leaders and counting, but it's the same old Conservative Party who promised to stand up for Canadians, but in reality they are making deals behind closed doors to help their wealthy, connected friends. Mr. Speaker, we know these Conservatives love a slogan, so here's one for Canadians to remember. The Leader of the Opposition will raise grocery prices in your home, in my home. They're going to bring higher prices home, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. It's expensive to vote for the Bloc, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc voted for Liberal Bill C-75 to release car thieves the same day they're arrested. The Bloc also supported C-5, which allows criminals to serve their sentences at home. And these laws have increased car theft by 200% in Montreal and 300% in Toronto. Will the government reverse these policy decisions and replace them with some common sense policy to get rid of this awful problem? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader is pretending to care about car theft. Last week, he pretended to care about grocery prices. But, Mr. Speaker, we have found out that his campaign leader is a main lobbyist for Loblaws. This is what's going on behind closed doors within the Conservative Party. What did he promise his campaign leader? That's my question. The Honourable Opposition Leader. Well, to axe the tax. That's what I promised. We are also going to fix car theft problems. I announced a common sense plan today to put an end to sentences being served at home and also to put an end to automatically releasing car thieves on bail. 3 car thefts should lead to 3 years behind bars. Will the government stop the crime that it has caused? We have a common sense plan. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader likes to talk about clarity and common sense, so here's some questions for him. What did his campaign leader advise him regarding grocery prices and costs in Canada, and what did he promise her? Because his political career is all thanks to this person. So what did he promise her? She speaks to his party's caucus behind closed doors. What is she advising all of these Conservatives about the cost of living and about grocery prices in Canada? It's so hypocritical, Mr. Speaker.
What I promised was to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. The Prime Minister, with the support of the NDP, passed catch and release that allows career car thieves to be released the same day they are caught stealing cars, to have house arrest, and to have shorter sentences, many of which they serve in their living room watching Netflix. That has led to a 100% increase in car theft in Montreal and Ottawa, and a 300% increase in Toronto. Will they reverse these disastrous and reckless policies so that we can stop the crime?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course this government has a comprehensive plan on auto theft. It's interesting, though, the leader this week is pretending to care about food prices and about competition in the grocery sector. This week he's pretending to care about auto theft, Mr. Speaker, but we find out that his campaign manager, the woman to whom he owes the leadership of this party, is addressing he and his caucus and advising them on food prices. What is her advice, and what does he owe his campaign manager, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, the advice is to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost and not worth the crime. We now are paying $1 billion more in insurance premiums because he has led to a quadrupling of car thefts in Toronto. I have a common sense plan, which I rolled out today, to end house arrest and catch and release for career criminals and bring in 3 years of jail for 3 stolen cars. Will this government accept the common sense plan?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I'm very happy that the Leader of the Opposition, after reading a government press release, has finally tuned into this issue. But a couple of clarifications. Mandatory minimums for auto theft for repeat offences already exist in the criminal code. So you're not changing something that already exists. Secondly, as an aggravating factor for an auto theft that occurs with organized crime, that's already on the books too. 718.2 of the criminal code, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. Why don't we focus on things we can actually do, like getting tough with organized crime and anti-money laundering?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We are opposed to mandatory minimums for car auto theft, and furthermore, the minister claimed that he brought in bail reform that would stop auto theft, only that their bail reform doesn't apply to auto theft. So he's got to read his own law before trumpeting it in the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, they've given us a 300% increase in auto theft in Toronto, a 300% increase in auto claims this year alone. That is their record. We have a common sense plan to stop the crime. Why won't they implement it today?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition purports to be tough on crime. You know who I listen to about crime measures? Police officers. You know what they tell me, Mr. Speaker? They tell me that this isn't an individual crime. This is backed by people who are organized criminals. How do we deal with that? We get tough on money laundering. When he's asking me to read the law, I'd ask him to read C-59. That has measures that deal with money laundering that you're voting against.
Before we continue with question period, for the second time, I'd like to remind members that all comments go through the chair. I remind the Honourable Minister that all members come through the chair as opposed to directly to another member of Parliament. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to asylum seekers, the Liberals are mocking Quebecers. The $470 million they've owed Quebecers since 2021 has not been repaid. What's more, this Liberal government is going to give Toronto $143 million to house future asylum seekers and only $100 million for the entire province of Quebec. It's just one injustice after another when it comes to asylum seekers. Ottawa isn't paying Quebec what it already owes Quebec, and for the future, it's not even giving Quebec its fair share. Enough is enough. The Liberals have mocked Quebecers long enough. Where is our $470 million? The Honourable Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois feels that $70 million, $50 million, and $100 million are nothing. Well, this money is very significant and helpful for asylum seekers in Quebec. And as the member knows full well, we have good rapport with the Government of Quebec. We will work with them responsibly. And the Quebec Finance Minister will be meeting our Finance Minister today. We will continue to work well together. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. He's the only one who thinks the relationship is going well with the Government of Quebec. You know, $143 million is going to Toronto to house future asylum seekers, but only $100 million for Quebec. Meanwhile, all of Quebec's requests are quite literally being ignored. There's been no repayment of the $470 million. There's no plan to share the cost of welcoming newcomers with the provinces. There are no visas for Mexicans, no acceleration of the processing of applicants' files, no work permits within an acceptable time frame. No one is listening or taking action when we call on the Liberals to do their job. They're always lecturing, but never doing any work. When are they going to get to work? The Honourable Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Minister. Well, they are being armchair managers, as they often do. We gave $50 million to Quebec with $100 million additional funding to house asylum seekers. And this year, the Bloc Québécois is cherry-picking its statistics, reaching all sorts of random conclusions. They're being armchair managers. Meanwhile, we will work with the Government of Quebec to do the work that needs to be done to welcome asylum seekers. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
And Manulife Insurance teamed up to end the coverage or limit the coverage of 260 medications for Canadians. More profits for them and less coverage for Canadians. Well, they tried to do it. We fought back and they walked back that decision. But the Prime Minister has an opportunity now. They have an opportunity now to end this once and for all by bringing in pharmacare. This is something the Prime Minister has promised and broken that promise. The Liberals have promised and failed for 30 years. So what the Prime Minister has a choice. Will he choose to stop working for big pharma? Yes or no?
You're here. The Honourable Minister for Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we share the member's objective to reduce drug price for Canadians and to make sure that we have a competitive and fair environment in Canada. We're working together on pharmacare legislation. I look forward to continuing those conversations. And of course, Canada, by engaging in bulk purchasing, has seen a reduction of about $300 million in the cost of drugs for Canadians across this country, with many countries looking to how they can emulate that kind of practice to reduce drug prices in their countries. We're going to continue to do everything we can, Mr. Speaker.
Then I have Député de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I'm choosing big pharma and Canadians keep paying the price. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals are talking about Loblaws and how the other party has ties to Loblaws, but they have ties with Loblaws. In fact, over the past years, they met with Loblaws 60 times. And they have received millions of dollars, or thousands of dollars, rather, from the Sobeys family. They need to bring down prices. When will the Liberals stop governing for the Sobeys and Westons of this world?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely essential that we bring down the cost of living, and we need to improve affordability. That is why we worked with all provinces and territories to buy medication for bulk purchasing to bring down costs. Now, as for lobbying, that's a question for Jenny Burns, I'd say, Mr. Speaker.
From Calgary Forest Lawn.
This Liberal NDP government continues to scam Canadians with their carbon tax. They said it would reduce emissions. It didn't. They said Canadians would get more in these phony rebates, and they don't. And they plan to increase this carbon tax scam in April, making the cost of everything go up. As 2 million Canadians visit a food bank in a single month, a third of which are children. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will the Liberals stop their plans to increase the carbon tax scam on April the 1st, making the cost of gas, groceries and home heating even more expensive?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I find it incredulous that the opposition is speaking about scams. When you think about the advice that they are giving Canadians to invest in volatile cryptocurrency, to fire the Governor of the Bank of Canada, one of Canada's foremost institutions, and to vote not once, not twice, but 120 times against supports for Canadians, including our armed forces and including Ukraine. That's the height of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to vote against all measures that makes Canadians' lives even harder and even more expensive every single time. Conservatives are on the side of Canadians who are having to go into food banks more than ever before and making the cost of gas, groceries and home heating more expensive because of their carbon tax scam. This Liberal NDP government is immune to the pain that they're causing on Canadians because they're always working for the Liberal insiders and consultants. Why don't they scrap the scam and axe the tax to bring down the cost of gas, groceries and home heating already?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, after the news this weekend about insiders, I find it rich coming from the opposition that they're going to criticize that point. But I will ask them in return, what is it that they would cut? Are they going to cut supports to Ukraine and the Canadian Armed Forces?
Yes.
Are they going to cut affordable housing, Mr. Speaker? Are they going to cut the Canada Child Benefit and $10 a day childcare? Let's hear it. What are they going to cut?
Order. I'd like to hear the question from the Honourable Member from Foothills.
Well, I'm very proud to say the first thing we'll cut is the Liberal NDP carbon tax to make life more affordable for Canadians. Because Canadians are paying more for food than they ever have before, with 2 million people relying on a food bank every month. The Prime Minister's solution, let's make food even more expensive. On April 1st, they plan to increase the carbon tax by 23%, part of their plan to quadruple the carbon tax. Conservatives have a common sense bill, C-234, which will remove the carbon tax for farmers, making food more affordable for Canadians. Why will the Prime Minister not cancel his plan to increase the carbon tax on April 1st to ensure Canadians can feed their families?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's rich coming from this opposition talking about food prices when we know that that member's campaign chair, campaign manager, senior advisor, the person that walks into their caucus every week and gives them advice is the chief lobbyist for Loblaws in this country, Canada's leading food retailer. Mr. Speaker, instead of talking about axe the tax, maybe they should axe the hacks.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
The desperation from the Liberals is incredible as they continue to avoid the real question. Canadian farmers should be applauded for their environmental accomplishments instead of being punished by the carbon taxes from these Liberals. Why? To produce a ton of canola in Saskatchewan is 67% lower than the carbon footprint of European wheat. You can transport wheat, Canadian wheat, 3.5 times around the world before it has the same global footprint of wheat grown in Europe. But the Prime Minister wants to punish farmers instead of rewarding them for their environmental stewardship. Why won't the Prime Minister cancel his carbon tax increase on farmers to make sure that we can grow food for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard today Alberta MPs talking about vulnerable, and yet the leader of the Conservative Party claims to talk about freedom, but now he's showing every Canadian exactly the type of leader he is. He is showing Canadians what type of person he is. He is the one standing with the bullies. He is the one who's picked...
I'm just having a little bit of trouble hearing the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member has 15 seconds left on the clock. I'll ask all members to please order. The Honourable Minister for Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, he is the one who's standing with the bullies. He is the one who is picking on vulnerable people, standing with Danielle Smith instead of defending the most vulnerable youth in our country. Mr. Speaker, he has shown Canadians who he is, and Canadians will not forget.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Today, the costly Bloc Liberal coalition will have the opportunity to vote on a Conservative motion to cancel the April 1st carbon tax increase. 800,000 Quebecers are lining up at food banks every month. Meanwhile, the Bloc and the Liberals think that it's a good time and a good idea to raise taxes. What's worse, Bloc MPs want to radically increase the carbon tax, which has a direct impact on the cost of groceries in Quebec. Who will have the courage to vote against Bloc Liberal ideology this afternoon? Who will let more families keep more money in their pockets, and who will decrease food bank use? The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my honourable colleague that federal carbon pricing does not apply to Quebec because they have had a cap-and-trade system for over 10 years. That is Quebec's government's system. So he can talk to François Legault, Quebec's premier, about this if he wants to. I'll give him his contact information. But let's talk about what we've done. We support sustainable agriculture. They voted against it. They voted against funding to help dairy producers and poultry producers who are under supply management. That's what they voted against, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, what their Liberals are trying to do is distract us, divide us, to make us forget their disastrous track record, which has resulted in 2 million people using food banks every month. They think it's funny, but it's not funny, Mr. Speaker, that 2 million Canadians are using food banks every month because they can no longer afford groceries, Mr. Speaker. Who will do the right thing this afternoon? The right thing, that is voting for the Conservative Party's motion to cancel the tax hike scheduled for April 1st. Who will have the courage to do the right thing? The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, people are watching us, and they don't understand why, in 2024, a party that wants to maybe form government still doesn't understand that climate change is real. In fact, last year, there was a 20% decrease in grain production due to drought, and drought in 2023 dropped grain production by 13%, Mr. Speaker. And over the course of the past decade, 200,000 farmers in Canada have experienced higher costs due to climate change. Why do the Conservatives want to let people pollute for free, Mr. Speaker? Before we go to the member for Mirabel for his question, I would encourage all members to wait their turn before asking their question. The honourable member for Mirabel. 41% increase in business bankruptcies last year, and 61% of those bankruptcies were in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, that is the biggest increase on record. And in the middle of all that, the federal government imposed the January 18th deadline for small and medium enterprises to repay the emergency account without penalty. In a Radio-Canada report, Trustee Stéphane Leblanc warned that insolvency cases have been on the rise for the past month. And it's obvious that the Liberals have just added $20,000 worth of debt to at-risk SMEs. Why not be more flexible with these businesses rather than trying to kill them off? The Honourable Minister of Small Businesses. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Emergency Business Account was created to keep businesses afloat throughout the pandemic and to allow them to get back on their feet. Over 80% of businesses have repaid their CEBA loans, and thus they get some loan forgiveness. We are also helping businesses with credit card loans so that they can keep more businesses and more money. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, the Liberals brag that 80% of SMEs paid back their emergency account on time, but that's not good news because it means that 20% of SMEs are at risk of bankruptcy. These aren't multinationals we're talking about. These are small shops and restaurants in our neighborhoods. In order to help them, the government needs to do three things. 1, study their cases on a case-by-case basis. 2, guarantee loans from financial institutions. And 3, reinstate the $20,000 subsidy. What is so hard about showing our local businesses a bit of flexibility? The Honourable Regional Development Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I would like to remind my colleague that that wasn't the first extension of the deadline. It was the second. We offered 2 extensions to businesses, and businesses were supported by the government. But if they cannot repay it, we will guarantee it for 3 years at an interest rate of 5%, which is $250 a month in repayment payments. Also, in Canada, we are looking to the future. I've just made announcements in Drummondville, in Sherbrooke, and in many regions in Quebec. We will continue to support businesses, and we will help them with what they need. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Last week, I talked to a restaurant owner in Trois-Rivières. When he applied for the emergency account a few years ago, he couldn't have predicted that food inflation would increase by 10% every year. He couldn't have predicted that patronage would decline this much. Ahead of the January 18th deadline, he asked his bank for a loan to repay the federal government. The bank said no, because of the uncertainty in the restaurant businesses. Banks, they don't want the risk that the federal government would have to assume. So when he couldn't pay, the federal government demanded another $20,000. How many restaurants, just like his restaurant, do the Liberals intend to close? The Honourable Tourism and Regional Development Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the government hadn't been there to support these businesses would not have made it through the most significant pandemic this country has ever experienced. Now we need to look toward the future, Mr. Speaker. We need to support businesses deal with the challenges of the future. For example, the energy transition, Mr. Speaker, and also improved productivity to deal with labor shortages. On this side of the House, we will continue to support all businesses.
The Honourable Member from Lloydminster Battleford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is costing Canadians more than they can afford. His punishing carbon tax is already driving up the cost of groceries, heating, and gas. And on April 1st, this NDP Liberal government wants to increase it once again. Conservatives introduced a common-sense motion to cancel the planned carbon tax hike that will cost them even more on gas, groceries, and home heating. Will the Liberals support our common-sense Conservative motion and cancel their April 1st carbon tax hike?
Hear, hear. Well done. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we hear misleading rhetoric from the other side of the House. Folks in Canada know that 80% of Canadian families get more money back than they pay. It is an affordability measure as well as something that actually addresses the climate crisis in front of us. It is something that helps the poorest of Canadians. And in fact, what he wants to do is take away the rebate. He wants to take away from poor and modest income people money that actually help to pay for groceries, that help to pay for rent, that help to pay for transportation. Shame on you for trying to target those folks and benefit only the wealthy in Canada.
I know that there are many things I must regret. I'm hoping that this is not one of them. So I'd invite ministers to please make sure that the answers are directed through the chair. The Honourable Member from Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, that minister can manipulate the facts all day long, but that's not going to change the painful reality that Canadians across this country are experiencing. Let's not forget that the PBO has said that Canadians will still be paying hundreds of dollars in carbon tax even after the rebate. Canadians who are already struggling to afford gas, groceries, and home heating cannot afford this NDP Liberal government's carbon tax increase. Will the Liberals show some compassion and cancel their April 1st carbon tax increase?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, if Conservatives are truly concerned about the price of groceries, why don't they just ask their top advisor to pick up the phone and talk to Loblaws? Or perhaps the next time she goes to pick up her paycheck, she could just ask Loblaws to join in our work to bring down lower grocery prices, to bring in more competition, and to get rid of predatory practices. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives are truly concerned for Canadians, I know just the person they can have to give their buddies at Loblaws a call.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians have had enough of this government's inflationary policies and excessive taxes. The Bloc Québécois 100% fully supports the Liberals when it comes to radically increasing the carbon tax. 2 million Canadians are going to food banks every month. Also, farms are going out of business because the carbon tax is crushing them. The government is asleep at the wheel. They need to wake up, do the right thing, and suspend the increase scheduled for April 1st. The Honourable Government House Leader. What hypocrisy! What hypocrisy coming from that side of the House today, Mr. Speaker. We have found out that the campaign manager, maybe that hasn't been translated into French yet for the member across the way, but in fact, the opposition's leader's spiritual leader is the chief lobbyist for the biggest grocery company, and they're trying to give us advice?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills is an experienced member and a very respected member and knows full well that he should wait his term before he is able to address the House. The Honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Danielle Smith is denying trans kids their basic human rights by denying their access to life-saving health care. It's not the role of politicians to tell doctors how to treat patients. Meanwhile, this leader of the Conservative Party remains shamefully silent on attacks on trans rights. The hate and prejudice of some should never override the fundamental rights of others. Will this government commit to using the powers of the Canada Health Act to intervene in any denial of life-saving care for trans youth?
The Honourable Minister.
Warm, fuzzy video hiding daggers at my community in Alberta came out last week on social media. I have spent hours on the phone consoling people who are crying on the phone asking how we can stand up for the rights of 2 LGBTQ people in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to work on this, and I have one message for Albertans and people across the country. Legal challenges notwithstanding, the one way we can stop this is to kill the bill before it gets to the legislature. So write to your UCP members, get fired up, mobilize, because kids' rights matter.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, parents deserve affordable quality childcare and childcare workers need livable wages. But the Liberals are letting the $10 a day childcare program fail by not giving workers fair pay and benefits, leaving parents without childcare spots. And Conservatives, they want for-profit childcare. This means
I hate to interrupt the Honourable Member. Sometimes, colleagues, sometimes we can clearly hear the question and sometimes we can't. This is one of the opportunities where the chair cannot hear the question. I ask all members please to keep your conversations private so I could hear the Honourable Member. Can the Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre start her question again from the top?
Mr. Speaker, parents deserve affordable quality childcare and childcare workers need livable wages. But the Liberals are letting the $10 a day childcare program fail by not giving workers fair pay and benefits, leaving parents without childcare spots. And the Conservatives, they want for-profit childcare. This means higher fees for parents and lower wages for workers. Liberals and Conservatives don't care about care workers. When will the Liberals finally enforce livable wages and benefits for childcare workers so they can live in dignity?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Families and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our national child care program is making life more affordable for thousands of Canadian families, as is the Canada Child Benefit. We continue to work with the provinces and territories to ensure that the 5-year agreements are upheld, that we do see improvements to wages and benefits for the essential caregivers that we all rely on for the child care that our kids need. On this side of the House, we continue to do the hard work, and we continue to see the Conservatives oppose every step of the way.
Shameful.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
For 8 years,
years, this NDP Liberal government, it pays to commit crime in Canada. Stolen cars now cost Canadians over $1 billion a year in insurance rates. Car thefts are up 300% in Toronto. That's thanks to the catch and release legislation that turns violent offenders loose onto the streets, allowing them to commit more crime. When will they reverse their disastrous policies, put the bad guys in jail so that Canadians can keep their cars?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the member for her question. I remind her that she represents a part of the Greater Toronto Area, as do I. What I hear from my constituents and people throughout the 905 is that they're concerned about criminality, and they applaud the fact that we took steps to ensure with bail reform that serious violent repeat offenders are being kept off our streets. The other thing they applaud is when we work hand in hand with the police to keep our communities safe. So when I'm standing with the Chief of the Durham Police and a progressive Conservative Premier and giving them $121 million to help with law enforcement, they're saying that's a step in the right direction, and there's more to come.
And before I go to the member of Thornhill's second question, I'd like to apologize to the member for Don Valley East, whose question I skipped by mistake, but it's illogical to go with the second question of the member from Thornhill. The honourable member.
Speaker, I don't know why we have to explain this to the Attorney General, but bail reform doesn't apply to auto theft. It's thanks to their policies that you can get arrested in the morning and go back to committing crimes in the evening. And if you happen to get sentenced, you can serve the sentence in the comfort of your own home while watching Netflix or even Disney+. That is Canada's justice system after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government. So when will this Liberal government listen to common sense Conservative policies, repeal the catch and release, the stay-at-home sentencing, and finally put offenders in jail where they belong?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I very much appreciate the interventions from the member opposite, but if we're going to talk about the criminal code, let's talk about the mandatory minimum that still exists for repeat auto theft offenders under 331.1 sub A. Let's talk about the fact that when you commit an auto theft crime and you're involved with organized criminality, that's already an aggravating factor on sentencing. Oh yes, that was 718.2 sub A sub 4. Please take note. The important piece is that we are bringing together stakeholders, auto industry, every actor that's involved in this system to ensure we tackle this at every dimension. That conversation is happening this week. It's too bad they won't be there for it.
The honourable member from Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to wish every member in this House a happy Black History Month. Speaker, February is a time where we can remind ourselves of the contribution of Black Canadians in this country, the contributions that go back hundreds of years to helping build a beautiful Canada. It's also a time for us to remind ourselves that there's still barriers that are in place that we have to remove. Can the Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities please tell us more about Black History Month this month?
Bravo.
The Honourable Minister for Diversity and Inclusion.
Speaker, this year's theme for Black History Month is Black Excellence, a heritage to celebrate, a future to build. It's about telling the stories of thousands of incredible Black trailblazers who have made Canada the country it is today. It's about recognizing the resilience of Black Canadians in the face of injustice. It's about celebrating the fact, Mr. Speaker, that Black history is Canadian history, and our government will continue to be deliberate about investing directly into Black communities so that we can continue to build a more inclusive and equitable future for all Canadians. Happy Black History Month, everyone.
Go ahead.
The Honourable Member for Charles-Bar, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years under this Prime Minister, auto theft has increased significantly in Canada and 59% in Quebec alone. The ports, the RCMP, CBSA, and the Criminal Code all fall under federal jurisdiction. Instead of taking action, the Liberal government is committing to hold a discussion about this. It's a waste of time. We already know that there are weak Liberal policies on crime, and they're responsible for this increase. Does the Prime Minister recognize that he alone is responsible for the increase in auto theft? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. The increase in auto theft affects us all and directly concerns us. What we have is that organized crime is connected with this kind of theft. What we have on the table here in the House of Commons is a bill that affects money laundering. C-59 that the Conservatives are voting against. If they are really for fighting car theft, I would invite them to change their decision on this vote. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what we know at present is this Prime Minister has made Canada number one in terms of exports of stolen cars around the world. This morning, our leader proposed solutions to fix the harm caused by Liberal legislation. Among other things, we will discourage car theft by stopping house arrest and increasing prison sentences for these kinds of criminals. That's common sense, Mr. Speaker. Will the government commit to supporting our efforts to fight auto theft? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned several times, the fact that there is a mandatory minimum penalty for car theft, it already exists in the criminal code. The fact that it is tied to organized crime, this can lead to a higher sentence. It's already set out in the criminal code. What's not in the criminal code is the fact that we must fight more to fight organized crime. But there is a bill which is here on the table in the House of Commons, and the Conservatives will vote against it. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The Americans are continuing to unfairly attack our softwood lumber industry. Again, last Thursday, the U.S. officially announced a nearly 14% hike in their illegal duties starting next summer. Ottawa must clearly stand up for Quebec forests, but it will take more than just words to get through the crisis. Ottawa must absolutely offer a loan and loan guarantee program to match the unjust amounts being taken by Washington. Will the government take up a proposal to protect our businesses and our workers? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
My honourable colleague for that important question. We have consistently stood up and said that the tariffs against softwood lumber, particularly our very important forestry sector, are unjustified and absolutely unwarranted. We have been working with the Americans to make sure that we are using the dispute settlement mechanism to make sure that there are panels who can actually look into this. We will always stand up for Canadian workers, Canadian softwood lumber industry, the forestry sector, and I look forward to working with my honourable colleague to keep doing that. Thank you.
Then I have the
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The time for talk has passed. It will take loans and loan guarantees to cover these illegal duties. The CUSMA litigation process needs a better framework to prevent these dirty, dilatory tricks. We must call for a tax exemption for private forests, which have nothing to do with these allegations by the U.S., and we have to ensure that Washington recognizes that the Quebec forestry regime is compliant with the free trade regulations. We want to collaborate with the government, but it needs to take action. What is it waiting for? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I agree with my honourable colleague. Those tariffs are unwarranted, they're unjust. We need to keep standing up for Canadians, forestry workers, and the sector. I appreciate the suggestions coming from my honourable colleague, and I think what you have seen the government do time and time again is work in support of the sector, particularly through our trade commissioners, where we have helped Canadian forestry companies to expand and to diversify. We need to keep doing this, but I welcome the suggestions coming from my honourable colleague and look forward to working with him. Thanks so much.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
This Prime Minister is not worth the cost and the crime. Auto theft is up 300% in Toronto and 100% in Ottawa and Montreal in the last 8 years of his catch and release policies. But his minister says, oh, don't worry. There's already a mandatory jail time provision in 3331A of the Criminal Code. Yes, it's only for 6 months. Today we propose a mandatory 3 years for 3 cars stolen. Will they support this common sense change, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and
thank the leader opposite for returning to the chamber and returning to this issue. It's an important one, and it's really important to understand the full complexity of the issue. This touches the auto industry, this touches our ports, this touches the criminal code, this touches the CBSA. What I would note for Canadians is that under that party's watch, when that member was actually a cabinet minister, frontier agencies like the CBSA were actually cut. So in terms of providing the resources to keep Canadians safe, it's an interesting record that they've got. I wouldn't be too proud defending it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
His main criticism is that when we were in government, we delivered safe streets at a low cost.
Right.
That's right, we spent less. There was less crime and less costs. That's a good thing. With them, you get more costs and more crime. So why won't they follow our common sense plan to bring down costs and crime by keeping repeat car theft criminals in jail now?
I'm going to just ask for all members, please, to make sure that they listen to the question that's being answered. I know they're experienced members. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we have on display again today is the hypocrisy of the Leader of the Opposition. This week, he pretends to care about auto theft. He's getting comprehensive answers from the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, on what we're doing. He just has empty slogans, and I'll give him some empty slogans. What does this member's campaign manager tell him about food prices? What does she tell him about her lobbying activities with Loblaws? He comes in here shouting slogans like axe the tax. He needs to axe the hacks.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have right here an announcement from the king of lobbying, Hill and Knowlton, which brought on a special national leader of financial communications, who is that member right there. Over there trying to distract from the fact that crime is raging out of control. Today I announced a common sense plan to end catch and release and house arrest for repeat car theft criminals. Will they adopt this common sense plan to stop the crime?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order. 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 The Honourable Government House Leader.
It's pretty clear that the Conservatives are off their game today, Mr. Speaker. What has happened here is that their campaign manager, the woman who has contributed, to whom the Leader of the Opposition owes his job, has been exposed as the lead lobbyist for Loblaws, Canada's leading food retailer.
Stephen. Colleagues, it's in everyone's interest that the Speaker be able to hear the questions and the answers which are being put forward in the House. I ask members to please restrain themselves so that I can do so. The Honourable Government House Leader has 13 seconds left on the clock.
The Leader likes to ask specific questions, so I'll ask him. What's been the advice on food prices given by his campaign manager? How much is she getting paid to do that? And what has he promised her? What does he owe this woman for her lobbying for Loblaws?
The Honourable Member from King's Hands.
Over the weekend, Nova Scotia was hit with some of the worst snowfall amounts in recent memory. In Cape Breton Regional Municipality, over 100 centimeters of snow. the municipality has declared a local state of emergency. There are over 3,000 people without power, Mr. Speaker. There are communities that have been cut off, and there is a concern about people being able to have access to actually leave their homes. Can the Minister for Emergency Preparedness update this House on the work that he is doing alongside provincial, municipal, and members of this House to make sure that people are safe in Cape Breton and indeed all across Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for this question, and in fact, actually thank members of Parliament who kept me updated yesterday on this significant snowfall in Nova Scotia. We received a request for assistance from the Nova Scotian government late last night, something which I approved, and I'm happy to report that search and rescue crews have been working all weekend. Snow clearing heavy equipment from Parks Canada have been made available, as well as transportation support from the Coast Guard, and our humanitarian workforce will provide additional support as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
After 8 years, it's clear that well-connected insiders have never had it as good as they do under this NDP Liberal government. The Arrive Scam Watchdog report found a made-for-insiders process for this $54 million spend, where qualified companies were cut from contracts if they didn't have the right connections and experience. High-priced insiders got paid every time. This wasn't a bug in the system. It was a feature in a process designed to drive up costs and reward insiders. It's clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The only explanation for this insider protection scheme is incompetence or corruption. So which is it?
Which is it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I have to admit, when I was listening to the member opposite's question about insiders, collusion, corruption, I thought he was talking about their chief advisor, who is also serving as Loblaw's lobbyist. And, Mr. Speaker, isn't it interesting how they are blocking legislation to reduce grocery prices? When it comes to our government's record on issues of ArriveCan, Mr. Speaker, all procurement policies must be followed. We have made this very clear. Any reporting of wrongdoing will come with consequences. Can the members opposite say the same for their own House?
The Honourable Member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, that response had absolutely nothing to do with the question.
That's right.
There is a sham investigation. The government's investigator admitted that he's not independent. His job depends on the government's pleasure. We have with the Arrive scam, when whistleblowers criticize the government, they're suspended without pay. When witnesses defend the government, they're protected. It's a $54 million Arrive sham. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost in spending or in corruption. After 8 years, why is this government continuing to protect their Arrive scam, Arrive sham insider friends?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said in this House time and time again, we expect all contracts to be issued following the rules and procedures set out. Mr. Speaker, CBSA is conducting audits, internal investigations. The police are being called in when necessary. And Mr. Speaker, let me be very, very clear. Any reports of wrongdoing will come with consequences. The ArriveCan app was created at a time to keep Canadians safe, and we expect contracts to be issued following the rules.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Liberal NDP government wouldn't know accountability if they were hit over the head with it. Today, the Government Operations Committee heard from the Border Services Agency's head of professional integrity. The lesson: this is a kangaroo court for the government to investigate its own department. Min Doan, the chief information officer during ArriveCan, has been accused of deleting key emails. But the investigator reports to the senior officials at the same department that bought ArriveCan. So will this coalition government hold those in charge accountable, or do they plan to hide the dirt like they usually do?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have said time and time again that we support the work that is being done at committee. The minister has instructed the president of CBSA that, she should be very clear and open with the committee on the work that they are doing. Mr. Speaker, they are providing, there is initial interim reports, there are more investigations happening, and Mr. Speaker, once again, we put in place the ArriveCan app to help Canadians during an extraordinary time, and we expect contracts to be fulfilled following all the rules and procurement practices.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week, every MP in this House will have a chance to vote in solidarity with Ukraine by voting in favour of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. It's important to remember that the Ukrainian people are not just fighting for their own security, they're also fighting for our security, and we need to be fighting for them. Our government has been unequivocal in our support for Ukraine, but under this leader, Conservatives have abandoned for Ukraine. They voted against Operation Unifier, against military aid, and they've used their climate change denialism as an excuse to vote against this free trade agreement. Could the Minister of International Trade clarify the environmental provisions in this agreement and explain why it is so important that everyone vote in solidarity with Ukraine?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
I want to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his strong advocacy for his constituents and for Ukrainian Canadians. For months, this Conservative leader claimed that the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement would impose a price on pollution on Ukraine. Last week in this House, the member for Sarnia-Lambton confirmed that, in fact, Ukraine has had a price on pollution since 2011. I would say and ask the Conservatives, join everyone in this House, vote in support Ukraine, vote for the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. President Zelensky wants it. Canadians want it. Conservatives should support Ukraine.
Good. The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, we've learned that the Conservative housing strategy is to browbeat so-called municipal gatekeepers and to force density near transit hubs. Now, neither of these things are relevant for rural Canada. In fact, in Northwest BC, we don't have transit hubs. We barely have public transit. People deserve affordable housing, but what mayors in my region tell me is that they can't build it without infrastructure, and here's where the Liberals come in. Why are communities having to wait so long to hear back about vital infrastructure grants?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Member talks about affordable housing. 500 applications are across the country and 30 deals completed thus far. That will continue, Mr. Speaker. And what do we see as a result of that? Adding to supply, which of course underpins the housing crisis in front of us. The housing crisis is ultimately a crisis in supply, and that's why we're working with municipalities, in particular mayors, which the Leader of the Opposition continues to denigrate, so that zoning changes can take place in return for federal dollars. That does happen, and more building happens. Duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, mid-rise apartments, all of that is a part of that, Mr. Speaker. I'll deal with the member after question period if he wishes to take up the concern.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all remember 2015 will be the last election under first past the post. Now, without access to a time machine, it's simply not possible anymore to keep that promise, but this House has an opportunity to reach out to disillusioned and frustrated Canadians who so desperately want fair voting. We have a chance to pass Motion 86 on Wednesday. Will the Prime Minister support this motion that allows a citizens' jury, our fellow citizens, to help him find the consensus he so desperately wants?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to Canadians' right to vote, this is a trusted system that Canadians, there must be consensus on. So, Mr. Speaker, while we are working with Canadians on how to ensure that every Canadian has more opportunities to be able to access their right to vote, I know PROC Committee is working hard on recommendations as well if the Conservatives will ever end their filibuster and get down to the real work of this Parliament to ensure that our democratic institutions are strong and accessibility to vote is also strong.
And so brings the end to question period. Comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:13 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, moved that given that the carbon tax has proven to be a tax plan, not an environmental plan, the House call on the Liberal government to cancel the April 1st, 2024 carbon tax increase.
La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chager.
Miss Groh.
Miss Groh.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Alley.
Mr. Alley.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh. Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Sidlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Bulris.
Mr. Boudris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 209, just under.
Je déclare la...
I declare the motion defeated.
La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Seebeck to the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-57. The question is as follows. Ms. Ng, seconded by Ms. Anand, moved that Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be now read a third time and do pass.
Mr. Seebeck, appuyé par Mr.
Seebeck, seconded by Mr. Jennis, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-57,
Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, being not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on International Trade with the view to amend the coming into force provision to allow it to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council after the removal of all references to carbon pricing and carbon leakage. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abul Taib.
Mr. Abul Taib.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Miss Dama.
Miss Dama.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serry.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Couto.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Flamondon.
Monsieur Flamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Cirillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote électronique.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House that the period for electronic voting is now over. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 211, 211.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 24 minutes. Affaires courantes.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de
Introduction of government bills.
déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-323, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act. Mental health services. The committee is requesting an extension of 30 days to consider Bill C-323.
Pursuant to Standing Order 9713A, a motion to concur in the report is deemed moved, the question is deemed put, and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred until Wednesday, February 7, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay. Oh, excuse me.
Mr. Speaker, last
interrupt the Honourable Member for a second. Mr. Angus, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Fossil Fuel Advertising. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last summer, 200,000 Canadians were forced out of their homes from toxic fumes. Children were unable to go outside. The issues of asthma attacks on elderly from toxic pollution from fossil fuel burning. There are more people dying every year from fossil fuel pollution than from tobacco. The big tobacco moment has arrived. We know that big oil has had years of disinformation and interference and false claims about the damage that they're doing to the planet, but they are also killing people. Today, I'm proud to rise and introduce a bill that will make illegal the false advertising by the oil and gas industry. The big tobacco moment has finally arrived for big oil. We need to put human health ahead of the lies of the oil sector.
Mr. Angus, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves that the bill now be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr.
Brunel Duceppe, seconded by Mr. Blanchet, moves for leave to introduce a bill to an act to amend the criminal code, promotion of hatred or anti-Semitism. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to table this bill today to amend the criminal code so that never will there be promotion of hatred and anti-Semitism under religious justification. People with a position of influence, be it civilian or religious, or sometimes benefit from impunity when they incite people to hatred, as we've seen recently in Montreal. And this was a terrible example. This is unacceptable behavior, and it must be sanctioned, and that is what this bill seeks to do. We feel it is necessary to take action as quickly as possible, particularly given the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which has exacerbated tensions. And I invite members from all sides of the House to debate and pass this legislation as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. Mr. Brunel Duceppe, seconded by Mr. Blanchet, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? at the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table the petition. The petitioners indicate that volunteer firefighters account for 71% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders, and that approximately there is an additional 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers who respond to thousands of incidents each year. They advise that the tax code only allows these volunteer first responders to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services is completed in the calendar year. That comes out to only about $450 a year, or $2.25 an hour, Mr. Speaker. But if the volunteers work more than 200 hours, the tax credit becomes even less. They add that these essential volunteers not only put their lives on the line, but also play an important role in keeping property taxes low in communities. The petitioners are calling on this government to support Bill C-10, which would amend the Income Tax Act by increasing the volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from the credit from $3,000 to $10,000. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages a petition from the members of the Dublin Street United Church in Guelph that draws the attention of the House to their concern about the growing rhetoric around anti-trans and non-binary people. They're calling on the House to issue a strong government statement supporting gender identity, gender expression, and the protection of trans people, including children. To enshrine into the Charter of Rights and Freedoms the important rights for trans and non-binary children, youth, and adults already cited in Bill C-16, and to implement other awareness-raising measures to help counter this dangerous anti-trans rhetoric. And thank you to the members of Dublin Street United for their advocacy, Mr. Chair, and I pass it over to you.
Petitions. The Honourable Member from Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present a petition on an anti-spam strategy. You know, just this morning, like many Canadians, I was awoken by a call from some random number in China. In fact, in 2020 alone, 68,000 Canadians fell victim to fraud from spam calls, costing them approximately $379 million. Constituents in my riding are demanding the government take this issue seriously. We all get annoyed by spam calls, and we all want them to stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Oakville, North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to present or to table petition E4517, signed by 1,140 Canadians who know that the use of parental alienation accusations in court is real and that it re-victimizes abused women, and calls on the government to make legislative changes to address the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition of deep concern for many of my constituents, and that's our tax system, and in many ways we have a discriminatory system towards seniors who are single. The married seniors are able to take advantage of income splitting on pensions, the treatment of RRSP at the death of one spouse. That registered retirement fund or tax-free account can be rolled into the RRSP of the other spouse. Single spouses at death just have it added into income, and it affects their taxes. In so many ways, Mr. Speaker, the situation, these petitioners are begging the government to look at the reality for 6 million seniors in Canada, over 1/3 of whom are single seniors, and most of those seniors are women. So fair taxation for seniors is the call of these single seniors. They ask for the government to review the situation and offer single seniors a reduction of 30% on their income to be taxed, allow upon death single seniors with an RRSP, RRIF, or TFSA to transfer it into one of their other savings accounts for the beneficiary of their choice. It's only fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Haldimand Norfolk.
Speaker, today I rise to present a petition that has been signed by almost 2,000 Canadians. These petitioners are concerned about the security of women in women's spaces, including changing rooms, shelters, and women's prisons. They are concerned about the trend across Canada of granting access to women's spaces based purely on self-identification. As such, they're calling upon the House of Commons to protect women's spaces through instituting guidelines and formulating policies that will protect the dignity and bodily autonomy of women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kamloops.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to present a petition from members from my riding. They point out that volunteer firefighters account for 71% of Canadians' total firefighting first responders, and that Canada allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. That amounts to only about $450 for each member, and that doesn't often cover the cost of their own gear. So they have petitioned the Government of Canada to increase that tax credit to $10,000 and support Bill C-310, which would do just that. So I hope everyone here supports that bill.
The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, just to be clear. The honourable member from Prince George Thompson Caribou. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be offended that you announced me as being from Prince George Thompson Caribou, with the greatest respect to my two colleagues from the area. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And one of the things I really appreciate, regardless of whether I believe in a cause or not, is civic engagement. And this civic engagement recently came to me from about 185 of my constituents who put forward a petition, which I have here in my hand, asking asking members of this House to consider electoral reform and supporting M86. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. Sorry for getting it wrong. The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today. It's an honour to present my first petition on behalf of constituents from my riding in Winnipeg South Centre. Mr. Speaker, they have asked for this House to swiftly adopt Bill C-57, which is the renewed Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, it's timely that this petition be presented shortly after members opposite voted to disallow this bill to move forward. Mr. Speaker, I apologize.
So I'm going to ask the honourable member if he could, as the honourable member knows that the chair had made a ruling in terms of what is permissible for presenting petitions. I'll just ask the honourable member to withdraw those comments so that he could just give a brief summary of the petitioners.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. I apologize, and I'll draw the attention of the House back to a remark I made earlier in the statement that, as it is my first petition, I am learning the rules as we go. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members of Winnipeg South Centre constituents who have put this petition forward. I represent one of the largest Ukrainian populations in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful that they have chosen alongside other members of my community to engage in the democratic process through me by allowing me the opportunity to put this petition forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member from Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today on behalf of my constituents in Etobicoke Centre to present a petition on Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. It's signed by over 60 of my constituents just last week, Mr. Speaker. They're petitioning this Parliament and MPs of all sides to support the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement and to pass it swiftly. They note that President Volodymyr Zelensky and the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress has called on the Parliament of Canada to swiftly adopt this legislation. They note that misinformation regarding Canada's carbon pricing scheme having an effect on this agreement has been widely debunked. And so once again, they ask all parliamentarians to affirm our unwavering support for Ukraine by swiftly passing Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have a petition, Mr. Speaker, signed by residents of Winnipeg North. And what they're doing is they're calling for all members of all political parties to support the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. It is a very timely petition. It's a pleasure for me to table it. And again, all it really does, the essence of it, is to request members of all political parties, all members of Parliament, to support the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is on behalf of members of my community that are calling to the attention of the government, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, who have warned us that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades will bring widespread devastation and extreme weather. They address the fact that the climate crisis requires drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions to limit global warming to 1.5%, and they therefore call upon the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets for Canada that we have set for reductions of emissions by 2030. I also have a petition today, Mr. Speaker, that comes from students and the community at the St. Thomas More Catholic School community in Kingston, in my riding, who are calling upon the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to prioritize funding a national school food program through Budget 2024 for implementation in schools by the fall of 2024. They specifically reference data that talks about 1 in 4 children in Canada that live in food insecure households, the fact that Canada is the only G7 country without a national school food program, and that school food programs are recognized around the world as essential to health, well-being, and education of students, with over 388 million children in at least 161 countries receiving free or subsidized school meals at school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See if we can get 3 more members in. The honourable member from Nunavut.
I am pleased to rise on behalf of Nunavut for petition ID 127999012. This is a similar petition that was already tabled by other MPs, but I also feel that I wanted to table it because Nunavut residents, 51 signed the petition, specifically people from Iqaluit and Rankin Inlet who deserve the same answer as others who might be seeking this petition. Who have requested that they call upon the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 and enact amendments to subsections 118.062 and 118.072 of the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of the tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from 3,000 to 10,000.
The honourable, I see more people rising. The honourable member from Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from over 3,500 people who are concerned about the impact of rodent glue traps, that they violate the principles of humane treatment and animal welfare. Oftentimes, birds, bats, and even pets are caught in these traps, undergoing immense suffering. They are calling on the Government of Canada to implement an immediate ban on rodent glue board traps across Canada due to their inherent animal cruelty and environmental impact. I also have a second petition here from over 2,000 people who are concerned about the impact of fireworks in Canada. And they note the impact on animals, on pets, as well as on people who have post-traumatic stress disorder. They also note that there is an environmental impact and that the Government of Canada is responsible for air quality. We, or the petitioners, call upon the Government of Canada to support the replacement of fireworks for light displays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And let's see if we can get one last one in. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to get 3 petitions in the time I have. The first petition is calling on the government to butt out of decisions that should be made by provinces and by parents. This is a petition in support of the rights of parents to have a role in their children's lives without the interference of the state. It notes that in the vast majority of cases, parents care about the well-being of their children and love them much more than
any state-run institution. The next petition is in support of a private member's bill C-257 that would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. We have prohibitions on discrimination of various kinds in federal jurisdiction, but no such prohibition on discrimination on the basis of political belief or activity. Petitioners note that it's a fundamental Canadian right to be politically active and vocal, and also that protecting this right benefits our democracy. It leads to greater vitality in our public debates. Petitioners want to see the House support Bill C-257. And finally, Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition that denounces the government's cuts to women's shelters. It notes at a time when the government is wasting so much money in other areas, they have made a terrible cut to women's shelters. They ask the government to restore that funding.
Very well done. First reading of Senate bills. Sorry, forgive me. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Demande de débat d'urgence.
Request for emergency debates. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the standing orders, I apologize. I apologize to the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I must read before you introduce your summary. I wish to inform the House that I've received a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte to raise a short summary. Pursuant to the Standing Order 52, I ask for an emergency debate on the impacts on the softwood lumber industry and its workers, but also on consumers, given the recent decision by the American government to increase the anti-dumping duties. Last Thursday, on February 1st, 2024, the American Commerce Department announced its intention to substantially raise anti-dumping and compensatory duties. If this is maintained, this will almost double the duties starting in the summer, going from 8.06% to 13.86%. It has been a difficult situation for decades while the U.S. are taking over the liquidities provided by our companies. It's causing considerable damage to our resource industries, and hundreds of communities in those areas depend on those industries. There is a series of litigation, regulations, and framework. We must express our disappointment before these trade courts, but this is not sufficient. There is an open auction in Quebec for cutting rights, and our system is similar to that in the South. An emergency debate would allow members to express their solidarity with those affected and come up with solutions to make an essential contribution that would allow us to get out of this impasse in which we find ourselves thanks to this decision by the U.S. government. The increased tariffs require an emergency debate. I hope that this will be granted at the first opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. Nevertheless, his request does not meet the criteria.
Of the day. Oh, excusez-moi. Avant qu'on passe aux affaires courantes.
Before going to orders of the day, the Chair would like to deal with a question of privilege.
4th, 2023, by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, concerning proceedings in the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and the application of Standing Order 116-2. In his intervention, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, referenced several events that have occurred during Meeting 80 of the committee, which began on October 30th, 2023. While that meeting was suspended on several occasions, it only adjourned on December 13, 2023. La première préoccupation.
The first concern raised by the member was in relation to events surrounding the member for Peace River Westlock, who had sought to participate in the proceedings, although he is not a member of the committee. Secondly, he indicated that instead of giving him back the floor after giving a ruling, the chair of the committee had recognized another member to speak, even though he was the one who had the floor prior to the chair's ruling.
Argued that both incidents had limited debate on the matter before the committee. Therefore, in his view, the chair of the committee violated Standing Order 116.2, and the Speaker should order that all subsequent proceedings to this be nullified. L'article 116.
The standing order states, quote, A. Unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of a standing, special, or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee. B. A violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the Speaker by any member, and the Speaker shall have the power to rule on the matter. If, in the opinion of the Speaker, such a violation has occurred, the Speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to the said violation be nullified. End quote.
This element I would like to address relates to process. The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, elected to raise his concerns through a question of privilege, but he is in fact raising a point of order, and in that he is asking the chair to enforce a specific standing order. As such, I can already determine that it is not, in fact, a prima facie case of privilege. Turning to the points raised by the member, I will attempt to deal with them separately, beginning with the matter that relates to the chair's role in applying the provisions of Standing Order 116.2. Dans une décision rendue le
In a ruling from April 1st, 2019, Speaker Regan explained the purpose of Standing Order 116.2 at page 26,496 of the debate, stating, quote, essentially, it seems to the chair that this new rule is intended to safeguard debate in committee from a procedural hijacking, so to speak, because this would permanently end debate on a motion, end quote.
For the House is one which Standing Order 116.2 was intended to address. The chair has scrutinized the blues from the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. It is the chair's understanding that when the matter was raised in the House, the debate on the motion the member wished to speak to was still ongoing, and that he did subsequently participate in debate on the same motion. Given that debate on the motion had not yet concluded when the member brought the issue forward, and that members could still participate, the chair can only conclude that no violation of the standing order has occurred. As for the member's contention that the member for Peace River Westlock was not allowed to speak during the proceedings, I would draw attention of all members to Standing Order 119, which reads, and I quote, any member of the House who is not a member of a standing, special, or legislative committee may, unless the House or the committee concerned otherwise orders, take part in the public proceedings of the committee, but may not vote or move any motion, nor be part of any quorum, unquote. Members need not be substituted to participate in the proceedings of a committee, unless a committee has adopted a motion to limit participation as it is its right. I understand from the review of the situation that the committee's chair decision was challenged and was sustained by the majority in this instance. The chair can therefore confirm that this element does not relate to the conditions outlined in Standing Order 116.2, under which the Speaker would normally intervene. Comme l'ont souligné d'anciens présidents,
as outlined by former speakers on many occasions, the Speaker's authority does not normally extend into committee matters unless the committee sees fit to report the matter to the House. Now, at pages 152 to 153 of Procedure and Practice, and I quote, Speakers have consistently ruled that except in the most extreme situations, they will hear questions of privilege arising from committee proceedings only upon presentation of a report from the committee which deals directly with the matter and not as a matter of privilege raised by an individual member. End quote.
23, 2015, one of my predecessors added at page 12,180 of the debates, quote, "This is not to suggest that the chair is left without any discretion to intervene in committee matters, but rather it acknowledges that such intervention is exceedingly rare and justifiable only in highly exceptional procedural as opposed to political circumstances." Unquote. Despite the concerns raised by the member, in the absence of a report from the committee on these issues, it is not for the Speaker to intervene in this matter, as it remains within the committee's authority to manage. I thank all members for their attention.
The Honourable Minister on point of order.
Madam Speaker, I wish to designate Tuesday, February the 6th as the day appointed for the conclusion of the debate on the motion to concur on the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
So noted. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Ordre
Government bills, Commons, third reading, Bill C-57, an act to implement free trade with Ukraine.
For Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to notify you that I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Regina-Wascana. The Conservative Party is the party of free trade in Canada. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney and President Ronald Reagan signed the first free trade agreement in 1988. There was a lot of resistance at the time. There were a lot of naysayers who were saying things like, oh, we're going to lose our sovereignty as a nation. Or people were saying our agricultural sector won't be able to compete with the warmer states with longer growing seasons. Others were saying that our manufacturing sector is not going to be able to compete fairly against the bigger, more powerful, highly industrialized U.S. economy. And then this one, I remember this one very well. Our wine industry is not going to be able to compete with the wine regions in California. Well, I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that Okanagan Valley wines have just gotten better and better over the intervening years because competition makes us better. We say, bring it on. So now, conveniently, in that free trade election, in 1988, conveniently for all the naysayers, the protectionists, the Chicken Littles who were saying this time the sky really is falling if we're going to remove protective barriers, there was the Liberal Party, where they could park their votes. Their leader at the time, John Turner, said that a free trade agreement with the U.S. would Americanize us. So does that sound familiar? We hear the same today, that the Liberal Party is always fear-mongering about what the Conservatives might do, cozying up too much with the United States. Well, you know, the more things change, the more they're the same. Happily, the Conservatives won the election in 1988, and the free trade agreement, the FTA, became law, came into effect in January 1, 1989. And by all measures, it was a roaring success for both countries, both Canada and the U.S. We're both wealthier and more powerful economies on account of free trade. Because it turns out that Adam Smith and other classical economists were right, that the wealth of nations is built on the ability of free people to trade freely with each other, free countries to be able to trade freely with other countries. Now, the FTA was just the beginning. Soon the Liberals, the great imitators, they too became free traders. And they brought Mexico into the fold under the North American FTA, or the NAFTA as we call it. But it took another conservative government under the leadership of Prime Minister Stephen Harper to bring about an ambitious free trade agenda encompassing many countries around the world, in Europe, in South America, and in the Asia-Pacific region, and of course Ukraine, which is what we're talking about today. In 2015, late in Prime Minister Harper's administration, we entered into a free trade agreement with Ukraine. Now, Canada's relationship with Ukraine is very important, not only because of the 1.3 million Canadian citizens who claim a Ukrainian heritage, but also because of the $500 million of trade annually between our two countries. Now, that's a relatively small amount of money compared to our trade with some other countries, but it is growing, and that's important. And it's also important to recognize that coal is a part of that $500 million. And of course, Ukraine, like many countries in the world, are trying to get off of coal and substituting it for cleaner burning energy. And Canada is conveniently situated for that as well, because we have a lot of natural gas available. It burns much cleaner, and we want to make it available for countries like Ukraine to get off coal, and countries in the Asia-Pacific region as well. But unfortunately, this Liberal government under the current Prime Minister thinks that Canadian natural gas should stay in the ground. Many countries are looking for a reliable supplier for natural gas, and they've come to Canada asking us to come to the table. This includes Germany, who is looking for a way to cut its dependence on Russian natural gas. Yes, that's the Russia that 2 years ago invaded Ukraine in an illegal war and is indiscriminately bombing cities and killing its citizens. And using sale proceeds, the cash that they receive from selling liquid natural gas, to fuel that war. So indirectly, we are now helping President Putin build up his war chest. Canada can be of real value here. What better way to help our Ukrainian friends than to do our part in cutting off Putin's money supply? Now, astonishingly, our Prime Minister told our friends in Europe, sorry, there is no business case for LNG. Unbelievable. The Americans certainly see a business case, and where Canada dropped the ball, they picked it up and ran with it. They are now building LNG export facilities, getting ready and already starting to fill the demand for clean, ethical natural gas for countries that want to get off of coal and get as far away from Putin as possible. Now, our Prime Minister did see a business case relating to the natural gas industry, and that was to actually do business with Mr. Putin himself. Our PM wants to keep Canadian natural gas in the ground, but he delivered a powerful turbine to Putin so that he, Putin, could increase Russian natural gas production for sale to the world. And with that cash, to build up his war machine against Ukraine. Madam Speaker, that's just not what friends do. Canadians are getting tired of this Liberal Party hypocrisy and are looking forward to the day when a common-sense Conservative government will stand up to dictators like Putin and turn dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people. That's what this Conservative Party stands for. Now, today we're talking about Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine. The existing Free Trade Agreement is now 25 years old and needs to be revisited and updated. We agree with that. But in the meantime, the old agreement, the one negotiated by Prime Minister Harper, is still in place and it is still functioning. Conservative members on the International Trade Committee have been working very diligently to improve this bill that is before the House today, so that we can be in a position to vote on it unanimously, to pass it through. Here are some of the things that the Conservative members on the committee wanted to improve. They wanted to include a commitment from Canada to provide weapons and munitions to help Ukraine in its defense against Putin's illegal invasion, because that's what friends do in a time of war. We want to include a plan to sell Canadian LNG to Europe so that they no longer provide Putin with the cash he needs to fund this illegal war, That's a common sense solution and step forward. And importantly, they also wanted to delete the provision in this revised agreement promoting carbon tax, because we, the Conservatives, want to axe this tax. I'm sure everybody in this House has heard that many times already. We call it the inflationary tax on everything that Canadians don't need, that is ineffective, and that's exactly what we're going to do when we form government after the next election. So sadly, all of these common sense recommendations were voted down by the other parties, and today we now have before us a weaker and inferior product, which we are hoping will still go back to, we were hoping until the vote earlier today that it would go back to committee for improvement. If I have a minute or so left, I just want to touch very quickly on the history of the Conservative Party supporting Ukraine. I think it's important for people to understand that. Common sense Conservatives under our leader have a long and proud history. We stood with Ukraine when their President Zelensky asked the Prime Minister not to sign an export permit for that gas turbine that I talked about a minute ago. We stood with Ukraine when they asked for a reliable source of weapons and munitions, and we're still waiting for the Liberal government to deliver on that. We stood with Ukraine when we asked the Prime Minister to impose Magnitsky sanctions on Putin and his oligarchs. Our history goes back many years. Conservative government in 1991 became the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union. We stood with Ukraine when the Harper government undertook Operation Unifier to provide critical military training to Ukraine, which they appreciated very much. And of course, the agreement that we're talking today, I'd already mentioned that, was negotiated by a Conservative government. So we are very proud of our long-standing relationship with Ukraine, and we'll always stand with them because that is what friends do. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for no, not Willowdale. Etobicoke-Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was interesting hearing the member opposite speak, and he, like other members of the Conservative Party, when they've been speaking about this bill, talk about nostalgia. They invoke what Diefenbaker did and what Mulroney did in 1991 or whatever the case may be. You know what the people on the front lines of Ukraine need right now? They need help today. Most of the people on the front line weren't born when Mulroney was Prime Minister. What they need is help today. And what concerns me is that these Conservative MPs consistently vote against the free trade agreement, against military support for Ukraine, against Operation Unifier to train Ukrainian soldiers. These are things that President Zelensky has asked for. These are things that the Ukrainian Canadian Congress has asked for. So my question to the member opposite is, why won't he stand with the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, with President Zelensky, and with the Ukrainian people in their existential fight for their survival and for our security?
Honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you. For the people that the honourable member opposite is talking about, we're certainly alive when Canada shipped a gas turbine to Russia, which unbelievably allowed Russia to increase the production of natural gas that they used to sell to Western Europe to raise more money to feed the war machine that is today killing Ukrainian people. Do they know that? And he talks about nostalgia. Of course, many Canadians are nostalgic for the great days of Conservative governments, and they're looking forward to the day when another Conservative government is going to be formed in this House, and we're going to fix a lot of the errors that this Liberal government has made, including we're going to ensure that the munitions that President Zelensky is asking for will actually be delivered. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Sussex Goldfarms.
Speaker, it's a common misconception that liquefied natural gas is actually somehow good for the climate. The recent decision by the U.S. White House to pause LNG investments in order to protect the climate is an illustration of the point that especially where LNG comes from fracked sources, the release of methane means that LNG not only isn't better than coal, but on the entirety of its production life cycle, LNG has just as much carbon as burning coal. It's just that it is emitted at a different point in its life cycle. So I'd ask my honourable colleague from Langley Aldergrove if he wouldn't agree it would be better to just call it fossil gas instead of pretending that it's somehow a natural product that's distinguished from other fossil fuels.
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, good, thank you. Yes, on the West Coast we know a lot about natural gas, and we now have the technology to be able to convert it into liquid form, put it onto ships and ship it safely across the country. This is exactly what Western Europe is requiring, to get them off of natural gas coming from Russia. It just makes sense that French should be helping friends out, particularly in a time of war. This is a missed opportunity by this Liberal government. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Skeena Buckley Valley.
I thank my Conservative colleague for his speech. I enjoyed traveling with him when the Transport Committee toured the ports of Canada, and I listened intently to his views on this subject. I had a chance recently to meet in Edmonton with the Consul General from Ukraine, and we discussed this matter, and what he called for was unanimity and full-throated support from this House. He was a bit astounded that there were members who intended to vote against the free trade agreement. I wonder if my colleague has had a chance to consult specifically with representatives from Ukraine about the content of this free trade agreement and what they've told him.
For Langley Aldergrove.
Well, good. Thank you. So what a lot of Ukrainians are concerned about was that, and I'm just reading this in the Globe and Mail today, that apparently the Prime Minister's office had specifically invited the known Nazi who was here when President Zelensky was in the House. And here it is. Dear Yaroslav Hunka, the Right Honourable name, Prime Minister of Canada, is pleased to invite you to a special event, date September 22nd. So it seems to be coming directly from the Prime Minister's office, and Canadians, and particularly of Ukrainian descent, have the right to be concerned about that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to speak to Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine. I have to admit that when I first glanced at the title of this bill when it was tabled in the House of Commons last fall, I was glad to see it for a few reasons. The first reason is because Conservatives support Ukraine. Ever since Russia's illegal invasion of that country 2 years ago, it has become imperative that all countries support Ukraine in order to preserve the rules-based international order. Otherwise, the international community risks backsliding into a pre-World War II era in which large, powerful countries are able to invade and annex their smaller neighbors with no repercussions. This is a concern that I have heard many times in my riding of Regina Wascana, not just from the many Ukrainian refugees who have moved to Saskatchewan, but also from ordinary citizens with no particular connection to Ukraine. So anything that we can do to support Ukraine is a good thing. The second reason why I had high hopes for this bill is because Conservatives support free trade. Long gone are the days of economic nationalism when governments insisted on an unlevel playing field in order to protect domestic companies at the expense of consumers. Instead, Canadians and the international community have come to recognize the benefits of free trade. It allows Canadian companies to pursue new opportunities and to find new customers for their products and services, and it allows Canadian consumers to enjoy a variety of products and services from all around the world at the lowest possible prices. In fact, Conservative support for free trade goes back many years to the times of Prime Minister Stephen Harper and Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Finally, I thought that if nothing else, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement would give us something different to talk about for a while. For example, we've had many debates in this chamber about the Liberals' carbon tax. I know I have received many emails and phone calls from my constituents about the carbon tax and how it's making life more expensive every time they fill their tanks up with gas, every time they go to the grocery store to do their shopping, and every time they pay their home heating bills. So I thought that this bill would give us a break from talking about the carbon tax, because obviously a free trade agreement should have nothing to do with the carbon tax. So I have to say that I was surprised and disappointed to find that the Liberals' carbon tax has made its way into our free trade agreement with Ukraine. In Chapter 13 of the agreement, which is the environment chapter, under Article 10, Ukraine will be required to, quote, promote carbon pricing and measures to mitigate carbon leakage, unquote. Madam Speaker, free trade agreements are supposed to be about trade and encouraging the free flow of goods and services between our two countries. It should not be about imposing a carbon tax on Ukraine. The same Liberal carbon tax that has been making life more difficult for Canadians will soon be making life more difficult for Ukrainians as well, assuming this bill passes. A carbon tax is not only the last thing that Canadians want, it is also the last thing that Ukrainians need, given that they are in the middle of a war. It would make infinitely more sense to help the Ukrainians win the war first, and then to remove every Russian soldier from Ukrainian soil before beginning any talk about a carbon tax and how to implement a carbon tax in the middle of a war zone. I was also hoping, Madam Speaker, that this bill would give us a break from talking about the Liberals' unrealistic net zero emissions targets. Over the last 8 years, the Liberals have come up with a long list of very expensive net zero emissions targets. Phasing out fossil fuels, fertilizer restrictions for farmers, and ending the sale of gas-powered cars. All initiatives that will make life less affordable for Canadians. So I thought that this bill would give us a break from talking about these net zero emissions targets, because obviously free trade should have nothing to do with net zero emissions targets. So again, I have to say that I was disappointed that the Liberals' net zero emissions targets have made their way into our free trade agreement with Ukraine. Again, in Chapter 13, Article 10, Ukraine will be required to, quote, transition to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, unquote. Madam Speaker, transitioning to net zero emissions has proven difficult enough for Canadians to do. And we don't have a war going on in this country. We don't have the Russians bombing us every day like the Ukrainians do. It is ridiculous to expect Ukrainians to meet this goal given what they're going through right now. It has also been well documented that the Russians have been targeting the Ukrainian power grid in order to maximize human suffering. And so if the Ukrainian power grid is going to be in shambles for the foreseeable future, one can reasonably expect that they will have to rely on various backup diesel generators and gas-powered vehicles for some time to come. It's not realistic to expect them to switch to electric cars. It's not realistic to expect them to switch to electric tanks or electric armored personnel carriers. It's not realistic to expect Ukrainian rockets to stop burning rocket fuel, or Ukrainian jets to stop burning jet fuel, or Ukrainian helicopters to stop burning fuel anytime soon. I was also hoping, Madam Speaker, that the debate over this free trade agreement would give us a break from the debate over the phase-out of coal. Because a free trade agreement should have nothing to do with the phase-out of coal. Yet, once again, the Liberals' plan to phase out coal has made its way into the free trade agreement with Ukraine. In Chapter 13, Article 10, Ukraine will be required to, quote, promote the rapid transition from unabated coal power, unquote. Madam Speaker, it should be plain to see that imposing the phase-out of coal will be a major burden to the Ukrainian people, who quite frankly have more pressing concerns. Approximately 25% of Ukraine's electricity comes from coal, although that number is very volatile given that they are in the middle of a war and that the Russians have been consistently targeting Ukraine's power grid. It's very conceivable that Ukraine may have to rely on coal for quite some time to come. Madam Speaker, when President Zelensky addressed Parliament last fall, he could not have been more clear that fighting and winning the war was his #1 priority. So the question has to be asked, how does this free trade agreement help Ukraine to win the war? How will imposing a carbon tax on Ukraine help them stop more Russian soldiers from occupying Ukrainian soil? How will imposing net zero targets on Ukraine destroy more Russian tanks? How will shutting down Ukrainian coal plants sink more Russian ships in the Black Sea? Of course, Madam Speaker, the sad answer is that these measures will not be helpful to the Ukrainian war effort, and therefore they should not be in this free trade agreement and they should not be supported. Another topic that President Zelensky addressed in his speech to this chamber last September was Russia's weaponization of its energy exports. Madam Speaker, one of the best things that Canada could do to help Ukraine win the war is to increase Canadian oil and gas exports to Western Europe so they can stop buying from Russia. Every dollar that Western Europe spends on Russian oil and gas only enables Vladimir Putin to buy more bombs and planes and tanks to use against the Ukrainians. This Liberal government should be embarrassed for not doing more to increase Canadian oil and gas exports to Europe. Madam Speaker, I think that I can best summarize the differences between the parties in their support for Ukraine in this way. Conservatives support Ukraine unconditionally. The Liberals support Ukraine with strings attached. There is no reason for this free trade agreement to be pushed forward now. The current free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, which was signed in 2017, can stay in place until after the Ukrainians have won the war and are ready to sit down with us. In the meantime, Canada should continue to be generous in welcoming Ukrainian refugees to our country, and we should continue to be generous in our economic and military aid to Ukraine. As for Bill C-57, Madam Speaker, I believe that we should not be in favor of this bill. The Liberals should withdraw this bill, and we should let the current free trade agreement stay in place until the war is won. After the war is over,
the honourable member is out of time quite a bit. The questions, comments, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member who sits with me on the Environment Committee. During the committee discussions, we have talked about carbon pricing mechanisms around the world. Something we haven't talked about explicitly is the Ukraine has had a carbon price mechanism with a net effective carbon rate since 2018, and that the EU is working on carbon border adjustment mechanisms that the Ukraine is aligning themselves with, so that countries that don't have carbon pricing mechanisms will effectively be charged a tariff as they export into countries with carbon pricing. Could the honourable member comment on how, if we did not have carbon pricing in Canada, we would actually end up hurting our trade with countries that do have carbon pricing, such as Ukraine?
Honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable colleague for his question. I enjoy working with him on the Environment Committee as well. The last time I checked, Ukraine's carbon tax is about $1 per ton. Canada's carbon tax is $65 per ton and is scheduled to increase to $130 per ton by the end of the decade. So I think it's plain to see that expecting the Ukrainians to increase their carbon tax by 130-fold would have a very negative effect on their ability to win the war.
Questions and comments. Honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm always surprised when I hear people say we support Ukraine, they do, we do, but then we're debating the carbon tax. It's a conservative. It's worrisome to see the Conservatives' relationship with the carbon tax. It seemed to be an obsession. Thank you.
For South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would agree with some of the other questioners about just this false narrative that the mention of carbon pricing in this free trade agreement has anything to do with forcing Ukraine to put a price on carbon, because they already have a price on carbon. They've had it longer than Canada. He talks about what President Zelensky said. President Zelensky in this place said, please pass this free trade agreement quickly. It was signed when he was here. And I met with the Ukrainian Consul General in Edmonton, and he said, please tell your colleagues we want unanimous support for this from all our supporters around the world, and especially Canadians, and he couldn't believe what the Conservatives were doing here.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I remember when I was here last September for President Zelensky's speech, he talked about the need to help Ukraine to win the war, to push the Russians back across the border. He talked about the need to stop Vladimir Putin from weaponizing his oil and gas exports and his energy exports. He talked about the need to prosecute Russian war criminals, and he had the shout out for the Holodomor Memorial in Edmonton. He did not come here to say, please impose a carbon tax on us. He did not come here to say, please phase out our coal and please impose net zero emissions targets on us. I would encourage the Honourable Member to go back to the video from last September and rewatch President Zelensky's speech.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be rising on behalf of my constituents in Milton on Bill C-57. I have a thriving Ukrainian diaspora in Milton, and it's also a real privilege to be sharing my time with the member from Kingston and the Islands.
There you go. There you go.
Madam Speaker, I just start by a little bit of a history on this topic here in the House of Commons. On November the 21st, the House of Commons passed second reading on this bill, which is intended to upgrade the current Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement to reflect changes that have come about since the deal was first implemented back in 2017. Of course, the most notable of those changes has been the illegal and unjust invasion of Ukraine by Russia. The bill is now going to committee, and the vote passed 205 to 109, with the NDP and the Bloc and the Greens and the Independents all voting in favor with the Liberals. However, all 109 Conservatives who were present in the vote opposed it back in November, Madam Speaker. Their official reason was that this bill imposes carbon taxes on Ukraine, but nothing could be farther from the truth. In addition, you don't have to take my word for it, Madam Speaker. Those are the words of New Pathway. That's Marco Levitsky, an editorial writer, and the title of that article is Conservative Opposition to Free Trade Agreement Makes No Sense. I could not agree more, Madam Speaker. As they go on to say in the article, the text of the new trade deal does not commit either Ukraine or Canada to a carbon tax. And as Mariana Kulova, spokesperson for the Embassy of Ukraine, said in a statement emailed to the Globe and Mail, a modernized Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement does not include any specific instruments on decreasing carbon footprint, including specific taxation instruments. It's just all non-fact, fact-free rhetoric from the Conservatives on this, Madam Speaker. This article goes on to say that Mr. Poilievre, pardon me, the leader of the Conservative Party appears to be so hungry to win back votes from the People's Party of Canada, to placate elements within his own base and to demonstrate his unwavering opposition to carbon taxes, that he would compromise on his support for democracy whose very existence is under threat. Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree more. It's absolutely shameful. Additionally, the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress was disappointed that the official opposition unanimously voted against legislation that would update the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, and that justification was absolutely nothing more than a red herring, Madam Speaker. It's shameful to see the Conservatives time after time stand in this House to try to justify that unjustifiable position. And again, you don't need to take my word for it. The Ukrainian-Canadian Civil Liberties Association also said, our association is very concerned about the partisan politics displayed by the Conservative Party of Canada when voting on second reading of Bill C-57, which intends to upgrade the current Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Now, Ukrainian Canadians and Ukrainians abroad have all been urging Conservatives to reconsider their lack of support for this bill. Canadians want to be able to say that support for Ukraine is unanimous in our country, both in the House of Commons and beyond, and it would be great to be able to say that, but sadly the Conservatives are standing in the way of being able to say that support for Ukraine in Canada is unanimous. Now, Alberta Conservatives recently hosted an infamous far-right Fox News commentator named Tucker Carlson at a United Conservative fundraiser right before Tucker jetted off to Moscow. And since the beginning of this debate, Conservatives have continually tried to tell Ukraine exactly what they need in order to win this war, despite the fact that Ukrainian Canadians, the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, the Canadian-Ukraine Civil Liberties Association, and many, many other spokespeople have been saying exactly what we all know, is that the support for Ukraine should be unanimous. But Conservatives keep consplaining to Ukraine exactly what they need and what they don't need. It's a new term, Madam Speaker, and I think it's probably going to stick because all this fact-free Conservative rhetoric coming from the other side is really emblematic of the Conservative Party just thinking they know better for Ukraine than Ukraine knows for itself. It would be great to say that our support for Ukraine is unanimous in this House and all across Canada, and it's frankly despicable of the Conservatives to continue to spread disinformation, consplain to Ukraine, and frankly join the ranks of Tucker Carlson in questioning the motives and the necessity of the West to support Ukraine, Madam Speaker. Now, this bill will go off to the other place, and we know that the only partisan senators in that place are Conservative, and I'm really hoping that the Conservatives will allow for the Conservative senators to vote with their conscience, vote for Ukraine, vote for democracy, and support Bill C-57. And I hope there's still some rational Conservatives on the other side that'll reconsider their shameful vote and vote in favor of Bill C-57. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we proceed to questions and comments, I must read it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Victoria, the Environment, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Public Services and Procurement, and the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, Labour.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, there seems to be quite a bit of selective hearing going on the Liberal benches because they talk about listening to Ukraine, but Ukraine asked specifically don't send a turbine to fund the Russian war machine, right, and they didn't listen to that. And the Ukrainians asked for LNG, and they didn't include that in the agreement. And the Ukrainians have asked to send munitions, and they voted against our Conservative motion. And over a year ago, they promised an air defense system that still hasn't been delivered. So could I ask the member why the hearing over there is so selective and when they are going to actually give Ukraine things that would help them win this war?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What Ukraine has asked us for is free trade and an updated free trade agreement between our two nations. The President of Ukraine stood in this place and asked for our unanimous support. And apparently that was too much for the Conservatives. That was just asking too much of the Conservative Party. The President literally coming to this place, standing here and saying, I hope that Ukraine can count on Canada's unanimous support. This is an honest opportunity for Conservatives to demonstrate that support, to stand in support of a bill that President Zelensky himself, Ukrainian Canadians themselves, they're in their inboxes, Madam Speaker. They know that Ukrainian Canadians have been asking them to reconsider this shameful position on free trade with Ukraine for months now. So it's up to them, yay or nay.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for a very good speech that, called out the quite inexplicable opposition that the Conservatives have to this bill. They talk about, hearing only what you want to hear. They are not hearing from the President of Ukraine. I met with the Consul General for Ukraine. He said, why can't you pass this quickly and unanimously? We need your support to show the world that Ukraine has unanimous support among its allies, and it's only the Conservatives that are blocking that support. And I'm just wondering if he can comment on, I'm not sure how he could explain this, but why the Conservatives are taking this stand.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for the question. And it's absolutely incredible. It's impossible to rationalize why the Conservatives have made this calculation. But, you know, I've gone on to their social media on occasion to see what the comments are like. And it's really clear to me what those comments have led those Conservatives to believe is the right thing to do in this case, because there's a lot of pro-Russia comments under the tweets and the Facebook posts of these Conservatives. Now, none of those have been hidden by those Conservatives. None of those have been blocked. Those accounts have been blocked, despite the fact that many of them are definitely, you know, Russian trolls and people who are spreading more disinformation and misinformation. But we won't fall for it, Madam Speaker. We won't placate those far-right trolls on the internet like some of these Conservatives are so eager and willing to do. We will vote with Ukraine, we will stand with Ukraine, and we will support Ukraine until they win this war.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It is really too bad, and to echo the comments made by the last colleague who spoke, to see the Conservatives send such a negative message, not only about Canada and Quebec, but also to the whole world, saying that we're not all together in supporting Ukraine. This is a very simple agreement, Madam Speaker. It's an update to an agreement that's already been in place for a number of years and which implements a number of important initiatives, including procedures to fight against corruption, which is a major improvement. And we know that, there has been construction, or rather, that has been an issue in that area, and reconstruction after the war, it'll be important to make sure there's no corruption. I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's simple. Support for Ukraine is simple and easy. It's not a complicated issue. It's not difficult to understand. It's very simple, Madam Speaker. Ukraine is an ally. Ukraine is a friend of Canada, and support for Ukraine is something that's very, very simple. It's very difficult, apparently, for the Conservatives to understand why, at this time, it's so important that support for this bill be unanimous. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Coming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan is so excited to hear my speech. I will try not to let him down. Here we are again, Madam Speaker, talking about a free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, something that I think that just about every member other than Conservatives, when we came back in the fall of 2023, never expected this to be a contentious issue, yet here we are. And the Conservatives have drummed up this narrative, and it took them a while to do it, because if you actually go back and look at their record on speaking to this, they didn't start talking about a carbon tax or pricing pollution until well into the debate on this. It was as though at some point they realized what their angle was going to be on it, and then that became their trumpeting point. Well, I'm here to tell them, Madam Speaker, that nobody believes them. Nobody believes their false narrative. Nobody that is outside of the base that they represent, the same people that went to see Tucker Carlson in Alberta, nobody outside of that hardcore base of alt-right wing support that the Conservatives are trying to court believes for a second that this is a real, genuine reason why they're against this, Madam Speaker. And I find it, quite interesting how Conservative after Conservative, we heard it from the member from Regina, Wisconsin moments ago, get up and say, well, the carbon tax that Ukraine had is only this percentage of this, and it was barely nothing compared to what Canada's trying to do and what we're trying to impose. There's nothing in this agreement that says anything. As a matter of fact, the agreement goes beyond not just saying nothing about it. It actually says neither country can impose their environmental policies on the other country. The agreement actually says that. What Conservatives have picked up on is a little reference to the fact that pricing pollution is something that will happen more of in the future, and that both countries are aware of this and will respond to it accordingly. That's it. It's in the preamble. There's no teeth in the clause. There's nothing. And as a matter of fact, as I said, the agreement goes beyond that to actually say that that neither country can impose its environmental policies or regulations. So, you know, the Conservatives get up and talk about the Ukrainian people in Canada and their position on this as though they know better than that they know better than President Zelensky, and that they know better than just about anybody else on this matter. Well, let me read something to my Conservative colleagues who are heckling me. This is from the League of Ukrainian Canadians, who wrote a letter to the Leader of the Opposition on December 21st of 2023, where they said, not long ago, the Conservative Party was a global leader in support for Ukraine as Operation Unifier was launched under Harper in 2015 in response to the annexation of Crimea and invasion of the Donbass. Canadian Armed Forces trained over 40,000 Ukrainian soldiers, modernized their military doctrine to NATO standards. In return, those Ukrainian soldiers did Canada proud by heroically repelling the Russian invasion forces from Kiev in February of 2022, when the world was predicting the capital would fall within days. And yet, just weeks before voting against the renewal for the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, the Conservative Party voted to cut funding to Operations Unifier. Clearly, the 1.36 million members of the Ukrainian Canadian community see it for what it is, a vote against many of those constituents that have spent nearly 2 years volunteering, advocating, working late nights, packing medical supplies in containers, spending their rent money on drones and body armor to keep their friends alive. And some made the ultimate sacrifice by traveling to Ukraine to defend it against Russian aggression. They laid down their lives in the name of freedom for Ukraine and the West, including Canada. They understood that Ukraine must win this war against Russia. Otherwise, Europe, Canada, and the United States will be next in defending themselves against Russian aggression, with soldiers from NATO countries, including Canada, shedding their blood. If Russia is not defeated, it will be as much a threat to Canada in the future as it is to Ukraine today. We are not insisting that you make Ukraine independence your cause. We are just asking you to think through the war in Ukraine and the need to support Ukraine from the point of view of your own interests as well as Canada's national interest. Most Canadians understand that supporting Ukraine is in Canada's security interests, except apparently the Conservative Party of Canada. This is a letter written to the Leader of the Opposition on December 21st of 2023. Conservatives will come in here and they will say, no. What Ukraine needs is what we say they need. The only other person that I know of that says what Ukraine needs is what I say they need is Vladimir Putin. And the Conservatives are acting just like he acts in regards to being dictating. And, you know, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan gets a good laugh out of this. But it was just 2 days ago that Tucker Carlson was in Alberta with his premier. Where's Tucker Carlson now? Reportedly in Russia, about to interview Vladimir Putin. You think like that? You think that the member would at least understand that perhaps now is not the best time to be trumpeting these lines. Yet he does it. You know, Madam Speaker, I'm going to end by, I've spoken to this many times, and it's time for us to finally vote on this. It's time for us to finally vote on this, Madam Speaker. I know that Conservatives calculated early in the fall how they were going to try to address this, because their calculation was very deliberate. The calculation was, how do we ensure that we can maintain the support of that alt-right movement that is against Ukraine? I heard earlier today from a Conservative, Madam Speaker, talk about pining for the good old days of the Republicans and the Conservatives that came together to create these great free trade agreements. Comparing the Conservatives of today to the Brian Mulroney Conservatives is exactly like comparing Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and Donald Trump to Ronald Reagan. You can't do it. They're two completely different parties. They might have the same color of a logo that Brian Mulroney had, Madam Speaker. They might have the same talking points, but they're certainly nothing like the Conservatives that actually brought in free trade, despite the fact that they pine back to those days as though Conservatives are the only ones that could ever protect free trade. Quite the opposite, Madam Speaker. These Conservatives are going down the exact same route as the alt-right Republicans that I previously mentioned. That's where they're going. That's the base that they're trying to protect. And as I started out my speech, I will remind them that this narrative they've created around a price on pollution and not supporting Ukraine, even after the president of Ukraine himself stood 5 feet from where I'm standing and asked us to support it, nobody believes them. Nobody believes their false narrative on this because they're wrong.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I remember last September when President Zelensky was addressing Parliament, I paid very close attention to his speech. And when I checked Twitter that evening, it seemed that the member for Kingston and the Islands was not paying attention to President Zelensky's speech. He was recording a video of the leader of the official opposition and making fun of him for the way that he was clapping for President Zelensky's speech. So I wonder if the member for Kingston and the Islands can explain to Parliament how his actions helped to promote public support for Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I can confirm, Madam Speaker, that I definitely shared that video. However, I didn't record it. What I will say, Madam Speaker, is that I find it very, very interesting that the member wants to talk about what the leader of the opposition was doing at the time that the president of Ukraine was here. Do you know that the leader of the opposition never mentioned once on his Twitter feed, Facebook, Instagram, anywhere, didn't make a single reference to the president of Ukraine being here? As a matter of fact, almost like it was like an act of defiance, the member from Calgary Nose Hill had to go back a year and repost what the leader of the opposition had said when the president of Ukraine appeared before us virtually. Madam Speaker, this is the narrative that I'm talking about. This is the narrative of trying to deceive and to suggest that something else is going on when they know full well. I'm sure that within their caucus meetings, they have had to battle the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman on it. I mean, he is in the front row now where he wasn't before Christmas, so I'm sure that was the trade-off to get him to be quiet. But the reality of this situation is, Madam Speaker, is that Conservatives have been against Ukraine because they don't support Ukraine.
Questions et commentaires. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that the Conservatives have taken this position. I find it deplorable, but let's look at the content. This would allow private companies to make lawsuits against private committees. But should we have a committee to work on this? Would the member agree that it would be a good idea to study this thoroughly? Thank you. The Honourable Member.
Say that with the amount of time that the Conservatives have spent holding this piece of legislation up, we've had the opportunity to thoroughly study it, Madam Speaker. What I would say, is that he is right about one thing. It's going to provide private companies the opportunity to work on and to build infrastructure in Ukraine. That's why the Ukrainians and the president of Ukraine is so interested in this deal, because he knows he's going to win this war, and he wants to have the necessary tools in place when that happens to start rebuilding their country. And that's going to involve the investment from outside countries in terms of rebuilding infrastructure. That's where we have the opportunity. That's the trade-off for Canada in this that will well position us to be part of that rebuilding process of Ukraine.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Mayor Okatiti, I would like to ask the member if if the Parliament were to swallow the amendment like a pill, what would the side effects of swallowing that pill be?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
So we voted on the amendment earlier today, Madam Speaker. The amendment was defeated. Now we're back to talking about the bill as non-amended, as the Conservatives tried to amend it. I'm sorry if that's not the amendment that she was referring to, but we need to pass this legislation. And the only thing, Madam Speaker, that I think is really troubling when it comes to it is the fact that it's not unanimous. This should have been unanimous. This could have easily have been unanimous. This narrative about a carbon tax in here and how that's somehow impacting it is completely a red herring. Nothing more, nothing less. And so I think that it's very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that this House won't be passing this bill unanimously, but I think that Canadians will remember and the Conservatives will be held accountable for their vote on it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes when I rise in the House, I say that'll be a tough act to follow. However, that is not the case today, Madam Speaker. I am speaking on Bill C-57. This implements the agreement that this government negotiated with Ukraine. And as has been the case throughout this debate, I will make some general reflections on Conservative support for Ukraine. But it's important to underline that these are two distinct issues. There is the question of whether and how we should support Ukraine, and Conservatives are firmly in favor of supporting Ukraine. And then there's the question of the particular provisions of Bill C-57. Now, Bill C-57 isn't a kind of in a vacuum endorsement of a relationship with a particular country. Bill C-57 is implementing a specific trade deal with specific provisions. And members opposite have said virtually nothing during this entire debate about the actual provisions in this legislation, about what this deal would actually commit Canada to and Ukraine to. And I'll read the section, which is a matter of contention, directly from the agreement. Consistent with Article 13.24, the parties shall cooperate bilaterally in international forums to address matters of mutual interest as appropriate to, and then a list, and I'll jump to item H. Promote carbon pricing and measures to mitigate carbon leakage risks. Again, that's right in the text of the agreement. Promote carbon pricing and measures to mitigate carbon leakage risks. So when in speech after speech, members of the government say, carbon price? Where? Well, it's right in the deal that they signed, Madam Speaker. So let's not pretend that it's not in there, because any Canadian could go online and find the agreement and find this provision. Promote carbon pricing and measures to mitigate carbon leakage risks. Now, I have a sense that Liberals don't actually take their word or their commitments very seriously. And we've seen that over the last 8 years. So I think the way they approach this deal is it's just words. It's only words. So why do they care so much? Well, Conservatives take our words seriously. We take documents we sign on to seriously. And we aspire to be people of integrity. So when we see in a trade agreement something that we profoundly disagree with, well, that's going to impact how we vote on that agreement. When we're committed to a national campaign to axe the tax, when one of our key priorities is axing the tax, when we've assured Canadians that we will axe the tax, it would be a little bit of a problem if we just shrugged off a line in an international agreement which would oblige us to promote carbon pricing and measures to mitigate carbon leakage risks. And that seems fairly basic, that we would note what's in the agreement, that we would evaluate the agreement on the basis of what's in it, and that we would make a decision accordingly, while on the separate point of support for Ukraine being very clear that the Conservative Party strongly supports Ukraine. Now, Madam Speaker, it is true that the government of Ukraine takes a different view of this agreement than we do. But there are innumerable issues on which this government has previously taken a different view from the government of Ukraine, including in the midst of the war, in which they have ignored the expressed priorities of the government of Ukraine. In fact, as I'll get to, there's one instance in which the government of Ukraine was so upset about a decision of this Prime Minister that the Canadian ambassador was summoned. That is an unprecedented step. Certainly, I think it's the first time in the history of Canada-Ukraine relations that the Canadian ambassador to Ukraine was summoned as a result of displeasure about the way that the government of Ukraine believed this government was undermining a global united front in support of Ukraine. And they want us to forget about that by saying, but this is the most important issue. Now I think it's fairly obvious, listening to what the Ukrainian government says, that although we do have a disagreement over certain provisions of this trade agreement, that the most important thing to the government of Ukraine is not the free trade deal, it's the provisions that we need to undertake to support Ukraine in their victory. Conservatives have been clear and consistent in our support for Ukraine. And let's underline the things that we have done, the things we have advocated for in the process. Of course, the invasion of Ukraine by the Putin regime did not start in February of 2022. It began back in 2014 when Conservatives were in power. And Prime Minister Stephen Harper led the G7 in isolating Russia and applying critical sanctions. Canadian leadership under Prime Minister Stephen Harper was recognized and was critical to driving a consensus. As Prime Minister Harper said, whether it takes 5 months or 50 years, we will defend the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And that is a commitment that Conservatives carry forward. As soon as Liberals took office, they started backing away from that commitment. Madam Speaker, I recall in this place challenging Foreign Affairs Minister Stéphane Dion, who made the decision to cancel the sharing of satellite imageries associated with Radarsat. Remember, Ukraine was still then at war with Russia. And Canada, under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, was sharing satellite images with Ukraine that were useful as part of the war effort. And in an effort to appease the Putin regime, Liberal Minister Stéphane Dion canceled the sharing of those satellite images. Where was the member for Kingston and the Islands when that happened? Right here. He was more silent then than he is now. Frankly, I prefer a more silent member compared to what we get now, Madam Speaker. But the point is, all of these members who are now eagerly wrapping themselves in blue and yellow had nothing to say when Liberal Foreign Affairs Minister Stéphane Dion canceled Radarsat image sharing. Now, we consistently advocated for tough sanctions against the Putin regime. We were standing up in this House for stronger measures prior to the further invasion of 2 Februaries ago. We were saying that preemptively, if this government was ready to apply tougher sanctions, it could be a force of deterrence against the Putin regime. We were calling for the sharing of lethal weapons with our Ukrainian allies prior to the invasion so they could get ready. And you don't have to take my word for it, Madam Speaker. You can find the quotations of members opposite speaking against that. The member for Edmonton Strathcona, the NDP Foreign Affairs critic, explicitly opposed the sharing of lethal weapons prior to the further invasion of February 2022. We were calling for tougher sanctions earlier, and Liberals and New Democrats were opposing those measures. That is the reality. It is on the record. Other initiatives. We put forward a motion in this House after the further invasion started to allow visa-free travel for Ukrainians fleeing the war. Actually, at that time, it was Conservatives, Bloc, and NDP came together, adopted that motion calling for visa-free travel, but the government refused to implement that proposal. So we were calling for more generous immigration measures. Of course, one key area where we have led on this side of the House is energy policy. Madam Speaker, we have long recognized that Canada has a special vocation in the democratic world. Many of our democratic allies and partners, both in Europe and in the Asia Pacific, are geographically small, densely populated nations that need to import energy resources. Canada is relatively unique in the democratic world. As a geographically vast, more sparsely populated nation with an abundance of natural resources, we need to develop and export those resources. Not merely as a matter of our own economic interests, but as a matter of providing the democratic world with the energy security that they require. And we have made this case consistently, Madam Speaker. We have said that Canada has a role and a responsibility, again, not only to create jobs and opportunity for Canadian workers, but in this new Cold War reality, to provide our allies and partners with the energy security that they need so that they can stand with us for the long haul, defending freedom and justice. And when our European partners, when our Asia-Pacific partners are reliant on energy from dictatorships, from hostile regimes that don't share our values, that has the effect of weakening our collective resolve, and it pours money into the coffers of hostile anti-democratic regimes. It is a security imperative for Canada to develop our energy resources. But this government has said there isn't a business case for that. Of course, there is a business case, but there's not, in their mind, an ideological case. And they're far more concerned about according with their ideology than they are with the realities of the business case. Madam Speaker, what this government has done since the further invasion of Ukraine by Russia is, rather than supporting the rapid increase in development of Canada's energy resources to fuel the efforts of our European allies to find energy security, rather than developing Canadian resources, they granted a sanctions waiver to allow the export of turbines from Canada to facilitate the export of Russian gas to Europe. Isn't that incredible? This government, when they could have been creating jobs and opportunity for Canadian workers and securing energy security, they chose to grant a waiver to allow turbines from Canada to facilitate the export of Russian gas to Europe. They were doing more to export Russian gas to Europe and increase that dependency rather than export Canadian gas. And this was the instance in which the Ukrainian government, President Zelensky, spoke out against what this government was doing. He spoke out clearly and decisively. He summoned the Canadian ambassador to Ukraine. And this was particularly important for Ukraine, not only because of the facts of the case, but also because of how Canada granting exceptions to sanctions was seen as creating a dangerous precedent. As we heard at the Foreign Affairs Committee, when you say you're imposing sanctions, and then you turn those sanctions into Swiss cheese by granting convenient exceptions. When every country says, well, we're going to grant sanctions, but we're going to have this exception, and this exception, and this exception, very quickly you don't have a sanctions regime worth the name. So this government was undermining that sanctions unity and undermining the opportunity to fuel European energy security. And Conservatives fought back. Conservatives called for special hearings at the Foreign Affairs Committee. We gathered in the summer. We summoned witnesses. We pressed the government hard. We pursued this matter in the face of Liberal filibusters through the fall until we were finally able to force them to reverse course. And Conservatives are very proud of that accomplishment, holding this government's feet to the fire. At every instance where they have been weak on supporting Ukraine, whether it has been canceling RadarSat image sharing, whether it has been failing to apply the appropriate sanctions, whether it's been their rejection of our proposals on visa-free travel, whether it's been our championing of energy security, we have always been pushing the government to do far more to support our friends and allies in Ukraine. And this, Madam Speaker, has continued to the present day. When C-57 came before committee, notwithstanding our concerns about the bill, we did try to improve it. Conservatives put forward many amendments that would add specific provisions to C-57 that deal with getting weapons to Ukraine. And Ukraine has been very clear about this. What Ukraine needs to win this war is weapons. And many have said, rightly so, that we must be with Ukraine for as long as possible. I agree with that. We must be with Ukraine for as long as possible. And we must also help Ukraine win victory as quickly as possible. Because when Liberals say we'll be there for as long as possible, but they take as long as possible to actually deliver the support that's required, well, that's not doing much good, is it? No. So let's be there for as long as possible, and let's deliver the vitally necessary aid as quickly as possible. Let's do both, as long as possible and as quickly as possible, so that Ukraine can secure a clear victory faster. And what we've seen throughout the course of this war is that delays in delivering essential weaponry have allowed the Russian army to further entrench their defensive positions. If only the Western world had stepped up to quickly deliver vitally important weapons and defense systems right out of the gate, then Ukraine would be in a much better position. Of course, Ukrainians have fought heroically, but we must have their back not only with words but with deeds, not only with photo ops, not only with announcements, but by actually delivering Ukraine the weapons that they require. So I put forward amendments to this bill at committee that would have done a number of things. The amendments that I put forward on behalf of the Conservative caucus would have established a legal requirement for the federal government to create a long-term plan to increase defense production, with a particular emphasis on defense supplies required by the armed forces of Ukraine and the Canadian Armed Forces. The amendments would have established a legal requirement for the Minister of National Defence to periodically review Canada's inventory of military equipment and offer to donate to Ukraine any military equipment that is surplus or is no longer useful to Canada. The amendments would have added Ukraine to the list of open policy countries eligible for expedited review of arms exports, significantly reducing the time for review required before arms can be shipped to Ukraine. And finally, I would have, through these amendments, we sought to require EDC and BDC to support investments aimed at developing Ukraine's domestic munitions manufacturing industries. If Conservatives were in government, we would have negotiated a better free trade deal that would have included provisions like this to actually get Ukraine the weapons they need, instead of putting the emphasis on, quote, carbon pricing and measures to mitigate carbon leakage risks. Sadly, this government's idea, whether it's in the issue of blocking Canadian energy development or putting divisive carbon tax measures into the agreement, we see how liberal radical ideology seeps into everything they do and gets in the way of doing the right thing to support Ukraine. Conservatives would have zeroed in on the essential needs of Ukraine. And Madam Speaker, if we had been in government, if we were in government, we would have negotiated and proposed a better deal that would have been good for Canada and good for Ukraine and focused on delivering weapons. But sadly, all of the amendments that I put forward at committee were opposed and blocked by the NDP Liberal coalition. They opposed our efforts to get these weapons to Ukraine through the amendments that we proposed. What a shame. But we have persisted. We have persisted. This past Friday, in fact, the Conservative leader announced a proposal calling on the government to transfer rockets to Ukraine. Now, these are rockets that the government has slated for disposing of. And we think a better way to dispose of them is to give them to Ukraine so they can drop them off on the Russians. In fact, our analyses show that giving these weapons to Ukraine would be less costly than disposing of them here. So what has stopped this government from doing this already? It's hard to explain. But we can see a myriad of announcements made by this government on Ukraine and no action. It's A for announcement, F for follow-through. They talk about solidarity, but they fail to deliver. And this is just consistent with the government's approach across the board, is that they want to use this issue to create division in this House, but they have failed to actually deliver on the weapons. Now, Madam Speaker, if I can briefly say a couple additional things about support for Ukraine. It is so important that all of us come together to support Ukraine. And when I have conversations with people about this, some are asking questions. They say, well, isn't it complicated? Is it a complicated situation? Madam Speaker, it's not a complicated situation. It is an entirely uncomplicated situation, the most uncomplicated situation you could imagine. The government of Russia chose to invade another sovereign state in order to try to steal its territory. It did so after having signed an agreement, the Budapest Memorandum, that committed it to recognizing Ukraine's territorial integrity. It signed a binding international agreement recognizing Ukraine's territorial integrity. It broke that agreement by invading in order to steal territory. And this is clearly the kind of precedent we cannot allow, and if we allow it, it will create a more dangerous world. Ukraine can win, it will win with the support of the West, the consistent, persistent, steadfast support of the West. We must be there to back Ukrainians up. And that doesn't just mean making an announcement, it means delivering the weapons. Because to win a war, you need weapons, not announcements. And so I challenge this government to put actions behind their words. And this is not just about territory. Because the choice between living in Ukraine and living in Russia is not just a matter of what state you're in. It is a choice about the kind of political system you have. Ukraine is a free society where people can choose who they associate with, what they say, what they believe, how they worship. In Russia, every person is completely beholden and dependent on the state. In Russian-occupied Ukraine, we are seeing the mass stealing of children, a brutal, brutal story of the systematic abduction of Ukrainian children, forced into propaganda programs and in many cases used as soldiers against Ukraine. The choice is not just about territory or about what state you're in. It's about the kind of system you live in. And this is why Ukrainians are prepared to fight and die for their freedom for as long as it takes. Let's be with them as long as it takes, but let's help them win as quickly as possible with weapons. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
If we're to believe what the member just said, and if we're to believe that this free trade agreement is only about the price on pollution, and if we're to believe that other than that, Conservatives completely and fully support Ukraine, can the member explain why, when his party separated 138 items on a budget, he and his Conservative colleagues voted against supporting Ukraine for Operations Unifier and Reassurance, voted against the military. Now, what you're going to hear from them, Madam Speaker, what you're going to hear from them is, oh, well, those were confidence votes. We always vote against a government on a confidence vote. Well, I got news for them. They could have voted just for those two items and still had 136 other opportunities to vote on confidence. Why couldn't they have just brought themselves to vote for those two issues with respect to supporting Ukraine if there wasn't more to it than what he's proposing?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's be clear. What the member opposite is doing is quite malicious. What he is trying to do is exploit situations where people may not understand details of our parliamentary procedure to create a false impression about where Conservatives stand on the issue.
On the point of order.
Well, he's saying that I'm trying to be malicious, and you're not supposed to infer any member is not acting in an honourable way. If the member is saying that I'm being malicious just because I'm pointing out what he did, then he should just answer the question.
It is a matter of order because it is inferring and intent, and I actually did react right away to the honourable member's use of the word, so I would recommend that a more judicious use of wording would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have expected a thicker skin from that member, especially given what he says about other members. But here's the point, Madam Speaker. Here's the point. He is, through this line of argumentation, trying to exploit what may be a gap in some people's understanding of the mechanics of the parliamentary process. The way the process works is that when we are voting non-confidence in the government, we are voting non-confidence in the government. And through that vote, we are expressing the fact that yes, we do not have confidence in this government. Of course, if you go through the budget, you would find there are specific measures which we would maintain, there are specific measures which we would change or alter in some way, naturally. But we have been clear, and we will continue to be clear, that we do not have confidence in this NDP Liberal coalition. We do not have confidence in them because of the damage they are doing to this country, and in part because of their failure to actually deliver the support that Ukraine requires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives are off-putting, and they are acting in a very obsessive manner in terms of the carbon tax, and this concerns me for the future. If this party comes to power in Canada, how will our country be able to even sign simple treaties internationally? What will international relations look like with the rest of the world? It concerns me because in our hands we have a bill that is very simple, incredibly simple. I just want to provide my comments.
Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is asking, how will a Conservative government possibly carry out international relations if it doesn't sign agreements that include a carbon tax? Well, very simple. We will not sign agreements that include a carbon tax. Hear, hear. And we will negotiate to ensure that agreements we sign do not include a carbon tax. Now, in this particular case, I think it would be very simple. I suspect, actually, I have no proof of this, but I suspect that this provision on carbon pricing and carbon leakage is only in this agreement because the Government of Canada wanted it to be in there for political reasons. And if we had a Conservative government, a Conservative trade minister saying, hey, we actually don't want to have a carbon tax at the agreement, I suspect that the government of Ukraine would say, no problem, let's focus on getting weapons into the hands of soldiers who need it so we can defend our country. I think us standing up for our principles at home and abroad will be entirely uncomplicated for international relations.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
And thank you to the member. What I keep coming back to over and over again in these debates is just so disheartening because I don't understand. This is not a debate about carbon tax. This is a debate about the fact that the leader of Ukraine has asked us to sign this agreement to see Ukrainians getting the help that they need. I'm hearing from Ukrainians that are being forced to flee their country, coming to Canada, and are not getting, the commitment that I made to them is that I would be doing all that I can in my position to fight for the rights of Ukrainians at this time. And so I'm wondering if the member can share why this is turning into a political issue for the Conservatives when Ukrainians and the leader of Ukraine is asking for this to be put through.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, that's an interesting question. If the member is serious about supporting Ukraine and all of their needs, I wish it was her and not her NDP colleague who was on the committee at the time we considered my amendments. Because when we put forward my amendments that would have facilitated more weapons going to Ukraine, the NDP joined with the Liberals in order to block those amendments from being able to go forward. It was her colleague from Edmonton Strathcona who spoke out against giving lethal weapons to Ukraine. Wow. So the NDP record, in terms of actually giving weapons to Ukrainian soldiers, is decidedly terrible. I would like us to be able to come together in this House. But I'll maybe just add as well that the NDP has a long history of opposing trade deals. In the past, the NDP have always opposed trade deals. And I would never say that because they oppose a trade deal with another country, they don't like or don't support or don't want to have good relations with the country. I respect the fact that the NDP have come to different conclusions than I have about trade in general, which is why they generally vote against trade deals. But I think they would understand that any time you consider a trade deal, you have to consider the particulars of what's in the trade deal. You can't just say, well, I like the country with whom it's negotiated, so we'll pass it. No, you have to look at the details.
We have to get a few more questions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party position has consistently been to vehemently oppose a carbon tax, so it's unsurprising that we would oppose a carbon tax in a trade deal. What is surprising is the consistent and deliberate pro-Russian energy policy of the Liberal Party. The pro-Russian energy policy of the Liberal Party. Do you know that because we can't build a pipeline in this country, we imported $400 million in 2021 of Russian natural gas to Canada because of pro-Russian Liberal energy policy? I wonder if the member can comment on the fact that, or the impact that our unwillingness to sell Canadian oil and gas to the international market, the impact that unwillingness to sell Canadian oil and gas has on Russian sales of oil and gas around the world.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an excellent question from my colleague. He's right, of course, that Canada produces commodities that Russia also produces. So we are in a unique position to displace those commodities. We're in a relatively unique position to reduce the world's dependence on Russian oil and gas. It's not just Russian. We could give many examples of dictator oil around the world. We could talk about the Burmese regime and how this government's failure to apply sanctions on the Burmese junta, consistent with what our American allies have done, is allowing investments in the Burmese energy sector, which are fueling that country's campaign of aggression against its own population. So in many of these cases, we see how this government is willing to turn a blind eye to the advancement of dictator oil instead of supporting Canadian energy development. It makes no sense. Canadian energy development is good for Canadian workers and the Canadian economy.
Best in the world.
But more important, it is good for the advancement of peace, justice, and freedom around the world. So if we can do something that's good for Canadian workers and good for the advancement of peace, freedom, and justice around the world, it's a no-brainer, Mr. Speaker. And yet the Liberals, because of their extreme green ideology, they're opposing Canadian oil and gas development, and they're trying to insert carbon tax poison pills into trade deals. It makes no sense. We need a government that puts the Canadian national interest and the cause of freedom ahead of extreme green ideology.
So you have time for a quick exchange. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
More shameless consplaining from the Conservative member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible to watch these Conservatives twist themselves into knots to try to justify their shameful vote against Ukraine. My question for the member is simple. Who does this make happy? Who does their vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement satisfy or make happy? Who asked those Conservative members to vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement? It wasn't one of their constituents. It wasn't the Canadian-Ukrainian Free Trade Agreement or the Congress or anybody. Who asked them to vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to take this opportunity to congratulate Parm Gill on becoming a Conservative candidate. I know you will ask very good questions in the House. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of looking at the details of the agreement, which the member clearly isn't even familiar with. I mean, I read out details which he claimed didn't exist. So I think it's the responsibility of legislators to know what's in legislation they're voting on. I doubt the member has even read the agreement. And if he had read the agreement, he would know that the section I read obliges Canada to promote carbon pricing and measures to mitigate carbon leakage. We're opposed to that. We're supportive of Ukraine. And when it comes to supporting Ukraine, this government should be focusing on delivering weapons, not just making announcements, but actually following up and giving Ukraine the weapons it needs in order to secure victory.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to rise today to speak to Bill C-57, the new Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And I've already spoken at length to this bill, but I would like to speak once again, more briefly, about some of the highlights of the debate so far. I can't hear.
Yeah, no, I'm let's just get order in the chamber. We've got a few speakers coming up. And the quicker we get this done, the less noise I'll have to put up with. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to start again. And I'm proud to rise here today to speak to Bill C-57, the new Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. I've already spoken at length about this bill, but I'd like to speak once again, more briefly, about some of the highlights so far. And first, I'd like to mention once again that the Canada-Ukraine friendship is very special. Over 1 million Canadians are very proud of their Ukrainian heritage. And in fact, when Ukraine declared its independence from the Soviet Union in 1991, Canada was the first Western country to recognize that act. And shortly after that recognition, in 1995, Canada signed an Early Foreign Investment Protection Agreement, or FIPA, with Ukraine, so we have always supported attempts to strengthen our trade with Ukraine. And the NDP supports this free trade agreement, and our primary concerns centered on the fact that negotiations began before Parliament had an opportunity to have input on our negotiation priorities, and how quickly this bill came before us after the agreement was signed. Following accepted practices would not have delayed this agreement or this bill, but could have made it better for both parties. And I'm happy to say that the minister seems to have changed her behavior by following proper protocols and practices of the House when announcing imminent negotiations for a new free trade agreement with Ecuador. So I hope that practice will continue in the future. Now, returning to the Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, we have heard repeatedly from Ukraine how important this new agreement would be to that country, how important it would be to rebuild Ukraine once Russia is defeated and this war is over. President Zelensky signed this agreement when he was here in Ottawa last September. And Ambassador Yulia Kovalev, who came before the International Trade Committee, of which I'm a member, emphasized repeatedly how beneficial this agreement would be to Ukraine and to Canada. The Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, that brings together all national, provincial, and local Ukrainian Canadian organizations, has pleaded for parliamentarians to support Ukraine by passing this bill quickly and unanimously. Instead, we've seen the Conservatives oppose this bill at every turn, using all sorts of tactics to delay its passage. I sit on the Standing Committee of International Trade, and when we were debating the bill, the Conservatives tried to introduce amendments that were clearly out of scope of this bill, indeed out of scope of any free trade agreement. They emphasized what we should be doing to give aid to the Ukraine. This is a free trade agreement between two countries, not about giving aid to countries. Acceptance of those amendments would not have only delayed this bill, but would have required renegotiation of the free trade agreement, adding months to the process for no benefit when Ukraine is pleading for quick action. We just voted on another Conservative amendment to the bill that would have removed a small mention of carbon pricing in the environment chapter, a mention that put no requirement of either party to bring in carbon pricing or raise carbon pricing. It simply mentioned the fact that both countries agreed that carbon pricing was a good thing. And in fact, Ukraine has had carbon pricing longer than Canada. And again, voting in favor of that amendment, it was defeated, but in voting in favor would have sent negotiators back to the bargaining table, all for no reason. And when the Conservatives forced all of us to vote in every line item in supplementary estimates in December, a vote-a-thon of over 30 hours that cost over $2 billion to Canadian taxpayers, they voted against all other support for Ukraine, including Operation Unifier, where the Canadian Armed Forces are helping Ukrainian armed forces. The Conservative opposition to support for Ukraine, including the delaying tactics on this bill, has not gone unnoticed by Ukraine. 2 weeks ago, I happened to meet with the Consul General for Ukraine in Edmonton. He covers Western Canada, and he specifically brought up his deep concerns with the actions of the Conservatives on this file. This is the representative of the Ukrainian government. He pointed out that Ukrainians are fighting and dying not just for their own freedom, but for democracies all across Europe and around the world. And he pleaded with me to pass on this message that Ukraine needs the full support of all its allies. And Canada, because of its huge Ukrainian diaspora, is one of the most important of those allies. He was mystified and dismayed by the lack of support from the Conservatives on this bill. And so I asked to speak today to pass on his plea, the plea from his government and his entire country to every member here to pass this bill unanimously and to pass it quickly without delay. So I'm going to stop early in this speech because I think I'm the last speaker, and I hope that this debate will collapse so that we can get to the vote on this bill and pass it right away and help Ukraine doing what Ukraine has asked us to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire, and this is my new the honourable member for Guelph.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll start there.
I appreciate having the chance to rise and ask the honourable member across the way about this agreement. I know we are generally in agreement in this House, with the exception of the Conservatives, on supporting Ukraine and supporting Ukraine through trade deals. What hasn't been talked about a lot in the House is the benefit to Canada for a deal like this. Canada is importing animal and vegetable fats and oils from Ukraine, iron and steel where they have expertise in heavy casting, something that helps our agricultural equipment as well as our rail equipment, the electrical machinery and equipment. The benefit to the Canadian economy by having a free deal or free trade deal with Ukraine is something that I wonder whether he could comment on.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Guelph for that question. I mean, free trade agreements, fair trade agreements, as we like to promote them as in the NDP, are beneficial to both parties. They have to be, or nobody would sign them. And this bill, the reason Ukraine would like us to sign this bill, as the ambassador put it when she was before the International Trade Committee, is that it benefits Ukraine businesses. It benefits Canadian businesses who are working to help rebuild Ukraine after this war is over. So it benefits all of us. And that's what the reason we negotiate free trade agreements with countries. This is a revamping of an earlier free trade agreement that was done, I think, in 2017. I remember speaking on it then. So these free trade agreements are solely designed to be beneficial for both countries. And we can disagree on minor details about things within those bills. And the NDP has concerns about some of the investor-state dispute mechanism in this bill. But we want to support Ukraine. We are voting very much in favor of it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for his wonderful intervention. I wonder if he can share with us what the international fallout might be if we were not to vote unanimously in favor of this agreement.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thanks to the member from Nunavut for that question. I would just simply say Ukraine is looking to the world for support in its struggle against Russia. It's looking to the world for, fighting the war now and rebuilding later. And what is noticed around the world is when countries have divisions within their parliaments and legislatures on support for Ukraine. We're seeing that in the United States. This is very concerning to Ukrainians, and they're very concerned about seeing the same pattern here in Canada. They really want to see unanimous support to show the rest of the world that we are behind Ukraine.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Côte-de-Beaupré-le-Limoilou. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we vote, we'll be voting on a bill that implements a free trade agreement. To my understanding, members of this House are never involved in negotiating the agreement. The agreement is presented to us. So to that extent, given that we can't modify the free trade agreement, what does my colleague think about the attempts to change the accord and the political games that are being played by some instead of just simply voting on the bill? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
I would simply say I would rather we have a culture in this place where Parliament is asked about free trade agreements and negotiations before they happen. And that's what I mentioned in my speech about the minister telling us here in Parliament when her team is going into negotiations with another country, in this case Ecuador, so that we can look at that situation and say, what should our priorities be for Canadians, for Canadian workers? And that way we can have an influence over the negotiations, giving advice to the negotiators before things happen. As she said, we are just simply presented with a fait accompli, and we have to vote yea or nay on that. And so I think we should have more say before negotiations start, and we should have a proper amount of time to see the bill and read the bill and examine the bill before this debate happens. And that, I'm hoping, will happen in the future.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, the reality is, as the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan argued before, that there's no other trade deal that Canada has that has implemented a carbon tax in it. And I would argue, and it's a very reasonable argument that can be made, Mr. Speaker, that what Ukraine doesn't need is a carbon tax. What they do need are weapons. And when this went to committee, C-57, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, proposed amendments to this bill that would expedite the sending of weapons to Ukraine, and yet the NDP voted against that amendment to this bill. My question is, why?
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, there's a lot in that question. I'll first say there's nothing in this free trade agreement that forces a carbon tax or carbon pricing on the Ukraine. Ukraine already has that. There's a statement in the agreement that says nothing in this agreement will force either of the two countries to change its environmental policies or laws. So that is just a false argument from the start. And secondly, we had an amendment about Canada providing more support militarily, armaments to Ukraine. I voted against that for two reasons. One, it was totally out of the scope of the bill. It was, we couldn't really listen to it. We couldn't hear it. Secondly, this is a free trade agreement. It's about setting the rules between two countries on how they trade between each other. It's not about sending aid to the Ukraine. It's not about, the Ukraine needs armaments. I remember the very first day of the war, President Zelensky says, I don't need a ride, I need bullets. This is a totally separate question. And if we had voted in favor of that amendment, it would have sent the whole agreement back to the negotiating table. It would have set it back weeks or months, who knows how long. So, of course, I voted against that. Ukraine wanted this passed as it was. They wanted it passed unanimously, and I'm proud to say that's what I'm doing.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable did.
I really love and I enjoy hearing Conservatives say, Mr. Speaker, what Ukraine doesn't need. What Ukraine doesn't need, Mr. Speaker, is the member from Barrie Innisfil telling them what they need. Ukraine doesn't need that. What Ukraine needs is for the member from Barrie Innisfil to actually start listening to them when they tell him what they need. A lot of this discussion has been on the carbon tax specifically. I couldn't help but notice that yesterday, even the darling of the alt-right, Elon Musk, tweeted out, the only action needed to solve climate change is a carbon tax. Even Elon Musk is now jumping on board and saying the same thing. When it comes to the carbon tax, how out of touch are these Conservatives?
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you. I saw that tweet from Elon Musk, and I would disagree with him in saying it's not the only thing we need, but it's the first thing we need. It's the easiest, cheapest way to bring down our emissions and help solve the climate crisis. We'll need to do everything else, but that is the first thing we need to do. We've had it in British Columbia for over a decade, and it has worked, despite what Conservatives say, and despite Conservatives telling my constituents that we should get rid of the federal carbon tax to help my constituents. We don't pay a federal carbon tax in British Columbia, but it's an essential part of any country's, any jurisdiction's fight against climate change, and I'm just boggled by the fact that the Conservatives don't get that, and I'm happy that Elon Musk gets it, because I don't agree with everything Elon Musk says, but it's certainly the easiest and cheapest way to fight climate change, and we need to do it and everything else.
Reprise. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, I'm sorry, I don't mean to disappoint, but I won't be talking about the carbon tax. Now, we're going to talk here about the difference between to be seen and to be seen to be doing something. Here we're talking about free trade between Canada and Ukraine, and, one of the big questions that we hear, one of the greatest questions asked of all time was Hamlet saying, to be or not to be, that is the question. And we're all familiar with that. But even if he said it that way, I'm going to rephrase that question to say, to be or to appear to be? In other words, is it better to be or to appear to be something? When it comes to free trade, Canada seems to have made its choice. It's chosen to appear to be, to keep up appearances. And, keeping up appearances, to me, that means doing the bare minimum. And, that seems to be what's been agreed here. Last weekend, there was an article in La Presse, which I found particularly interesting. It said, is Canada doing just the bare minimum for Ukraine? And the authors of that article postulated that Canada was only trying to be perceived as being a reliable ally of Ukraine. And that's, a quality of a golden retriever, for those who are familiar with that, but nothing more. The authors also showed that Canada is really doing the strict minimum, taking steps that look good instead of doing steps that actually work. And in work that's going to come out in French soon at the University of Laval, there's a chapter that has studied very closely the aid that Canada has offered to Kiev, and the authors have noted that far from being a leader, Ottawa is just following the positions of its allies and is offering military support that is very modest in scope and scale to Ukraine. And the authors have also said that the goal for Canada is once again to be perceived as being a reliable ally beyond any other consideration, beyond even hoping for a Ukrainian victory against Russia. So it's important to realize that, here we're debating the free trade agreement with Ukraine, but it's a lot of noise for not very much here. The authors say that Canada's policy is image-based, which is not really surprising, and that promoting Canada's image abroad is the main goal of all these activities. The total aid to Ukraine relative to GDP, there are many other countries throughout Europe, Eastern Europe, that are ahead of Canada. Even Portugal is ahead of Canada when it comes to aid relative to GDP. Canada has offered considerable financial aid and loans, but if you take into account the full aid, humanitarian, financial, and military, we're 31st out of 39 countries when it comes to aid as a function of GDP. So right now, we're debating the color of the wings of an insect, if I can say it that way, because once again, Canada's behind Portugal in this. Ottawa, according to the experts at the University of Laval, has done just enough to maintain the impression that they're a reliable ally. But, so far, there have been few political consequences to the government for acting this way. There haven't really been consequences to Canada. It hasn't been a priority for the government of Canada. And the government tends to be more interested in things that are in provincial jurisdiction than its own jurisdiction. And if you look at their record, it's not very good. Well, listen, nothing new here. Since 2015, the government's foreign affairs policy has been at best opportunistic and unclear. In this bill, there are a couple of elements that I want to speak out. Of the 30 chapters, there are 11 that are new compared to the previous agreement, and the Bloc Québécois was the only party that was able to make amendments to this bill, thanks to the hard work done by my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bécotte. But it also says that it's going to help to fight corruption. That's mentioned in here. And, it's not a mystery that before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Ukraine had a lot of experience in that area. But it talks about self-regulation and volunteer basis to fight that, and that's not something that's going to happen, let's be honest. It invites the states to collaborate in this area to make sure that laws are mutually respected. Again, that's the bare minimum. It's not reinventing the wheel here. And It also talks about working for, to favor, the environment, human rights, et cetera, et cetera. Working on human rights and in the environment, that's not the main concern right now in Ukraine. But despite this statement of principle, there's nothing in there that would force Canada to respect its commitments. So, it's too bad. It's not great. It's a bare minimum. Now, listen, Ukraine is a marginal trade partner for Canada. We're talking about 0.02% of $67 billion in trade. So here we're talking a lot about something that represents very little in terms of trade. The revised treaty will have very little impact on Canada and Quebec. And as announced at the beginning, everything that I've just presented in these last few minutes shows that we, once again, are living in a country that is about keeping up appearances, about appearing to be doing something. And, the Foreign Affairs Minister appeared in Ukraine last week to talk about some issues. But, again, that's the bare minimum. And here, listen, the Bloc Québécois is going to support this bill. The risks are very little. We're going to try and avoid sterile debates on the carbon tax, which seem to be, nothing more than a conservative fetish. But we, will do our best to be a reliable ally. But Canada, I think, will continue to just do the bare minimum. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciated hearing my colleague's speech. And so even if I don't agree with everything that he said, it was very elegant indeed. And really, it was a pleasure to hear his arguments and to hear his well thought out speech. Now, I think in his speech, he demonstrated how we can certainly take a critical eye to a bill, but at the same time support that bill at the end of the day. And so I'd like to hear him a little bit more on that. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from Châteauguay-Lacolle. It's really too bad that this bill, the debate rather, on this bill has been kidnapped, if you will, by the Conservative Party who wanted to turn it into a debate on the carbon tax. That's really completely unacceptable. Here we're talking about helping a country that is at war with a free trade agreement that's been revised, and we're talking about everything except that. Now, look, honestly, we've gotten stuck in this sterile debate, and I agree with her. It's important to act, and even if it's the bare minimum, we have to do it anyway. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from Trois-Rivières was saying, the only amendment we were able to get to the bill was our amendment, so that we be a little bit less about keeping up appearances and a little bit more in terms of doing something. And that's when it comes to the corporate responsibility. But, I'm happy that our amendment was able to, be passed and make a constructive contributions. So even if I was against all of the Conservatives' amendments, it was still important to accept that they were receivable, because it's completely unacceptable that trade agreements are always presented to us as a fait accompli. My colleague, I know, has experience outside of this House. Does he believe that it's ethical that there's so little transparency and so much control in a so-called House of Democracy on something as important as a huge free trade agreement? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He always goes right to the heart of things, Now, how can you have trust in a given environment? Well, you have to be able to understand that environment. To be able to understand, you have to be informed. If you're presented with a fait accompli when it comes to a bill or a treaty, then you're not able to interact with it and to appropriate it, to take ownership of it. You can evaluate it, but you're still distanced from it. I think that our goal here in this House of Democracy has to be to create trust. And in order to do that, we have to share information. And, there's a risk there. If there's no trust, there's mistrust. And if you don't deal with mistrust, then you end up with a whole packet of other problems.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Voila. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Ng seconded by Ms. Anand, move that Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I would request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, February 6, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Just wondering if somebody might propose us to move to the next rubric or say the clock. There you go. Someone forgot maybe that was their role. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Apparently I'm the only one that can take us through time, Mr. Speaker, so I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:54, I believe, in order to start our adjournment proceedings.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. The motion is carried.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question... The motion to adjourn the House has been made and adopted.
Speaker, a Youth Climate Corps is an invitation to the youth in Canada to mobilize to confront today's gravest threat, the climate emergency. On December 5th, I presented a motion calling on the government to establish a Youth Climate Corps, and I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to explain what the Youth Climate Corps is, but also to talk about how it has an essential role in fighting the climate crisis, building a better future, and uplifting Canadian youth. I've spoken to young people across the country who tell me they are scared about their future. They know that the climate crisis is real. According to one study, 84% of youth aged 16 to 25 report being worried about climate change. Almost half of them said that their feelings about climate change negatively affected their daily life and functioning. This is extremely concerning, but it also makes sense. It seems like every summer we're facing unprecedented wildfires, extreme weather, heat domes, flooding. Every few months, there are grim scientific reports published saying that their elected leaders aren't doing enough. In the face of the climate emergency and government inaction, it is hard to have hope. But we owe it to future generations to give them tangible solutions and ways to engage in what is the existential crisis of our time. We can build a better future with clean jobs and climate-resilient communities, and the Youth Climate Corps could be one critical piece of making that a reality. The program would provide jobs and training in emergency response to climate disasters, in the clean energy sector, in green building, and in reducing emissions, as well as building climate-resilient infrastructure and restoring ecosystems. This past fall, U.S. President Biden announced an American Climate Corps, which will employ 20,000 youth and set these young people on the path to good-paying union jobs. But here in Canada, Canadian youth are being left behind. We need a federally funded job training and placement program that offers a good green job to any young person who wants one. The Climate Emergency Unit has outlined how a Youth Climate Corps could be implemented in Canada. It would be a large-scale national program aimed at young people that would provide paid opportunities to work on projects that protect the environment, restore ecosystems, reduce our emissions, make communities more resilient, and build the new climate infrastructure that we need. And then when they complete their service, they would be able to access free post-secondary education or training in the sustainable jobs of the future. A recent poll showed that 2/3 of young people in Canada would consider enrolling in a Youth Climate Corps. That is 1.3 million young people. If the Liberal government supports my motion and implements a Youth Climate Corps, the next generation of young people aged 17 to 35 would receive on-the-job training, participate in projects to fight the climate crisis and natural disasters, and to build a better future for Canada and the planet. This program would not only provide employment for thousands of young people, it would also reduce our carbon emissions, incorporate environmental justice, and set our youth on a path for success. Will this government implement a large-scale Youth Climate Corps program with the urgency and ambition that we need to fight the climate crisis?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor and privilege to be up this evening in adjournment debates. And it's always nice to chat with my friend and colleague from Victoria on an area of mutual interest and enthusiasm. And that's how we fight climate change in this country. Mr. Speaker, I often say that it's refreshing to stand in the House and talk about how we fight climate change and all the great ideas out there that Canadians have and ways to lower our emissions and bring more attention to the issue of the climate crisis in Canada. And certainly I'd like to acknowledge that my colleague from Victoria is a leader in this way, and it's frankly disappointing that the vast majority of the questions that we receive on environmental issues are based in misinformation on how we price carbon and reduce our emissions, and those are always from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. But firstly, I'd like to take my friend and colleague up on an offer. Last time I was up in this House talking to the member from Victoria, we discussed my personal involvement in the Youth Climate Corps initiative in March, and there's going to be a meeting with members from hopefully all parties, and I'm happy to let her know that I'll be the representative from the Liberal Party, and we're going to make this happen, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to do it together because good politicians find ways to work together, put our differences aside occasionally, and work towards common goals. And fighting climate change is a goal, a mutual one, of the Liberal Party and the NDP, and I'd say some other members in this House too, but sadly we don't see that same enthusiasm for fighting climate change from the Conservatives. But it's true, young people are worried about the future, and they absolutely do want to be part of solutions, Mr. Speaker. I've witnessed their innovation, their passion and dedication to combat climate change. They're involved and they've shown incredible climate leadership time and time again, and young Canadians are essential in helping Canada build the green economy of the future. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that right across Canada, young people not only want to be part of the solution, but they already are part of the solution, and amplifying and elevating those voices is critical. Unlike what the member is suggesting, our government has not only been listening to our future leaders, but we've also been working with them to ensure their participation and collaboration and making sure that they thrive in the world that we will leave to them. We inherited a vibrant country, a strong country economically from our grandparents, and I want to make sure that the country is even stronger from an environmental and climate resilience perspective to what we leave behind. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has policies, programs, and funding in place specifically for youth and specifically to fight climate change. And I can think of personal ways in Milton that I'm able to direct some discretionary funding through the Canada Summer Jobs Program to environmental initiatives and to organizations like Conservation Halton that finds ways to gather science, plant trees, fight climate change, educate young people, and develop this environmental enthusiasm and a love of the natural environment that wouldn't necessarily exist if young people spent all day staring at their phones like politicians do, rather than going outside and getting dirty and playing in creeks and rivers and valleys like we all did before cell phones took over our lives. But the government's overarching youth policy reflects the values of young Canadians, and it represents a whole-of-government approach to improve youth outcomes and involve young people in federal decision-making. Now, on the point, though, Mr. Speaker, of a Youth Climate Corps, it also gives me a great privilege to announce that the Canadian Parks and Recreation Association is now accepting applications via Parks Canada to support a 2-year green jobs program for youth. It's very similar to what my colleague has recommended, and I hope that we can continue to work on that. But this program, through the CPRA, the Canadian Parks and Rec Association, will provide direct financial support via wage subsidies to local governments, municipalities, Indigenous communities, and other sector organizations, reaching nearly 280 jobs over the next two years, 140 per year, and they're going to focus on all sorts of green career-related activities. The goals of the Green Jobs Initiative are to provide opportunities and learning experiences for over 280 youth to build skills and become successful in the workplace, and it's going to generate that much-needed support to local governments and other sector organizations to hire those young people, Mr. Speaker. So I'm happy to elaborate on the CPRA's Green Jobs Initiative in my follow-up.
Well, member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am grateful to the member for his willingness to engage in this conversation. Mr. Speaker, I urge my Liberal colleagues to listen to young people and to address the climate crisis with the urgency and at the scale that matches the crisis. And I just have to say, 280 jobs when we have 1.3 million young people who would consider joining a youth climate corps. You know, young people are relying on us. They're relying on this government, and they haven't seen the bold climate action that is required to keep temperatures below 1.5 degrees. So a youth climate corps could be a transformative program that gives young people a pathway to meet this moment. Will the government do the right thing and implement a large-scale youth climate corps?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think it actually speaks volumes to our climate action initiatives that I can't get through all of them in just a short response in an adjournment debate. But it certainly doesn't stop at Canada Summer Jobs or the Green Jobs Initiative with the Canadian Parks and Rec Association. I hope to sit down with the CPRA and talk a little bit more about how those 280 jobs are going to improve climate literacy and action being taken by municipal governments and Indigenous serving organizations right across the country. But in addition, we also have the Climate Action and Awareness Fund, which is investing over $206 million over 5 years to support youth climate awareness and community-based climate action. It doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. It's simply the case that I don't have enough time to talk about all the great initiatives our government is undertaking to support youth and climate action.
Continuing debate with the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government, it's so distressing to see the state of disrespect that this government has fostered for Canadians who have fallen on hard times. Now, Canadians lining up at food banks in record numbers, 2 million a month, a third of those users, food bank users, are children. And this government is fighting in full defense of their $54 million Arrive scam. This is the scandal, of course, that saw the two-person shop, GC Strategies, pull in $11 million with their two-person operation that did no IT work, pocketing millions of dollars. They did it at a time of crisis in our country. You know, a global pandemic had been declared, and you have a couple of yo-yos in a basement forging the resumes of contractors to try and land a government contract. And you have more than two-thirds, 70% of the subcontractors that they said that they were going to use who did no work on this $54 million government boondoggle. This scandal of the Arrive Can app had senior government officials lying before a parliamentary committee. Contractors who worked on the Arrive Can app are under RCMP investigation. Now, we know that in less than a week's time, we're going to have the Auditor General releasing her findings on the Arrive Can app. But we know, well, we had a parliamentary secretary, previously in this House talking about the tens of thousands of lives that were saved by this app. That was later admitted to be just a pure conjecture based not in fact, but just on emotion, and just to defend the indefensible. An app that wrongly quarantined, put people under house arrest, that didn't properly safeguard the biometric health data of Canadians, and of course did nothing to safeguard Canadian tax dollars. This government spends wildly and blindly, and the cost to Canadians is incredible, and the effects of those costs are devastating. This government is going to spend tens of billions more just on servicing the debt this year than they do on our underfunded Canadian Armed Forces. Canadians are outraged, rightly, by this scandal, and it's incomprehensible why the NDP Liberal government continues to try and defend this. We know that the Chief Information Officer for the government may have destroyed 4 years of relevant information, 7 gigabytes of data, 1,700 emails. It wasn't until Conservatives had forced this issue to be studied at the Government Operations Committee that we finally saw real action and real attention paid to this. We want answers from the Auditor General. We want apology from the government. And when are we going to get the money back that this government misappropriated?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. The government recognizes the gravity of the recent allegations and the need to respond transparently and uphold the highest standards of ethics and accountability, and that's precisely why there is currently an ongoing RCMP investigation into this case. And I'd like to clarify that there are also 2 separate matters at stake here, simply not as simple as the member would like to say and suggest. First is the ArriveCAN app. I wish to remind the member, this House, and all Canadians of the unique circumstances leading to its development. After the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic in March of 2020, there was a need to replace the previous labor-intensive, paper-based process in order to quickly pass information to provinces and territories to carry out enforcement activities. At the request of the Public Health Agency of Canada, the CBSA developed and launched a digital app as quickly as possible on an emergency basis and during an unprecedented time. Mr. Speaker, ArriveCAN was a fast, secure, and easy way to confirm that travelers met all public health requirements when crossing the border. This was a necessary and effective tool to support the government's efforts and reduce the transmission of COVID-19. Simply said, Mr. Speaker, the ArriveCAN app was essential at the time and it met its intended objectives. This type of technology modernizes our border and ensures the flow of people and goods in a safe, secure manner. And currently, travelers can make their customs and immigration declaration using advanced declaration in the ArriveCAN app before flying into one of Canada's participating airports. This saves a lot of time, up to 30% faster for some travelers. And this brings me to the current state of affairs and issues surrounding the ongoing examination of ArriveCAN and the procurement practices, which, as you know, are fairly complex. What I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that a study is underway at the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. We look forward to hearing their findings and their recommendations. In addition to that, the CBSA and the Public Health Agency of Canada have been engaged with the Office of the Auditor General on a performance audit of ArriveCAN. We await the Auditor General's findings and recommendations, and we'll take all necessary steps to respond appropriately. However, Mr. Speaker, I have been noticing lately from the Conservatives attempts to distract from current affairs and issues that are really affecting Canadians. And the member opposite premised his question by talking about the affordability crisis and how difficult it is for Canadians right now. And I'd like to point out that I meet with food security experts, food banks, poverty reduction researchers, and folks that are committed to finding strategies and ways to support the country's poorest, most vulnerable, and lowest income families. And none of them, not one, Mr. Speaker, has suggested that cutting a carbon tax or axing the tax, as the Conservative members continue to parrot in this House of Commons, would have even a marginal impact on their affordability. In fact, what they say is that this is actually an affordability measure because the lowest income families in Canada receive far more back from the carbon price than they pay because the lowest income families in Canada don't drive bigger cars and heat bigger homes. So we're making the biggest polluters in Canada pay, and a little bit of that money goes back to families so that they can support a green transition, they can pay for groceries, and they can support their families. That's a tax-free benefit that comes out 4 times a year, Mr. Speaker, but you'll never hear the Conservative members acknowledge that there's a Canada carbon rebate. They don't want to talk about how we are actually supporting the affordability of Canadian families. They just want to keep saying the exact same lines. They want to say, after 8 years, carbon tax this, carbon tax that, Mr. Speaker. They haven't provided this House or Canadians with any reassurance that they have a plan for the future. In fact, all they're really doing is to continue to distract from the reality and lobby on behalf of the very companies that are making life difficult for so many Canadians from an affordability perspective. It was revealed this week that the deputy leader of the Conservative Party, the member from Thornhill, is lobbying for Walmart, and the campaign director for the Conservative Party has been lobbying for Loblaws. The Conservative Party doesn't want to talk about problems. The Conservative Party doesn't want to talk about in provinces or in territories in Canada. They just want to say the same line over and over again to drive up anxiety, to get Canadians all mad, and to blame something simple like a carbon price that actually sends more money back to families than it costs. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative Party is completely devoid of ideas and suggestions for affordability for Canadians, and they've just stayed on the exact same 3 or 4 topics for the last 2 years.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
A lot to unpack there, but I'll give you a couple quick numbers real quick. 10,200 people wrongly and illegally quarantined by this broken app that cost $54 million. An absolute failure, not worth defense. But we're not going to take any lessons on lobbying from a government that has a minister, the minister for Oakville, whose husband worked for a company that received millions, tens of millions of dollars while she sat in cabinet. So you've got a minister whose husband is working for a company and taking millions of dollars. We've seen this government reward Liberal insiders for 8 years on the backs of Canadians. I haven't heard a single Canadian in any of my meetings say, tax me harder. And that's what this Liberal government seems to think, that, oh, we meet with everyone. Yep, no, your taxes are fine. That's absolutely preposterous. Removing their carbon tax will help restore affordability to food prices, to energy prices. People need to be able to heat their homes, feed their families. That's why we're going to axe the tax, focus on technology, and we're going to cut these Liberals.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, just slogans and no solutions, Mr. Speaker. It's actually astonishing to see people who believe themselves to be a government in waiting to come forward with absolutely no policy recommendations or ideas. Just get rid of something that's actually working. Our emissions in Canada are down. And it's absolutely the case that our emissions in Canada are down, and that 1/3 of those emissions reductions are attributable to pricing carbon. It wasn't even 2.5 years ago that all of these Conservative members went door to door to profess to their constituents that they cared about climate change under the auspices of Erin O'Toole, and they had a carbon price plan or some sort of a Zeller's catalog to reward. It was called The More You Burn, The More You Earn, or something like that, Mr. Speaker. These Conservatives are out of touch. They're not talking to regular Canadians. They repeat their slogans over and over again, and they've got no ideas to meet affordability concerns of our neighbours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Get up for a final stretch. The continuing debate with the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate being the last word in this place. Mr. Speaker, across the country, close to 600 PSAC workers are on strike. The non-public fund workers actually have been on strike for 22 days. And they are the too often recognized workers within our defence community. The employees of the Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services serve those who serve. They staff our CanX stores, they feed our soldiers, they support them with financial services and countless other essential supports. At a time of unprecedented cost of living increases facing military families, we cannot forget that 40% of CFMWS workers are military family members. Those military family members have faced unnecessary burdens from this government. They are often underpaid and underemployed. They have dipped into their own pockets so many times to support our women and men in uniform, and they are proud to do so. They are proud to do this work. Many are facing a rent spike this year to on-base housing. When military family members join the workforce, they're in a precarious position. Relocation and at times remote postings severely limit their employment opportunities. They need to be protected from employers that seek to take advantage of them. But that's not what they're getting from the Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services. These workers are paid drastically less than their public service counterparts, and they are not being offered a national pay grid. They face serious workplace safety concerns as well. At the bargaining table, they're not asking for much. Basic protections, a national pay grid, and recognition of their essential role in our national defense. I joined these workers on the picket line last week, and I heard from members that are struggling to make ends meet. When I asked the Minister of Defence about the strike last week, he said, "We support a resolution of this labour dispute at the table, and we will continue to support both sides coming back to the table." But it is this minister's department that has left the bargaining table and refuses to return. And shortly after I was at the picket line, the employer served a trespass notice to striking workers on the line. During the winter months, The employer has now demanded that workers remove the trailer that they have on site by tomorrow. This trailer they're using it to go to the bathroom, to go back and get warm. It's February. It's cold out. This trailer helps them to keep safe. And as an employer, the government should be aware of that and concerned about that. But instead, the employer has said, if you don't get rid of that trailer by tomorrow, we're getting rid of it for you and at your expense. These workers are tired of the minister's lack of awareness about not only their issues, but their basic function under his mandate. When workers wrote to their local Liberal MPs asking for support, they were told that the minister doesn't believe that they are even within his mandate. Mr. Speaker, the minister cannot plead ignorance here much longer. Long before this strike, I told the minister over and over again about the plight of the non-public fund workers. When he was first elected, I wrote to him, or first nominated for this post. I told him about their concerns. I outlined them for him. When he and his department officials have appeared before the Standing Committee on National Defence, I repeatedly told them about the concerns facing non-public fund workers. So I want to give the government one more opportunity here. Will they tell the employer to get back to the table, bargain in good faith, and support the workers who serve those who serve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Climate Change and Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very appreciated. I appreciate the important speech from my colleague, and it was a real honour to join the Veterans Committee earlier today. And I appreciate highlighting this very, very important issue and cause. Mr. Speaker, Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services, or CFMWS, provides many vital programs and services in support of the Canadian Armed Forces. This includes deployment support, retail and financial services, as well as fitness testing and classes. CF Morale and Welfare Services employees ensure that CAF members are ready, both physically and mentally, to take on the crucial tasks that we ask of them. And we are so grateful that they are able to achieve those things on behalf of our freedom and peace. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, some of this organization's staff have been on strike recently. Between November the 20th and December the 14th, 2023, staff of the non-public funds Canadian Forces, or SNPF, CF, bargaining units in Kingston, Petawawa, Ottawa, Valcartier, Montreal, Saint-Jean, and Begouville voted in favor of strike action, and they've been on the picket line since January 15th. During this time, work has been done to minimize the impact of this strike on military members wherever possible. Each base has an operational committee responsible for ensuring minimal disruptions to key operations, protecting personnel, as well as property and facilities. Plans have also been put into place to continue providing certain services and lessen the impact on other services through reduced facility opening hours and scheduling non-essential events wherever needed. While it's unfortunate that a settlement has not yet been reached, the Government of Canada acknowledges the importance of legal strikes as part of the collective bargaining process and respects the rights of employees to strike. As the Minister of National Defence takes this strike and bargaining very, very seriously, I want the honourable member to know that our government, and me personally, do too, as we support collective bargaining rights. There are no positions within the staff of the non-public funds Canadian Forces who are paid below the minimum wage rate. In April of last year, non-unionized staff of the non-public funds Canadian Forces positions received a cost of living increase to ensure that salaries are at a living wage and equivalent to other organizations. Some unionized staff also received wage increases due to the increase to the federal minimum wage, which are in line with the CFMWS's collective agreements. We will continue working toward a fair contract with the members of the staff of the non-public funds Canadian Forces bargaining units, and it is the minister's hope for both sides to come to a negotiated settlement as soon as possible. We're hopeful that parties can reach a negotiated agreement at the table and remain dedicated to the collective bargaining efforts to achieve a fair contract for SNPF CF workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, not on this file, I appreciate his words saying that they are grateful to these workers. However, you have to show it. You can't just say it. Why won't they get back to the table? Why would the employer threaten to remove their trailer when they need it in these winter months? And why is it that during this strike, a government who stated that they are so proud to introduce Bill C-58, the ban of replacement workers, are now using Canadian Armed Forces as scab labour to do the work of the people of the public non-funds workers union to do that work. Why are they using scab labor in this situation? What are the explanations for that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services provides vital support to members of the Canadian Armed Forces every single day. And while it's unfortunate that a settlement has not been reached, we still respect the rights of employees to strike. We are always seeking to ensure employees are paid fair wages, and that's why no positions within the staff of non-public funds Canadian Forces are paid below the minimum wage. Some unionized staff of the non-public funds Canadian Forces received a cost of living increase in April of last year, and some unionized staff also received wage increases. Since the strike began, CFMWS, in collaboration with the local chain of command, have taken steps to minimize the effect of the strike on members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, this work is essential, and I would, quite frankly, refute calling any member of the Canadian Armed Forces scab labor, Mr. Speaker. They're all heroes. And we remain hopeful that a fair contract for SNPF and CF workers will be reached at the table as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, everyone, for their interventions this evening. La motion portant que la...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.